as you have it. Yep.
I know there's gonna be a lot of kneeling if I can. Also, in my backpack, I've been taking so much of that. It's just like. You actually should have brought Yeah, the doctor gave me 5. And she's like, if you don't eat them, then take them. I'm like, get out of super medicine.
No correct for me.
No doubt.
Do you want to pull the tree or just?
Okay.
If we can, make it quick and just put that statement in there.
Okay.
I know the idea is to make it really fast. Sure.
Yeah. But we still have to do it right.
Who's that one over there?
This one.
You can do it right.
That's because he was in the, yeah, okay, I'll tell him.
So do I have to run the machinery?
Oh,
I was like, can't. Great, she's gonna be in a good mood.
Okay. You know, best laid plans of mice and men.
all right. This is such these papers.
I'll do this.
All right, we ready? Ready? Or not yet? Not quite.
Still wipe the beads off my hand. It's nice and loose.
At some point, you want press comments.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, can you be in charge of just reading them out? Sure. What do you think? If everybody else has already covered it, I don't know.
I think the only one that's really West Second, and he's got a quick comment on, and the garden. West Second, the text and the garden.
Okay.
Save for next week.
Yeah, that's a save for next time, Paul. 3:15 East High. Because of the notice. We're gonna do it next month. You already went?
Where it went. I had this one. Where it is.
Well, yeah. I thought she was saying.
Oh, well. Oh, yeah. I think that person's been selected, but, do we know when we'll have our new planning
That's
commission?
the great mystery.
All right,
No. We'll know when we
okay. Okay, well,
Bigfoot.
welcome to the regular monthly meeting of the Board of Architectural Review. It is the June 19th meeting, and just as a reminder to everyone, first we have presentations by the staff, then the applicant follows up with a less than 10-minute presentation. If it's a small project, even shorter is great. And then we have 2 opportunities for members of the public to speak. First, as if you have questions about a project, and then the applicant can choose to answer your questions or not. And then if you would like to make a comment about a project. And if you'd like to do either of those things, if you can state your name and address for the record, and then after you finish your comment, if you can just sign in on the little sign-up sheet, and that helps us keep our minutes correct. All right, and then, please limit any comments to BAR's jurisdiction, which is the exterior design of the building and site. And then following our discussion, but before the vote, the applicant shall be allowed up to 3 minutes to respond for the purposes of clarification. So thanks for participating. And apologies to everyone for the late start. It is what it is. All right, we'll start with the consent agenda. And we first have minutes from our May 15th regular meeting, but do we have the minutes? Okay, so we're gonna pull the minutes from this consent agenda, and we'll have those on our agenda for next time. So we have actually 3 items for consent agenda. First is a certificate of appropriateness application for 401 Cherry Avenue. The next is a certificate of appropriateness application for 946 Grady Avenue. And then finally, a COA for 115 Altamont Circle. So would anyone want to move to approve the consent agenda, or would any items need to be pulled?
I was just going to say, I know that for Altamont, there was some specific language we suggested we might use. If I don't know how, are they treated with a, given the uniqueness of each motion, should we just simply read the motion?
I think we should
proposed?
pull that application from the consent agenda, vote on that, and then we'll start with the 115 Altamont.
Okay.
Okay, so do we have a motion to approve the items on the consent agenda? Or would anyone else like discussion on the 2 remaining applications?
I'll make a motion to approve the remaining items on the consent agenda.
Okay,
A second.
all right, all in favor? Aye. And any opposed? Nope. All right, so 401 Cherry Avenue and 946 Grady Avenue have been approved. All right, and then next we'll start with 115 Altamont Circle, which is a tree removal.
Correct. And I can just hand some language that was suggested and wish to use that or amend it.
Okay. Okay. I guess we'll do can we do a brief staff report for 115 Altamont, just to follow the?
Absolutely. This is a request, 115 Altamont Circle. While the house is within the North Downtown ADC, it's a American Foursquare contributing structure to the district. The request, though, is for the removal of a red maple tree that is part of the streetscape there, per the recommendation of an arborist. The tree is structurally unsound, and there's some insect infestation. We recommend, or staff recommended approval of the request, and with the suggestion to the applicant that the tree be replaced with a new street tree that conforms to the city of Charlottesville's tree list, that it be a minimum of a 2 to 2.5 inch caliper, location somewhere in the front yard, and the city arborist suggested that maybe if another tree were replaced in its place, red maple would be appropriate, and that if it is planted on private property, I understand that it is, that the replacement be planted at least 4 feet from the curb.
Does that matter where their particular easement is?
Yeah, I would say that what they stressed was that it be planted on private property, and that be at least 4 feet from the curb line, so it kind of covers both bases. So if the property line is 8 feet in, well, then they're good, but keep it on the private property. And I think I've stated as such in motion.
Okay, is the applicant here? Would you like to add anything to the staff report or the discussion? It's not required, but if you like, okay. We'll start with questions from the public. And questions from the board. All right, comments from the public?
I have a question.
Oh, yeah.
Whether or not, right now, there is an intention to plant a tree in the place of this removed tree. And could you tell us what that tree is and where it will go?
I'm sorry. Can you join us? Because if it's on the microphones and our minutes are way more accurate.
So we planted that tree in 1978, and we would like to, yeah, there it is right there.
Yeah,
We would like to put something different, maybe a red oak instead of a red maple. I think that's on the tree list.
yes, I'm sure it is. Great choice.
That would be the only thing.
Okay,
Be close to where it is now, but the arborist said that we should move it a little bit closer to where the sidewalk is. I mean, our sidewalk,
Right.
not the curb.
yeah,
No, we don't have a sidewalk. Anyway, that's
Yeah,
it.
thank you.
okay. And then, we did comments from the public and comments from the board. Do we have a motion? Okay, sure. Having considered the standards set forth within city code, including city design guidelines for site design and elements, I move to find that the proposed tree removal satisfies the BAR's criteria, is compatible with this property and other properties in the downtown ADC district, and that the BAR approves this application as submitted. We ask that a new street tree is planted that, of which a red oak would be perfectly appropriate. But so would any large shade tree from the Charlottesville, master tree list of no less than 2.5-inch caliper, and in the front yard, at least 4 feet from the curb line.
I second.
All in favor? Aye. All right. And opposed? All right, thank you. All right. Next, we're going to move on to new items. We have a certificate of appropriateness application for 853 West Main Street.
Okay. Yeah, this is a property that's located in the West Main Street ADC district. It's the site of the standard development, and the request is for a tenant use of the space in the lower left-hand corner that's shown. It's the Potbelly Sandwich Shop, and they are requesting consideration of construction of an outdoor cafe, the use of a seasonal, not a tent, but more of a vinyl curtain with outdoor heater, and the replacement of window panels over the where the existing storefront, and putting in a louver for ventilation. And as we all discussed earlier, and it looks like, can we go without the curtains? I suggest we might need to, and I'll let you address that. Staff recommends that, and we said the furniture is part of, it matches what's been approved on other projects on West Main. Replacement of the 2 window panels, it's simply removing the glazing and putting in the louvers. It can be replaced later. And we said on the issue of the vinyl curtains, discussion with you all, discussion with the applicant, I think there's a lot of questions that we would still like to explore, and I've encouraged them to request that remove that from this discussion and submit it at a later date. I think the only other thing that we discussed is that the condition, and I can give you the language again, that this, the use here, however the outdoor furniture is arranged, will comply with the conditions of the special use permit that was approved by the city in 2013. So any questions about that?
Should that be just stated for the public, what that means exactly? basically that it's a pass-through, right?
Well, I'll be honest, the language of the special use permit is lengthy and
Fuzzy.
legal, and I'm trying not to repeat it or try to paraphrase it in any way. So I think it's wisest to simply refer to the special use permit that was approved and that those conditions, yes, they are relative to some accessibility, also relative to, or related to some bike rack issues. And so I said, I think referring to the text of the special use permit is the best way.
How about for the minutes, we can say it's special use permit SP 130815, which was submitted to Planning Commission on October 8, 2013, and approved by council on November 4th, 2013.
I forgot you had my piece of paper. Sounds very good. And if the applicant wishes to address some purpose.
Okay, and the applicant's here? Okay.
Basically, what we'd like to do, because the space is limited inside as far as dining options, it's kind of a funky triangle space that hasn't allowed us a lot of seating inside. The franchisee for this particular Potbelly would prefer to have some outdoor dining options that would strictly be seasonal. It's basically just an extension of the dining room in the winter months. The idea would be to close off a portion of it with clear vinyl that would be completely removable, and basically just with hooks and leave no trace there, so that when it's removed it doesn't affect the architecture of the building. The idea with all of our improvements here are that when and if Potbelly moves out, that it doesn't affect the permanent architecture of the building. Obviously we're open to discussion on the vinyl. The only items which I think were more or less not in question were the furniture and the louvers, which would be necessary to just generally operate. But as far as the vinyl is concerned, if you have any questions, I am here to answer those.
Okay, and can you tell us your name and?
Leanne Andrisco with GPD Group.
Okay, great. All right, we'll start with questions from the public. All right, questions from the board?
I have this is a silly little question. On A0.2, you have a note 10, which is calling for a proposed location for air intake louver. It's showing up on the front elevation. I'm thinking that's a typo. I just want to confirm that it is.
Yes, everything as far as our air intake louvers, we have 2 of them, and they are both on the side.
Okay.
Yes. It should be on A0.1 is the correct location. Oh, yes, I see that. It's just, yes, that's an error.
Okay, and then, I guess we don't have clarity on the potential installation or visibility of any kind of necessary for the vinyl curtain or plastic
You mean,
vinyl curtain.
I'm sorry.
Like, how's it attach? Can you see how it attaches?
At this point, we're still working through some of those details, but it would be something that would be non-permanent. So we're thinking some sort of hooks. At this point, a lot of the attachment details for those from manufacturers are permanent, and that's not our intention here. Just to have something that's going to roll up or slide to the side. It's going to be completely removed from that location.
Okay.
Can I ask to clarify that? Do you mean that the whole, it looks like, at least from the patio enclosure example, is that what you're referring to, that in this example here, that would be completely removed when that's not in wintertime?
The vinyl?
On A0.3, the example patio enclosure?
Correct.
So-
And as far as this example is concerned, it's basically just to show the vinyl itself and what the vinyl looks like. On the side elevation, it's actually going into the existing openings. There's openings there, and then on the front, it's also going into the existing openings, but there's actually a sill on the side portion of it. So it's literally just a piece of vinyl that's hanging in an existing opening.
Without that framework? Is that what you mean?
No framework.
Right.
Correct.
And is the framework that you're proposing, so that would be just in winter? That
Yes.
you'd have that up, and then
Yeah.
all the framework and everything would come down?
The idea would be to do some sort of like hook type of enclosure, so you wouldn't actually have anything, I mean, the framework itself would not come down, but it would be minimal, so we're not proposing like an actual like solid piece of framework. Some of the options that they've given us have been that, and that's not our intention.
Okay, thanks.
How many months are you thinking this would be up?
So probably at least 6 months out of the year. It would probably be up from November through April.
Have you researched any other options other than vinyl?
We have not. That seems to be the best insulating at this point. And if vinyl is a sticking point, I mean, we can certainly remove that from this agenda item. The other option, I guess the other portion of it is the patio heaters, and if there are any issues with that as well, even if we had the patio heaters without the vinyl.
Okay. We briefly discussed that part as a group and don't find that we typically review patio heaters, so
Okay.
don't see that as an issue
Okay, perfect,
for us,
perfect.
as long as they meet code and things like that.
Yep,
That's a different department.
absolutely.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, comments from the public? And comments from the board? I can start and just say I'm fine with the other items. The exception is the vinyl, whatever curtain we're calling it. I just don't think that's appropriate and detracts from the building. And once it gets approved, then there's no teeth in saying, oh, they said November to April, but now it's, you know, July. Like, it just becomes a permanent thing, kind of, no matter what people say. But that said, if we, you do choose to, if other people feel like we don't have enough information, we just need some drawings on how it would attach and things like that.
Okay, understood.
But no matter what, I probably wouldn't support it. But you only need, depending on how many people are here, 4 or 5 to say.
I mean, I'd rather see, if it's gonna be sort of semi-architectural, I'd rather see like roll-up garage doors or something like that than the vinyl, and just, you know, so that you have them down in the winter and they're up in the, but that'd be something, I guess, the building owner
Yeah, that would
really
be
need to address. But
yes.
to me, it seems like it ought to be, if the intention is that space is to be kind of multi-use like that over, you know, over many tenants, then I think it ought to be a part of the building and not just to be a piece of vinyl.
Okay,
Yeah, the openings are pretty big, but you may be able to put some kind of a storm window in there that can clip in place. I mean, if it's 6 months out of a year, putting a little bit of effort into something that is not permanent, but takes a little more time to put up,
okay,
may be worth it.
absolutely.
But I agree, I would have a problem with the vinyl. I mean, vinyl just doesn't wear well over time. UV rays affect it, you're on, you know, the raised side of the building, and it just tends to wear poorly.
Okay,
If a garage door kind of idea or something like storm windows, I could definitely support that.
okay, we can pull that and defer that portion of it to a later date.
Other comments?
I just want to say that when we do the motion, in addition to adhering to the SUP, I think we should say it should also adhere to the approved site plan. 'Cause I think they're two different, there might be some like additional information in that needs to be covered. Sorry. In addition to saying that it needs to adhere to the approved SUP, it should also adhere to the site plan. Is this on?
Hello?
Is this on? Yes. All right.
Yeah,
Sorry. Did you catch that? Okay.
close enough. Right. Okay, do we have a motion? I think that's a good recommendation.
Clarify one thing. For the benefit of the applicant, is this, can they defer a portion of that?
Yep.
That way it comes back. So would she need to request maybe a deferral of that portion? Then it can come back later and it's not a new application?
Yep. And I heard that request. Yeah.
Okay, good,
Okay,
good.
We are formally requesting the deferment on the vinyl.
okay.
Thank you.
Anyone,
So are we just approving the deferral?
well, in the event,
Oh, the vents, that's what you do need that.
And the use of radiant heating
I think we don't approve that or deny, like, we stay out of that,
Okay.
because we don't have a precedent for weighing in on those.
Would those be the tubes up in the ceiling probably? Or would they be
No,
freestanding?
they're freestanding.
So
We'd
they're
like to try to
furniture,
keep it
basically.
away from the building architecture
Right.
and
So
have something
it's
portable.
furniture, really. I just,
Yeah. Maybe we should add.
right, it's just furniture, really. Okay.
Okay. All right. Do we have a motion?
Sure, I'll go for it.
Thanks.
Having considered the standards set forth within the city code, including city guidelines for site design and elements, I move to find that the proposed louvers satisfy the BAR's criteria and are compatible with this property, and that the auxiliary heaters do not fall under our jurisdiction, but that the furniture as specified seems fine. And we ask that you come back with regard to the enclosure. And in all cases, have to bear in mind the referenced SUP as well as the site plan approvals for the use of that space. And again, that's on our jurisdiction, but just saying that it's something to be aware of.
Yes, absolutely.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Do you have any, I forgot to do this before, any questions or anything like that we can clarify?
I do not.
Okay, sweet,
Thank you.
thanks. Okay. Next up, we have a certificate of appropriateness application for 714 Locust Avenue.
Too many pieces of paper. This is a project that you looked at, I believe, last December, 714 Locust Avenue, and this is a house built in 1952. It is within the Martha Jefferson Historic Conservation District. And just to stress our usual point that projects within the Historic Conservation District are subject only to the Historic Conservation District guidelines. And while we may have a structure that is certainly eligible as an IPP, it still falls under the Historic Conservation District guidelines. Keep that in mind. The applicant came in December and was a change to the front entry, and there were some recommendations from the BAR, and they've come back with an application that represents those suggestions. This is replace the existing concrete porch and stair and the metal railing with new bluestone, brick porch, stair, and metal railing. I'm sorry, it's a brick porch and stair and new metal railing. The new porch shall be held 8 inches on either side of the central brick bay. That's per your prior request. And the construction of a new hood on the central bay to provide sheltered entry. The hood design does not obscure any portion of the massing or style of the central bay and leaves concrete visible. The neighborhood precedent includes 336 Parkway. Design considerations per BAR and subsequent conversations with BAR members. So that's staff's recommendation. Staff suggests that the BAR discuss the improvements in design and concept since the previous submission. Staff recommends the discussion on whether the porch addition impacts the existing architectural form and integrity of the building. Staff does find that the walkway modifications are appropriate.
Okay, is an applicant here?
I'm Kelly Trout with Robertson Renovations. I think we've spoken. And my client has, we worked together to, I think, achieve what was requested during the course of our conversation of the review of the December meeting. Just to clarify, there is no modification to any of the existing doors, windows, trims, or light fixtures. We are not touching anything except to add this hood and to replace the crumbling front porch.
Okay, great. Do we have any questions from the public? And questions from the board? Okay, comments from the public? And comments from the board?
I'm ready to make a motion.
That's fine.
Go for it.
All right. So having, it just seemed an easy one. Having considered the standards set forth in the city code, including historic conservation district guidelines for new construction additions, I move to find the proposed front porch and canopy satisfy the BRS criteria and are compatible with this property and other properties in the Martha Jefferson Historic Conservation District, and that the AR approves the application as submitted.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thanks for the work on this. I think it's a
Thanks.
big improvement. Okay, all right. Next up, we have a certificate of appropriateness application for 510 East Main Street.
This is the Lenny Gleason Valentine Charlie building that was constructed in 1895. It's a 2.5 floor commercial building on the downtown mall. The brick building features a large glass storefront at the ground level. This facade was reconstructed in 1978, and it introduced a recessed storefront with the 2 brick columns on either side. The building is a contributing structure in the downtown ADC district. The applicant is requesting the renovations are necessary for an internal 24-hour ATM lobby, but the only thing we're looking at are what's occurring right here on the front. And it's, the storefront will be renovated with the door removed, and the interior of the floor is going to be lowered, which will drop that slope you see to the front door. A new storefront will be installed. The door that's there will be reused and reinstalled. Then in order to make the width adjustments for ADA access, about 7 inches of the planter that you see there will be removed near the door side. A new sign is going to be installed over the entrance, and there are 3 can lights that will be in that ceiling that you see there in front of the entry. And it's staff's opinion, as we said, that the first floor segment is as a result of that 1978 renovation. So this is not original to the structure, and we approve the request, and you may have some questions about how they address the removal of that 7-inch space, how they repair it, et cetera. But otherwise, we recommend its approval.
All right, and is the applicant here? Okay, you want to come join us? And if you want to add anything to the staff report, just say hello or skip it, all up.
Good evening. I'm Stanley Hill for Bank of America, and I think the gentleman did cover pretty much what Bank of America wants to do. I think the issue that we had was you're supposed to have a landing at the door. It's very steep. I mean, you probably noticed that. And so they tried to figure out how could they fix it without changing the storefront. And so basically they're going to just use the same door, but they're going to lower it. So they're going to, so basically if you're at the existing plaza, going up to the storefront is steep. They're just going to lower this. And they'll correct it interior. They'll have a ramp and a step. Interior, you'll have the option of a ramp or a step. And with that, they're trying to minimize any changes other than to fix the ADA issue.
Okay. We'll start with questions from the public. All right, questions from the board?
My only immediate question is just, it may say there somewhere, but do you know what the color rendering on the light fixtures is supposed to be?
I actually have the specs on those. I brought them and,
We got this part that you provided.
yes.
Right, but there are a couple of options. which
Yeah.
is why I was
So which
wondering.
one?
There's a second picture in that, but look at the Russell type picture.
Right, I think that's in the back.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
that's
these are
backed by
just-
the
this is
ATM,
just
but
the,
it's more that I just kind of wondered if, just the 3 that are running in the canopy, and also the room behind, presumably, those are all the same fixture. So those are all ends in the ceiling plan, so they're all cans also. let me dig that one up.
Well, if they're interior, they're not our purview anyways.
Yeah,
The interior
No,
ones, we don't.
I was just thinking more about color rendering and,
Right,
and,
but
and
it's-
the light coming
Oh, that's
out of the,
interior.
I'm just thinking about how the other ATMs and
I know, but if it's behind the glass, can we actually do anything?
we can ask about lighting levels, who's coming out of the glass.
Okay.
At least that's the way I see it. And it'd be kind of weird to have the lights on the inside in a different color temperature than the lights on the outside. But also just that it's not just like this huge light bomb the way some of the other ATMs in the downtown mall are. Yeah, see, these are all ends. And these are actually, HVAC equipment. Yeah. So it is a, I mean, I know we don't do the ceiling, but I'm just wondering about it, because if it's overlit in there, that becomes a huge lantern on the side of the street, and really, in some of the other things like that in town, they've been pretty successful at just completely ruining the quality of the light in that immediate area. So, just asking that the light levels be kept down and the color temperature be in the 3,000 range is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, and that's, you all always have much better language in describing the temperature and the heat, et cetera. I will say one thing I do not see in the recommendation is a condition on the VLT, which we had quite a bit of discussion about.
I saw a reference to it.
So it may be in there, I just want to make sure, but
I think it's at
I didn't, again, being on the interior, I've never really contemplated what sort of lighting condition or constraints. It's a good question, but I guess I would defer to you all in the architectural sense of maybe. And the light fixture that's, well,
I think the light fixture they've specified is fine. It's just a question of what level, how
on the exterior.
how bright it's gonna be and what the color is, and they're the same on the interior. So it's just, arguably, they'd all be similar, and if it's, I just think it's like, if it's at 100-foot candles or something in there, then it's just gonna pound light into the street, that's all. And it's on all the time, right? Or will these be motion?
Yeah.
Or will the inside be motion or on all the time, the inside lights?
It'd be on.
Yeah, that's what I figured, so. I rest my case. Pretty sure there's a VLT comment.
Yeah, it's A08.03.
It's also on there's the color 8.5 by 11 sheets that are attached to that, say VLT is 70.
It says VLT 70, yeah. So, Jeff, they have a comment about the glass.
I just noticed I went into the text and then, probably at the end of the meeting, the latest on class.
I believe the fixtures are white.
What's that?
They're recessed in white.
Right, right. It's more a question of just how much, light you were putting down, how much light they were putting on, and then also just the color rendering, whether it's a warmer white as opposed to a cold white like a fluorescent. And that particular fixture has options, it just depends on how you lamp it.
But it can be then whatever you prefer. We're
Yeah.
open to that.
So we could specify in the motion, 3,000 or less.
I was thinking, yes,
Or
for
whatever.
color temperature
Yep.
rendering, yep.
Okay, did we get to comments? Well, we're not sure if we did comments from the public, so just in case, are there any comments from the public? And then comments from the board?
Well, my questions are kind of my comments.
None?
Yeah, I think it looks fine. I think that Tim's asking two good questions, and if we clarify that, then we should be good to go.
Yep, everything else seems fine, and BLT is right and everything.
Is it, he's in some conversation with the architect, but is it possible to maybe establish as a condition that we clarify this, what's,
In the field, yeah.
or, you know, however we wish to do it.
I mean, I would
using
just say,
specifications.
right, I would just say that, you know, it could just be a field question in terms of how much light it is, but the color rendering, I think, should be between under 3,000, like 3,000 or 2,700.
And that's something that we can specify with this.
That fixture has, it's
this
just how they
fixture.
lamp it.
That's something you want to state or something we want to confirm.
I think we
At a
asked them
later
to
date.
keep the color rendering under 3,000.
Okay. Do you want to do so?
Just make sure I grab the right one this time. Let's see. Okay, having considered the standards set forth within the city code, including city design guidelines for rehabilitation, public design, and signs, I move to find the proposed storefront modifications and signage satisfy the BAR's criteria and guidelines and is compatible with this property and other properties in the downtown ADC district, with the one proviso that all light fixtures are of 3,000, have a 3,000 Kelvin color number that, or less, 3,000 to 2,700 CRI.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And you have all the information you need from us? Yeah, okay, great. Okay, good luck, thank you. All right, next we have a certificate of appropriateness application for 501 Park Street.
This is the Piedmont Hospice House, the Urban Morris House, and it's dated to 1904. It's been described as a handsome example of Victorian style with colonial detailing, a frequent combination in pre-World War I Charlottesville. The applicant is requesting the landscape to do landscaping within that pedestrian, within that sidewalk, circular sidewalk there in the front yard. The applicant wants this space to be a memorial garden featuring assorted plants, 2 benches, mulch beds, and the intent is of providing an enhanced pedestrian experience. And the applicant is submitting this as part of their Eagle Scout project. I spent some time with the young man, and we had a good conversation, and we recommend approval, and I also suggested you all give him an opportunity to present, and I think that'd be a good part of this process. And I hope the information that he submitted is helpful, and I know he's certainly willing to answer any questions.
Okay, and the applicant's here?
I'm Griffin Cottrell, and I'm looking forward to this project here. It's as my Eagle project, as you can see, and I'm here to answer any questions that you guys might have.
Okay, do you want to tell us any background on?
Yeah, so as you can see in the picture, it's the oval. It's this existing sidewalk right now. I plan to do, as you can see in a couple of the drawings, it's a 4-foot on the inside, and place 2 benches as well as 2 stone benches, and mulch it and have some plantings inside of it, and just as a memorial garden for the hospice house.
Okay. Guess we can start with questions from the public, and then questions from the board. Can you tell us about the plantings?
Yeah, I have a list. Let me grab it right here. There we go. A couple of hydrangeas on the corners, just kind of as like centerpieces, because they'll be open to the doorway. So those will kind of be the like gateway through it. And then all these plantings, I've made sure they won't spread, will stay where they are, and they're low cut too, so they won't grow up over the front, and you'll be able to have a clear view to the front of the house as well. The fountain grass, I know some grasses are questionable because they spread, but fountain grass will stay put, and it's not invasive species at all.
Okay. Great. Any other questions from the board? All right. Then we go on to comments from the public. Okay, comments from the board?
I have Breck's comments.
Okay.
If it's of any help, Breck is our landscape architect. So he says the plan would be vastly better if the plants were moved to the outside of the oval and the interior maintained as is. It's not a big shape as is, and it's the one gathering area that keeps the open view to the historic home. Everything about the plan works better if moved to the outside, the benches, the planting, and it stays in scale with the home. And he's happy to work with you guys on the planting. I'm not sure he received, it's only some of us got by email, your planting plan. But yeah, if anything does come up, he's happy to work with you guys on that. Okay, that's Breck.
And he works downtown, really close to the project site.
Okay.
Okay, other comments? I think that's a great suggestion from Breck.
I agree.
Okay. And would you be open to,
Yeah, I'd be open to that suggestion, definitely.
all right,
So planting without the circle on the outside, in other words, and Breck will work with the applicant?
Mhm.
Sounds good.
One more question. Do you guys have any sort of a maintenance plan?
Yes, I plan to take care of it. I'll be here for an extended amount of time, so I'll be in the area, so it will be my project to maintain and keep up.
Okay.
So I would say that I'd be happy to approve it as is. I think I understand Breck's comments about on the outside, and I think that has merits, but I think that having the plantings on the inside as proposed has a lot of merit as well, as far as, you know, kind of getting off the concrete and getting in the grass and have plantings all around. A little bit more removed from the hardscape, kind of a softer environment. I can totally understand the benefit of the way that you proposed it. So I respect Breck's comments, but also think that the way you've proposed it is very successful as well.
Okay. Yeah, for what it's worth, I agree. I mean, I think it seems like there was some intent to have an intimate space in the middle. At least that was part of the last application I received for this.
Yes,
So
sir.
I agree with that. But
Is
if
it
it's
great
just two of us, then it's
gathering space? Like there's caroling group from the neighborhood that goes and trick or treats also, and this kind of happens often in that circle. But
I'd agree with your comments. Yeah, it may be nice on the outside. I feel like Breck, he's a very good landscape architect, and regardless, it'd be worth having him look at it for free because he costs a lot otherwise. But with that said, I think that what you've done here, you mentioned the planting staying low, not getting in the way of the
Yes,
house.
sir.
I think that's really important here.
Yes, sir.
And I think it maintains a nice area, gathering space in the middle that's not being lost. It's not taking up the whole circle. It's still a good space there. So I would go along with approving as is too.
okay.
Melanie, a question, because you know how it's used. Do you think the space as proposed is still big enough for those functions that it serves, if the plantings are on the inside?
I think it probably have to spill to the outside. Over the years, the group that comes to do those things has kind of grown. But that might have to happen regardless of whether they're on the inside or outside.
If this helps, and when I was talking to Griffin about it, there are the benches that are associated with this, that this is intended to be a pensive place, and that thus the enclosure with the benches on the inside. And I believe there's some memorial plaques that might be placed inside. So sort of, an opportunity to work with Breck, who would pass that up, but I think the idea of this being an enclosure, a private space, is part of what his design is intended to do.
What about if we approved as submitted or as suggested by Breck, and then these guys could work it out?
I think that's good. These comments are good, and I very much appreciate the application as submitted, and, you know, also see Breck's point of view. I'm in support of both approaches.
Okay.
I can make a motion. Having considered the standards set forth within the city code, including city design guidelines for site design elements, I move to find that the proposed landscape plan satisfies the BA's criteria and is compatible with this property and other properties in the North Downtown ADC District, and that the BAR approves the application as submitted, with the recommendation that if you'd like to speak to the landscape architect of the board, Breck Gastinger, am I saying anything right? For further recommendations, that is encouraged.
Yes, sir.
And his email address is on our BAR website.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah.
I'll second. Better catch him.
Yeah.
And I second the motion.
Okay. All in favor? Aye. And none opposed? Okay. good
Thanks
luck.
for,
Great job.
thanks for
Good
sharing
luck.
it with us.
Thank you very much.
All right. Next up, we have a certificate of appropriateness application for 105 3rd Street Northeast.
Yeah, Breck's boys are bouncing off the walls about this big trip. So, 105 3rd Street Northeast, this is a property located within the downtown ADC district. The structure dates to the early 1900s when it became a barber shop. The property does show in the late 1800s Sanborn maps as a shed on the site. It's a one-story brick building with stained glass window transom and classical revival cornices across the facade. I believe there was, I guess, discussion some years ago about the barber pole that was there. This is a property that's associated with the Paramount Theater and their stage left organization. They're looking to use this as a community space that they can lease out, also use it during performances at the Paramount. And so it's not intended to be a restaurant, it's intended to be a space that they can utilize when the interior space is being used, and otherwise it goes away. The proposed railing and the furniture are all consistent with other locations on the mall. As I said, this outdoor cafe area is intended to be used only on the occasions when the space is in use. Staff recommends approving it and with the conditions that I've added to the staff report.
Is the applicant here? The applicant's not here. Apparently.
We are way ahead. What we could do is hold that and circle back to it when they get here, see if who is here, and then go to that application.
Yep, we do that.
I'm sorry.
So next would be New Dominion Bookshop. Is anybody here from the New Dominion Bookshop? Nope. Let's see.
801 East High.
801 East High.
Okay, we've got a winner.
Ta-da!
You get to go home early.
So, yep.
This is 801 East High Street. This is the Core Knowledge, not Core Knowledge building, but Core Knowledge organization uses the space. This is the Fishburne House originally. It was built in 1872. It is an individually protected property. The applicant is requesting, and if you look at this photograph, you'll see the gable end facing us, so it's that original portion of the house has a slate roof on it. They wish to remove the slate and replace it with initially a painted standing seam metal roof, and you can see the wing to the side does have a standing seam metal roof on it. They would match that color. It's a new roof, would be 26 gauge pre-finished material. The reason they are asking for this is that the slates have become to loosen, the extent to which would probably take evaluating the entire roof, removing everything and replacing it. So this is the alternative they've requested. Staff did suggest to them that they consider maybe a faux slate roof, and so I'll let them address that. We have, or the BAR, we have a couple of instances where in the past we have allowed the replacement of slate with a standing seam metal roof, and I'll leave it at that.
Okay. And
Okay. So I'm Linda Bevilacqua. I'm the president of the Core Knowledge Foundation. This is the person who really knows everything that's going on, Samantha Hanna, my assistant. As was stated, our motivation for seeking replacement is literally the slate is a danger and it's a hazard at this point. It's falling off into essentially parking space areas where people walk, not just folks from our building, but the general public would be walking as well. We would prefer to use the metal replacement for two reasons. One, it is in keeping with the rest of the roof, but honestly, it's less expensive than using the replacement slate, which we've taken a look at. We are a nonprofit, and so the cost involved is a concern to us.
Okay, we'll start with questions from the public. All right, questions from the board?
Yeah, I just have a standing seam question, but I haven't really looked closely enough at the building. Does it have a combed ridge or a vented ridge?
I have images of the roofs if you need them.
Is it a vented attic?
What does vented mean?
It looks like it's
Ventilation
occupied.
holes?
Yeah, I guess is
Hard
there,
to tell. It looks like there's a ridge vent on it, a cap.
I feel like there's a vent
there's a
up
cap.
there, right at the,
I think there's a cap on the, so I just, and it'd be nice if it wasn't, but since you already got one on the other roof, it'd be sort of nutty not to keep on going.
Oh, the metal roof has a,
Yeah, it looks like it has a ridge cap. I think. That doesn't, but that one looks like it's got kind of a shallow one. Yeah. And right here. I mean, because if it's a vented attic, it doesn't need to have a vented ridge. Well, that one doesn't, because that's the slate, right?
Yeah.
But that one looks like it's got a dark line, unless that's just a.
Well, Jeff, you said
optical illusion.
the metal roof was replaced in the 90s, early 2000s?
There's been a series of, Mary Joy approved, porch.
Well, the porch
Right.
was new in 2010-ish.
yeah, the porch is the newest. I've worked at the foundation for 20 years. The porch we did several years ago because of damage to the door and the doorstep. I don't think in the time that I've been there, it may have been when the foundation first purchased the building, which would go back 20-some years, that the metal roof would have been placed on that other part. And so when you're talking about the attic too, I'm thinking literally where the peak is literally the attic, with that little window that's
Right.
up there. The next row of windows are all our second floor.
My point was that the metal roof is a modern metal roof.
Right, so I don't think you can comb it, I don't think, because it's painted, right?
Right, but I guess, I mean, the ridge, you're probably seeing a ridge cap that, I mean, it's a, however they formed
This
it.
is the system.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I just wondered.
ours was pre-finished and they hand crimped it. Yeah. For what it's worth.
What's that?
A pre-finished roof can be hand crimped.
Crimped at the top, yeah.
Yeah.
I think our guidelines say it should be.
Yes, it does. Just for everybody who is paying attention, it says if a pre-painted sanding seam metal roof material is permitted, commercial-looking ridge caps or ridge vents are not appropriate on residential structures. It says the width of the pan and the seam height should be consistent. It says with the original, but I would interpret that in this case to be consistent with the remainder of the building. And ideally, the seams would be hand crimped.
Mary Joy used, the few times that since I've been on the board that we've approved a metal roof replacement, we would always end up seeing the details for the seams and the ridge at some point, whether by email or the meeting.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful.
Because the hand part's just the ridge, you don't have to hand crimp the long runs. but you do wanna hand crimp the ridge, comb it over.
Yeah, just be careful with whoever's installing it to talk to them about making sure it's well ventilated, either, if it's not through the ridge, that the attic is getting ventilation somehow. It looks like it has a vent all the way up at the peak.
Mm-hmm. That's why I'm saying that definitely is ventilation up there.
You just, if you don't ventilate it properly, then you may have issues down the road.
Okay,
Rot.
that's not good.
Are we on comments, or I guess we're on comments?
I think so, yep.
I mean, my one concern is that I feel like so my memory of when we last approved a metal replacing a slate roof, it was, I thought it was because the roof could no longer bear the weight of the slate. I thought
That
that was
was the
part of it.
case on Park Street, right next to the Baptist church
That's
on the
what I-
right. I don't remember the house number, but.
So, okay, so I did remember that correctly. So, and we have approved the, synthetic slate, recently on, a house on Gordon, I think. We've got the one guideline that says we're replacing a roof, match original materials as closely as possible. And it just seems, I know it is a funny example because it's already half metal. Although I think, that metal portion has always been metal. It was added on sometime after the original house was built. So it's a quirk that's been built into this house historically, and I'm not sure. I don't, this is tricky for me because our guidelines seem to say don't do this, but it is you guys are a nonprofit.
I'm also going to say, for what it's worth, I love this house. I was the person that went and applied for the historic status for the house a number of years ago. It has come back to bite me in numerous ways, and we'll just leave it at that.
But at the last meeting, we were reviewing a property being built pretty much all around it, and only because, you went to the trouble to do the IPP application, did it get hardly any review at all, just being part of the conservation district would have.
Yeah, well, I wish that other thing wasn't going, but that's a whole nother issue.
Yeah, right.
Seriously.
Which is another reason why we're like pursuing the replacement of the roof with all of that happening.
Yeah, I'm frankly concerned that once they start the demolition with the vibration and everything else, that this is gonna go from, potential danger to really dangerous.
I mean, having looked at this roof, I mean, maybe we need the NDS drone to take a look up there, but what struck me about, and I hadn't thought about it being older than it is, but it doesn't have that sort of, that.
Ridge cap on it.
Right, that you see. I just want to make sure in the discussions of sort of possibly pursuing, hand crimped and all that, that does alter what the roofing contractor may or may not be able to do with a pre-finished roof. And so I just want to make sure and maybe that you understand what the
Yeah, well, you can
distinction.
tell I don't understand
Okay.
what's going on here,
So just so we, you all can illustrate it maybe better, but that if the intent is a hand crimped roof, something more, traditional.
That would just be at the
does
ridge.
change.
That's
Okay.
just at the ridge, not going up the seams.
And I think we've gotten pre-finished ones before that have
they
met our
crimp.
guidelines.
Can be treated that way.
Yeah, and,
It does sound, I know what you're saying.
can't
though.
they be hand crimped all the way up,
Yeah,
the
okay.
pre-finished? Yeah,
Which would make it a little softer,
yeah, not so.
right?
I mean, the big thing is just that the ridge cap isn't a big
Right.
monster, but instead looks just.
Which means you
more
don't have
like
a ridge
traditional.
cap.
Well, yeah, that's probably true.
So, I guess the real question is, how do we feel about standing seam versus slate versus fake slate?
I mean, I personally feel that slate would be the best use, but I know, I can't find it in our guidelines. I think there was something that particularly addressed the fact that it could be replaced with standing seam metal, and that's how we approved that other one. And because this is, already has standing seam metal on it, I think I could support it based on that.
It's not inappropriate.
No.
It's just, the slate's nicer, that's all.
I mean,
Yeah.
ideally, it would be replaced with
I'm
light,
with ya.
but, but it's cost prohibitive, and with the nearly as much cost for the faux, the metal seems entirely appropriate, for this.
Well, when we make this motion, can we say that it's because there's already half the roof is already metal?
Yeah.
Because it's gonna come back at some point that someone's gonna have a slate house that they wanna put a metal roof on, and that one's gonna feel inappropriate for some reason, and, yeah, I don't wanna,
I think that's a great idea. And, when we do any motion that may be coming, the pan width is the, width of space that goes between each one of the parts that stick up. Cause it's basically a piece of metal.
Say that again.
So, you know
Distance
how
between the
there's,
ribs.
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
the distance between the ribs, and then the seam height is how much the rib sticks up from
Yep.
the flatness of the roof. And then hand crimped is obvious,
Hands.
Thank you.
yeah.
Look at that.
Only they don't have writing on them.
Yeah.
They don't have writing on it. Yes, signs are- and then these are.
Put together and.
I'm afraid to ask
Okay.
about that house.
Is there somewhere that, there's that information posted for me to give to the roofer so they know how to do the roof?
Yeah, so we don't take back a piece of paper and we go, this is sort of what they said.
Well, they would know what hand crimped is,
Okay.
and
Yeah.
no ridge cap.
And no ridge cap.
We'll put it as part of the motion so
Yeah.
that
Okay.
you can show them that,
Well,
yeah.
is that, is the metal part here somewhere?
Yeah, it is. Well, it's in the, that part is in the staff report, wherever that,
Well,
You have that little piece.
say hand crimped anywhere on there. It just says, commercial,
Yeah, I
all
mean,
it says is
generally, I
commercial
think
looking
just
ridge
around
caps or
16
ridge vents
inches
are not
is
appropriate on
I
residential
don't think
structures.
supposed to get up to 2 feet, but
and
I
keep
don't
going with
recall.
Uh,
But yeah, you start getting up.
original
around 2
roof
feet,
pitch and
it's-
configuration should be
Yeah,
maintained.
yeah, which looks
What's the
like
one
it's
before?
16.
That's fine, oh, no, it does say, it says, okay, when replacing standing seam metal roof, the width of the pan and seam height should be consistent with the original. Ideally, the seams would be hand crimped.
I mean, I would feel comfortable conditioning my approval since, we're going from slate to metal anyway.
Match the pan of what's there.
Mm-hmm, match the pan and the seam height of the existing roof.
Standing seam roof, yeah.
And hand crimp it, all of it, or just,
Yeah,
I mean, just so the applicant understands though, hand crimped might not be the same cost as what you've gotten an estimate
I
on.
was sort of picking up
Right,
on.
sure.
So I'm probably gonna be in trouble with my board, but you know, what am I gonna do?
It shouldn't be a big
Better than
difference.
slate.
There you go.
or fake slate.
Or fixed.
or fixed slate.
Alrighty, got that.
You're the winner. Again tonight.
Sorry. Okay, I'll go for it. Oh, wait. Oh, it's on the back of that, I'm sorry. Okay, having considered the standards set forth in city code, including city design guidelines for rehabilitation, I move to find the proposed roof replacement changes satisfy the BRS criteria and are compatible with this individually protected property. And the BAR approves the application as submitted with the condition that the seams for the roof be hand crimped and that, the ridge cap, they're not, well, they have a hand crimped, ridge.
There is no ridge cap, yes.
The width of the pan should match the, and the color of the roof should match
Right.
the existing metal on the building.
And it's a really nice old house, too.
It is, I told you, I love that little house.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye. So if, that may not be enough information, it might, since this is not your core of knowledge, no pun intended.
Pun intended.
Then feel free, you can, have the builder roofing guy reach out to BAR@charlottesville.org or to Jeff's office or whatever, cause we wanna help and don't want it to turn out not being what we were all thinking
Okay,
retroactively.
we will do that. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks.
Thank you.
That's good.
okay.
Samantha and I have been talking roofs for most of the last couple months, so,
So we're running a bit ahead, which is great news. But do we have the applicant here for 105 3rd Street Northeast? Oh, great. All right. You're next. All right. So we actually got the staff report earlier. We started and then we realized, oh, they're not here yet. And we're way ahead. So if you guys would like to, you can add to the staff report you didn't hear. And, but you can introduce yourself, tell us about the project, or you can choose to skip it and just stay where you are. Oh, sure. Let him finish his cookie, then he can give you a summary.
I'll just read quickly. 105 3rd Street Northeast is a contributing structure, contributing property within the downtown ADC district. It's a single story brick building that in the early 1900s became a barber shop. The request is for the addition of an outdoor cafe space to be used by the Paramount's organization Stage Left. The cafe space is intended to increase visibility or the viability of leasing this space, increase the visibility of Stage Left's presence within the community. The intended use of the space is when there are functions within the building, possibly linked with performances at the Paramount. This is not intended to be a restaurant. It's a space that's to be used with the building, and when that space is not being leased, I assume this material will move, the railing and the furniture move inside. And we found that the what was proposed is consistent with what it is, has been approved at other outdoor cafe areas on the mall, and staff recommends approval. And we had, with the condition that I had added to the staff report for you to consider.
Okay. Would you guys like to add anything to the report?
Yeah, no, because we just, no, we don't have anything to add to it. Spot on, thank you.
Okay. Start with questions from the public and questions from the board.
I have a question. Just to clarify, it was stated in the report that the rail and the furniture will be removed from the premises when it's not in use. Is that correct?
It certainly can be. We have the alley right around the side there, so it's like the alley right next to it. Not any storage space in there, so we have to be in our alley that's behind the gate already, so that's certainly.
Okay. I'll address that in comments, but thank you for answering that question.
Okay.
I was gonna say, I mean, that part was the fact that this wasn't becoming a restaurant, this wasn't becoming an everyday use, to simply have things sitting out there. The hope was that it was going to be taken off the ball space.
Right. Thank you.
Do you, can you join us?
Yes.
Yeah, you're all good.
Matthew Simon, I'm the Director of Operations and Programming at the Paramount. I've been there for 13 years. And that's thunder. It's really dumping outside right now. We just acquired this space and we're looking to use it more and more often, so I'm happy to take things away, but as it becomes more and more, as we use it more and more, I guess just my question would be, what's the leniency on, like, if it, do I have to take it away every day? Like if I've got something Monday, Tuesday, and then not Wednesday, but then I've got something on Thursday, like just what would that rule be, I guess is my question.
Right, or is it more seasonal, or?
We can address that in comments. Right?
Yep, we could do that.
Okay.
And then one similar question is, do you need the rail for ABC reasons, even if you're not selling alcohol, or is that why you're including the rail is for ABC?
Yes, exactly. From what I understand, that you need that rail out there for ABC purposes.
Oh, because you probably would have sold it inside, even if they're...
Sell it inside, or even for not selling it, catered events and things of that nature, which is primarily what the space is going to be used for. Those kind of events and meetings.
And so just to clarify, at this time, there are no changes proposed to the storefront or anything we see here, just
Not at all. It's
adding,
just
adding
the
front.
railing.
Mhm.
And it's actually such a small space, there's probably not even a table out there, really, to be honest with you. It's just more of like a seasonal outdoor, kind of just creating more space for us.
Thanks.
Okay, comments from the public? And comments from the board?
Well, I'll start by saying that I think that the proposal is completely suitable and appropriate. And I would say that that's one of the reasons I want to clarify. I would say that I would be in support of the rail being there all the time if the applicant desired. I understand your sensitivity to that, but I think that, and especially if it's got tables and chairs, whether you want to leave them out there or not, it becomes communal seating when it's not in use, which is a nice benefit to the public. And so I think that if that makes it more flexible and usable for you, and you'll have your name on it, and people, when it's not being used, might say, hey, let's meet, stage left or left stage. What is it? Sorry,
Stage left, yeah. It's literally stage left of the
Right,
theater.
exactly.
So,
Right,
yeah.
great. Yeah, so I think I understand how that could benefit you and the public as well. So
Yeah, that's the
my
idea.
comment is that I'd be in support of approving this for use permanently,
Thanks.
if so desired.
So how do you make sure the chairs stay put?
Well, that was my next question, yeah. If they're just out there, you could find them littered from one end of the mall to the other.
Sure.
After a weekend.
Right.
I mean, no different than Rapture across
Yeah,
the street,
exactly.
or Zopo
Yeah.
next to us.
Exactly.
I would, there's nothing wrong with the sketched up rail per se, but in a small space, that's gonna look, I would think, fairly busy. I know the city doesn't let you do something like
Correct.
chains or whatever, so
Mhm.
little kids don't pull them down and pull their fingers off. But, I think you could do probably something more similar. You don't have to have the vertical pieces, just if there's any way to simplify it.
Mm-hmm.
In a larger space, I don't think that would be as.
Are you talking about the rail itself or furniture inside?
The rail itself.
Yeah, this image,
Yep.
so all of the little verticals, like you might be able to get away with just the horizontals.
I mean, you can go up and down the downtown mall, and some people have.
Well, that's actually what we
Yeah.
did. We were looking at a Splendor. There's an artisan that does that. I think that was mentioned maybe in the report too, kind of modeling it after that, just because we do want it to be recognized as Paramount space, maybe adding some sort of like, not by any means making it look like the marquee or the blade sign or anything like that, but just kind of those same geometric shapes.
To me, that's more kind of a question of expression, the way those are, so I think if that's kind of where that metal artist wants to roll, that's fine.
Yeah, that's,
Yeah.
I don't really feel like that's something I think we would necessarily stipulate.
she did tell us the simpler it would be, the cheaper it'd be, so.
Of course.
As a nonprofit, we're leaning
Yeah.
in that direction.
Melanie had that in mind.
Yeah. And you don't, a lot of times these kind of fences have the vertical so people can't put their heads through, but since you're on a flat surface to a flat surface, it's not a issue, right?
Yeah, you don't need a
Yeah.
4-inch on center. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it was gonna fall.
Yeah. Anyway, I think this is perfectly appropriate, whatever artisan I'm sure would do whatever perfectly appropriate. But if it changes from what we have submitted, then we probably should, get a digital copy of, a drawing or something, right? Just for the record and to be consistent.
I'd be happy to share that.
I'll propose a motion. Having considered the standards set forth within the city code, including city design guidelines for cafes, I move to find that the proposed cafe addition satisfies the BAR's that's the wrong, am I on the wrong? That's it. BA's criteria, and is compatible with this property and other properties in the downtown ADC district, and the BAR approves the application as submitted, with the understanding that if the design of the rail changes, that you will submit that to us administratively. Right. So,
And to clarify, we are not requiring you guys to move it.
yeah.
It's kind of at your discretion.
But just to be sweet to everyone, once you're done for the season,
Oh,
get
yeah.
put up. Or if it turns out you're not using it as much as you thought.
Sure. Like I said, the alley's right
Yeah.
around the corner.
Yeah.
I'm happy to do that, probably just to keep it clean and safe.
Mm-hmm.
And any kind of clean chaining of chairs that might end up necessitating itself minimal is better.
Right on.
Yeah.
Understood. Understood.
Do Did we second?
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Thanks.
All set? Thanks. Okay, do we have 404 East Main Street here yet? Okay. Do we have 1501 Gordon Avenue? Nope. All right, what about 513 Rugby Road? Is not here. He's not coming. Oh, well, maybe the dad you said would come. I think 513 Rugby Road is here.
Yeah. I mean, if 1501 isn't coming, I mean, we may as well just move that to the end anyways.
Yeah,
Get everyone else out of here.
yeah. Yep.
And, I'm glad what you all said about the railings. I mean, there are some interesting things. You go to Splendora, it's really kind of a neat, I mean, I don't know, personally, I think that sort of design worked into the mall, it adds an interesting
It does.
character to it, so it's a.
Area for some expression.
Yeah, and then you look down at some things, you're like, looks like, some guy in metal shop at the high school put it together. So I welcome the opportunity to see something interesting and different. This is 513 Rugby Road. This is a fraternity house. It's a Georgian Revival style house built in 1915. It was designed by Eugene Bradbury. It's a contributing structure in the Rugby Road, University Circle, Venable Neighborhood ADC district. And when you look at the drawings, there's an awful lot going on this project. Most of it is maintenance and repair, rehabilitation, which it does not require a certificate of appropriateness. So we're focusing primarily on the things that do require a COA. First and foremost is a request to consider replacement of all the existing windows, and while not saying all windows, the intent is to replace those that are in poor condition. There is, on the front entry, which is on the Rugby Road side, and the rear entry, replace those doors, replace the entry lights on either side, some work at the front porch area. And then the other large feature of this is that there's a column porch like this on the south side, and on each one they're going to do an enclosure, but within the columns themselves, so not sort of altering what you see, but building something within it. I shared with you all earlier the drawings. It asked for a detail of how they were going to construct the wall, the wall panels, what were the windows in there. So like I said, most of it is ordinary maintenance and repair, exempt from requiring a COA. Therefore, for the work specifically stated, the work that is maintenance repair is specifically stated in the drawings. But in the context of the entirety of this project, BAR is encouraged to ask any questions or offer comments about all of the work. So again, like while I say doesn't require a COA, if there are comments about what's being proposed, we certainly can talk about those things. I recommended to the applicant that they provide information about the condition of the existing windows, which I've shared with you. I don't believe I have anything on the exterior light fixtures yet. I'll let them address that. Again, the wall section on how they're enclosing the porches you have. The intent is to replace the doors, I believe, with something to match the existing. And then there's a replacement of mechanical room door on would be the west side down at the bottom. It's probably something we can address with a cut sheet. And I don't believe there's a plan to change the exterior color, but certainly if there is, we could coordinate with them, and that could be approved by staff. So, any questions?
Okay. An applicant is here.
My name is Bruce Wardell. I'm the architect for Pi Kappa Alpha fraternity. And I want to thank you for the live streaming, because that's the only reason I knew you were an hour ahead of time. So I came running over, so I saw where you were in the agenda. You all did you all receive these, the 5 or 6 sheets? So you have these?
Yes.
Okay, all right. As mentioned in the staff report, the majority of the work on this building is going to involve repair of cornices, repointing. I think the front door replacement will match the existing door. We are encouraging, although have not yet successfully succeeded, in having the applicant apply for historic tax credit. So we're actually doing the work to a standard that would qualify for historic tax credits on the exterior of the project. We're wrestling with a couple of interior issues that we're trying to get them to be willing to go that direction. So all of our work is intended to be done in that standard. So that sort of boils down to the two major issues are the windows and these enclosed porches. We heard from the owner the process they went through for those kind of aluminum railings, which they did get approved, but probably by the skin of their teeth. But the point that we're planning on is that the addition of the double hung windows and the paneling that on each of those porches will be done according to the Secretary of the Interior standards, where we do the partition inside so that it can be removed without damaging any of the existing historic fabric of the building. It will the benefit is that it will provide some additional interior living space, and it will drastically improve the relationship between this building and the sorority next door by keeping people inside instead of being out on the porch. And we have met with the neighborhood association and discussed the nature of these changes. And in your packet that you received today are some details of the way we intend to do that partition, sort of sitting inside of the columns. And as we get to the windows, I'll have to admit that we are still in kind of two camps. The owner has asked us to provide replacement windows, and so we've contacted a company that does historic replacement windows that exactly replicate the profiles and proportions and configuration of the windows, and that's what you see in the detailing for that is what you see on the second and the cut sheet's on the third page, but the second page is the kind of replacement window we are considering. The benefit of that is that we can do that replacement window with insulated glass and the original profile sections. The backup plan is a plan that was used at the faculty housing building kind of 2 doors down, where they restored the exterior frames and then put an interior storm on the inside of the frame. They have a kind of very tight interior storm on that, so that you had the existing profiles that are there. So we would, I think our request is the kind of most aggressive request, and that is to replace the window. If we can get approved for that, I can't imagine that you wouldn't approve the restoration of the existing windows if we had to fall back to that. Other than that, I think we have not picked a historic light fixture. We would be happy to do so if we could do that with a submission to staff and then run it by you all for a review. The only visible fixtures are at the front door in this from the street anyway. There are a couple of little service lights around the doors, around the perimeter of the building. There is anticipated to be no change in this application, no change in the site work at all. That, as you'll see in a later preliminary discussion that we have with Zero Rugby, there will be some related site work when that project gets done. But for this project, we're focusing specifically on the renovation of the existing building itself. So that's the scope of what we have, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, start with questions from the public. All right, questions from the board?
For the window replacements that you're proposing.
Yes.
Is it just the sashes, or is it the frame and the casing? Is everything going? Or?
Right now, the plan is, again, in the most aggressive approach would be the replacement you can see on the second sheet. The replacement would be the frame and the sashes, and that you can see some from the photographs that there's been some relatively significant damage to the brick mold and trim around the windows. Mm-hmm. And in an ideal world, we'd like to kind of pull all of that out and sort of replace it. We've got to get dollars and cents on that and have that be sort of affordable to the owner. So in that case, in that ideal case, we would pull it out, and that's why we showed you the sash with the kind of approximations of the two-piece brick mold that surrounds the actual window frame and sash.
Was this additional information sent via email?
Yeah. Yes.
So was it, so can we make sure it's added to the online archive in the application?
The middle window in the back, it looks like two double hungs stacked. Is that what's going on? I'm looking at the window report, the first page of photos on the far left middle.
Stair window?
Oh, yeah, this guy.
Yep. Oh, I've seen this one right?
There's a wide double hung above a kind of single and then double hung below it, right? And then there's a panel in between.
I don't think those are operational.
You want to come up and introduce yourself?
I'm David Timmerman. I work with BRW Architects. Sorry I'm late.
Oh, well,
Didn't expect.
we're early,
Yeah, that's
but all
that's
of
a
our times are
surprise.
approximate.
As far as that window is concerned, there's a metal grate screen, and it's right at a stair landing. So there's a sort of I don't think those windows have been used in years.
It's an interesting window. It's kind of an interesting feature of the back of the house. How would you plan to deal with that if you replaced?
Again, our plan, if replacement would be approved, number one from you all, and is within the budget, we would go through the specified window manufacturer Dynamic. They can basically match any historic profile, so we can get the exact dimensions and of the muntins and the sashes, as well as the brick mold that Bruce was referring to, and we would essentially match what's there, but do it in a insulated double pane.
So the notion of wholesale replacement with what essentially, it sounds to me, it's like, replacing in kind, basically. Now, has that concept been run by the tax credit folks?
My understanding is that in our experience, when you are doing that kind of replacement work, the matching is what they want. When you're doing something that is different, that's when they want the distinction. Like if we were doing an addition, they wouldn't want us to put in exactly those proportion and profile of windows so that you kind of read the historic difference. But when you're replacing a window, I think they're pretty strict about having the same profiles and proportions. Yeah.
Thanks.
Make sure, you know, when you start putting an insulated pane into a window, that's when you start getting those big fat buttons. And so, I don't know, that's my only concern is, I don't think you're gonna see a 7/8 inch bar, you know, splitting insulated glass. I don't know, but that'd be great if this manufacturer, in fact, I wanna go look them up now, but, that's the only concern when we talk about putting insulated panes into, new windows.
I think they're matching the profile, it's just that you just have more depth across the glass, but the actual width of the profile looks exactly the same. It's not 7/8, I mean, well, it depends on whether this one actually is 7/8, but
Yeah, we actually had a fortuitous visit from the manufacturer's representative just this week. And what that company specializes in is just this kind of thing. If you need a custom window, and typically your standard Marvin, insulated glass, standard off the shelf, you get the fat buttons. In this case, they can basically do whatever profile we ask them to do. It's a serious upcharge, but that's the beauty of the customization. They have the materials that can match this kind of look exactly.
So the existing is nearly an inch?
Yeah.
It's less than.
Okay, well, nearly.
It's really, technically, it's a half inch of wood strip with glazing that accounts for basically a quarter of an inch on it, or a little less than a quarter of an inch on either side.
Okay, other questions? All right, comments from the public? Any comments from the board?
Well, I have sort of a half question comment relative to what Mike was asking about that stair window, because in the elevation, the stair window looks like one solid sheet of window and doesn't have a check rail or anything in it, in that back there. So is that just an error?
Check.
In the drawings?
It kind of looks like a fixed
There's no
window.
check rail.
Oh, it doesn't show the double hung. Yeah, no, that should be corrected.
And that should be, it's a double hung below too with a single or
Yeah,
a
right,
double
yeah.
behind it, yeah.
Yeah. Good catch.
I think Mike caught it, but.
And then, this is just, do you happen to know, there's a huge grade change between the historic photograph and the, like how it got 4 feet shorter or whatever over time?
My thought is that, when they paved the road.
Oh, yeah, they brought it up.
Years of paving.
It's considerable.
So,
South Street is,
I have a
more than that. It's like
comment
8 feet or
question, so kind of betwixt and between. The, on the sides of the porch, you have a pretty generous light size, and it's a different proportion than the windows of the old house. On the front, those seem kind of occlusive to me, the twin double hungs, but
Yeah, that's an effort. The spacing on the left porch is different than the spacing on the right porch between the columns. And when you turn the corner,
It's another
the spacing
spacing.
is a different spacing. So,
Right.
so there's this kind of you try and hit somewhere in between the target. And I think we thought that the proportions of the front windows were probably the most satisfying of all of those. Because they kind of reinforce the kind of vertical space that they're in. We could try 3 windows on the side to sort of get closer, but that when we took a quick look at that, and it got really busy and really dense.
Right.
you know.
I was just wondering, since it's actually a new piece of the house, whether you
Yeah.
just try to come up with a different Mutton approach to that altogether. Just a thought.
Yeah, our thought was that the different proportions, and I think, are we doing dynamic on those, or are we proposing Marvin?
So our first go at this was thinking that we would basically just try to do all using historic profiling. So we do basically dynamic and try to match the inner buttons and sashes historic. We could go the opposite way
Well, I mean, I can still see keeping
in
the,
the mic.
keeping the profile, but just, I'm just wondering more about, I mean, what's kind of nice about a sun porch is that it's light and airy, and since this is actually a modern interpretation of a sun porch, that you can still use the same components, but maybe get it lighter and airier. Just, that's just a thought, it seems too dense to me on the front, that's all.
The one rule that we used all the way across, it's kind of set by that corner column. We're keeping all the columns, and we don't want to,
Right.
damage them or cut into them whatsoever. So you see the inside base of the bottom there at the column. That's kind of our reference point. That's where we have to start the enclosure. So that already starts us at a spacing of like 1.5 to 2 feet. And then, when you mirror that on the other side, that condenses reduces the width basically of the window.
Right.
But I agree with you. I think that, given those parameters, we could lighten it up, maybe lose.
I was just wondering if it just, instead of having panels up in the top that do start to band the whole thing in glass.
Right.
Just because I think that this front facade with having the mall in between the two windows and all that, it's going to feel kind of heavy, especially when the rest of it's super light.
So kind of more of a feeling of what's going on in the side elevations.
Yeah, that just feels sort of a little more modern to me.
Yeah.
And the other feels almost a little Victorian because it's so sort of tight.
Yeah, the tall, skinny.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. There's a bit of a contrast there.
I mean, it's a really lovely old house.
So in terms of closing in the porches, I looked in the guidelines, and I think the proposal meets the guidelines. It says that the original details and shape of porches should be retained, including the outline, roof height, and roof pitch, which is happening here, and do not strip entrances or porches of historic material and details, which is what the applicant is planning to do. And it doesn't say it here, but in additions, it talks about if you do something, make it so that you could undo it later, and that's what is proposed. So I don't think that's an issue. For windows, the guidelines say that they're one of the major character defining features on buildings. And prior to any repair or replacement of windows, a survey of existing window conditions is recommended. Note the number of windows, whether each window is original or replaced, the material, type, hardware, and finish, condition of the frame, sash, sill, putty, and panes. So we didn't quite get that, but we did get the best survey that we've gotten in a number of months. So I commend the applicant for that. So other guidelines I think that are pertinent are retain original windows when possible, repair original windows by patching, splicing, consolidate, or otherwise reinforcing. Wood appears to be in bad condition because of peeling paint or separated joints can often be repaired. Replace historic components of a window that are beyond repair with matching components, and replace entire windows only when they're missing or beyond repair. Oh, one more. If a window on the primary facade of a building must be replaced, then an existing window of the same style, material, size is identified on a secondary elevation. Place a historic window in the window opening on the primary facade. All that to say, I think your kind of plan B would be better, even though you can see in the survey that these, I didn't print out, but that there's definitely some damage. I don't think it kind of meets the criteria for me. I'm sure others have different opinions on that, of not being able to be repaired. And I almost wonder if it'd be cheaper to,
I'm sure
compared to what you're proposing.
Yeah. I'm sure it would be less expensive to repair and refurbish. The owner has asked us to try and replace.
Okay.
So that's, yeah.
Remember what we did do in that one sorority was they basically
Main
refurbished,
facade.
replaced, moved windows around all in the front facade, and we allowed them to replace the side and the rear.
That's right. That's right.
Did they ultimately did do a full survey though, or someone went out there?
No,
and-
she didn't really.
No? Okay.
she misunderstood what we were asking for, and so then we didn't require it when she brought back a incomplete survey.
Okay.
But, I would say, I later have seen her, and her main concern about not repairing them was just that they're all painted shut and they weren't really working, and she was worried about the girls not being able to jump out if the place caught on fire. But once they were repaired, she no longer, I guess it didn't occur to her that it could be
Fixed.
really fixed.
Yeah.
Like, it just I think it had sounded like a kind of fix.
Like by repair, she thought,
Yeah.
repaint them maybe.
Yeah.
But actually repairing them,
Like
they were
really
operable.
repairing.
Yeah, I think in terms of if we do repair them, we would take the sashes out.
Yeah.
We would sort of dip them and strip them. It's a little more dodgy in terms of how we deal with the trim and the brick mold. That will kind of be a window by window decision if we're doing repairing but if we ever replace, we will take combs and do the exact profiles that are there, so.
Okay. Other comments?
Well, just generally, I think the solution for the additions on the porches is really elegant, good, inboard of columns. I think Tim's suggestion of maybe those windows being more open actually is a good one. And then, as far as the windows, we could use that other place as a model for sort of prioritizing the main front facade with repairing historic, and then, perhaps the other three sides are replaced, or maybe you can get three sides out of repairing and they get replaced on the back. I don't know, but then, that's definitely preferable, but when it comes to the replacement, wholesale replacement, I think this application is unique in that I can't recall an application for replacement windows where the proposal has been to replicate them entirely. And at that point, to me, starts to feel more like replacement in kind and maintenance, like the rest of the work that's happening. And so I don't know that I'm necessarily against that option, just for what that's worth.
I could agree with that. If they were gonna go that route, I think I'd rather see just the sashes replaced, because then you're getting the energy savings. You can achieve a nice tightness, but you're not having to mess with all the old trim, which in my experience isn't typically that bad for houses this age. They were using a nice solid wood, and it tends to hold up other than just peeling paint. But it's pretty clear that a lot of the windows have just been smashed through at some point, and it's a lot of replaced glass. So they're in pretty bad shape.
Yeah, this building is used well.
Well
used.
Or not loved.
And, which is another reason that the sort of replacement in kind for the windows, doesn't bother me as much, thinking of the long-term preservation of the place and how.
As a matter of interest, although it's not part of the exterior of the building, the configuration of the interior is going to be changed into basically separate units, and they're going to take away the main party space. There still will be a chapter room, and there still will be a kind of rec room, but there will be half of the basement. One half of the basement will be a unit, and then on the main floor, there'll be a unit on either side with the main hallway and stairway. So they're making an effort to actually change the kind of culture and social organization of the house with an idea. They've done this at the University of Miami, and they've done it at West Virginia University. And so this is the third one that they're trying. It's been successful in the other schools.
I'll just continue along with comments, say that I agree with most of what's been said. I think that the proposal as stands is very sensitive to the guidelines. I'm very encouraged that you're going for the tax credits, because I know that's a rigorous process that involves a lot of work that you're not even outlining in this description. So I'm very encouraged by that. I think that, you know, back on the windows, I think feel very similar to others in the sense that you have provided sufficient evidence to see the damage to the existing windows, and so we understand the situation you're in, that replacement could be quite beneficial. The fact that you'd be doing it in kind is very encouraging, and I think compatible with the guidelines in the sense that if they can't be replaced, then replace in kind. That's exactly what you're proposing. So I find that to be compatible with the guidelines. As far as of course, just like everyone else, I prefer to keep the old, but I know you do as well. But having considered that, I would say that I would be in support of replacing them in like kind. I think that the proportions in the windows, the enclosed the porch, that you're doing that in sensitive manner. I actually like the thin proportion of the windows as proposed. I think it's an elegant solution that, like you say, kind of emphasizes the verticality in a way that I think is quite nice. And then loosens up on the side, which is fine, because you're usually seeing that obliquely, and it narrows them up anyway, so they'll kind of match from that oblique perspective. So I think that that's a nice proposed solution the way it stands. And everything else I think you're proposing is quite sensitive to the guidelines, and I think is well done.
I mean, I'm going to agree with the, yeah, I mean, when you end up repairing these windows, I think you're going to be repairing muttons here and there, basically replacing little bits and pieces all over the place, so it almost becomes, if you do, I mean, at some point, some of these windows will be replaced in kind, just because so many parts are going to be removed. Although I agree also with the idea of keeping the casing and just replacing the sashes. I think that would be a little less, yeah. I have lost the ability to talk. I'm sorry. Yes, cheaper. There we go. The porch, I think, is, yeah, I think that's actually a great idea. I was a little worried looking at the smaller scale drawings that you might be creating some sort of little maintenance issue with how do you get around there and everything, but your detail you provided, it looks like it's, perfectly manageable to get through, to get a paintbrush back in there. So yeah, and I would leave to your discretion the windows in the front facade. I think Tim has a good point, but yeah, I'll leave that to you guys. That'd be great to see I mean, this is a fantastic project. It's going to be great to see it cleaned up.
In its essence.
In its essence, yeah.
Would there be any landscaping
It was once a gorgeous
improvements to come?
There will be, but I think it's going to be associated with the work at the same owner of the adjacent property at Zero.
Okay. That's better than some, but.
It's the picnic table takes the cake.
Having gone undergrad to West Virginia, it's very interesting that something innovative is going on up there with I think because I was right next to the Pike House and the Theta Chi House. I think they burned the Pike House down, so maybe that's why they're starting over. But I just want to. One thing when a motion's made, and I had made a note, and it didn't. I forgot to stress it, but. I have a big problem with pressure washing, and I know some of the graffiti and things, the intent is to clean these walls, so I really, if we can stress in that motion to again, do it right when we're dealing with masonry. Sorry, I don't want to have to tell people what to do when they know, but make sure we mention that. And I just want to compliment, when I talked to David, I think the end of last week, and sent him, hey, here's what I really need from you on the windows. It kind of, I could hear him kind of screaming through the email. So kudos to them for responding and providing this information we asked for. And what I get from a lot of folks when they buy old houses, that they're worried about the cost of roofing, they're worried about the cost of windows. And what I'm hearing tonight gives us some really good, an excellent opportunity to show folks that there are ways to do this. So I'm excited to see this. But I just want to compliment Dave and his crew for being so receptive to what we asked for.
Other comments?
I would just generally agree with what others have said. I commend you guys on going after the historic credits and, rehabilitating and restoring what you can. I think, as far as the windows are concerned specifically, it would obviously be great for you to consider repairing where you can and, you know, maybe shuffling things around. But I think we can get behind the replacement on this as in kind. And I noted in the proposal that we have a couple of things that we haven't talked about, namely the doors potentially being replaced. If they can't be repaired, I guess. So the rear, there's the mechanical room door, which looks terrible right now and definitely needs replaced. So I think that's fine. The rear door, I don't see a problem with. The front door, I would personally encourage trying to repair where we can, and if it's not possible, I think it should be circulated back. Some cut sheets for us to review.
I think if it will, go ahead, Dave, if we're gonna replace that.
I agree with you. I think the first charge is to try to keep it, and if there's any deviation, we'd be sure to submit whatever details are required.
Okay, great, thanks.
And then sounds like the other two would likely be replaced if we could get cut sheets.
Yeah, so in the rear, I think we're just ending up with one door, and
Okay.
then those other two are turning into windows. Yeah, and that, I'm pretty sure I don't know what circa that full light door is, but.
It's
we
not
haven't-
original.
No, it's not. We'll do something better than that.
Okay.
So looking at that detail, the windows, or the doors that are turning into windows, how do you plan to make that concrete not look like just a big ugly patch?
I think maybe the most sensitive way to do it would be to put a window in with paneling below, so there's an obvious, there was an
Show what
obvious
was there.
door there, and that way we're not trying to fill and patch anything, try to deceive the public from an architectural standpoint. What do you think?
Sense?
I think that strategy is probably most consistent with the standards for rehabilitation
Yeah.
as well.
Sounds
Because
like
you
it.
sort of mark the historic opening and sort of tell.
Not just trying to cover it up.
that the new is something different.
I think we're gonna need a motion. And probably voting against it on the technicality of the windows, but if ever there were gonna be windows that I would support replacing, it's in the way you're proposing and support the application otherwise completely. Anybody wanna?
What were the stipulations of cut sheets for any deviations from this plan? Is that right? Kind of generally enough?
Sure. Yeah, I think.
Oh, were you going for it?
Well, no, you can go for it, but I think we've been talking about a couple of things, and maybe we should make sure that we got everything.
Yeah, right.
So there is the back stair window to make sure that stays as a double hung. These back doors turning into windows, that they be panelized below the window. If you're gonna move, that we approve the window replacement, that they keep the frames in the casing and repair those. The lights would come back for review, and
Go for it.
let me go. All right. Sorry. Now I'm going to forget the other parts, but okay. Having considered the standards set forth in the city code, including city design guidelines for rehabilitations and new construction additions, I move to find the proposed renovations and porch enclosure satisfy the BR's criteria and guidelines as compatible with this property and other properties in the Rugby Road University Circle Venable Neighborhood ADC District, and that the BAR approves the application as submitted, with the stipulations that for the windows to be replaced, that you keep the frames in the casing and repair those in place, that the doors that are being converted to windows in the back be panelized below as opposed to infilling the opening, that the lights will be coming back to staff to review, to circulate to us, that the back stair window remain as two double hungs. What else did we forget?
And we encourage him to look for alternate versions of the window arrangements in the,
Yeah, and we encourage you to, well, my motion's gonna be that we would recommend that you investigate other, look at
Yeah.
other, configurations. But we leave that to your discretion.
right.
Any other things that we,
Should we say, just for the record in the motion, that generally speaking, we recommend repair over replacement, but per the guidelines, but the replacement option, as discussed
that's fair.
in this case,
So we recommend repair over replacement for the windows, but the option that you guys have discussed is, we are willing to
Is
approve it.
To replace in kind.
Yes, to replace in kind, keeping the frames and the casing.
thanks.
Did you include the front door on your list?
I did not. The front door will be repaired, and if not, it will, it should match what's currently there, and if there are any special details or changes, that those would be sent to staff. Somebody seconded?
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And all opposed? Aye.
Thank you very
Great.
much.
Thanks, Bruce.
As
Okay.
a courtesy, are you addressing the applicants that were not here prior to the preliminary discussion or subsequent to the preliminary discussion? I think we were last on the agenda for the Zero Rugby. I'm just thinking of timing for the next one.
What we usually do is if we skip somebody, we kind of go backwards, anybody we skipped, and then stay.
We'll stay last then. Is
Well-
that right?
That's usually how that,
Okay. Just trying to figure the timing of when we get back here.
Oh, yeah.
I'll watch.
I'm sorry.
That's fine.
You'll be last, probably stay last.
Okay,
Yeah,
great. We'll just watch.
just because it's preliminary discussion, so it has to.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay,
Sorry.
great. All right, we got ahead of schedule, so we skipped some applications so that the applicant would have a chance to be here. So we'll next do a certificate of appropriateness application for 404 East Main Street. Is there someone here for that? Okay, we'll continue to skip that. And 1501, yep. All right. All right, you're up. And so we'll do the staff report, and then if you want to add to comments. It's hard in places like that to know the address when we all know about what it looks like.
That's my roofing panel. This is 404 East Main Street. This is the old New Dominion Bookshop. It's the formerly known as the Keller Building, constructed in 1915. There was an original building built in 1873. It's a two-story contributing structure in the downtown ADC district. The building features a three-part facade consisting of storefront, second-floor windows, and cornice. The building practices traditional World War I masonry techniques. Did not know that such thing existed. This is a request to replace on the second floor on the mall side, or the north elevation, replace a sash in one of the window frames. And then on the rear elevation, let me flip. And then, of course, on the rear elevation, it's on an alley. The south elevation, the request is to replace all of the existing windows. And I got some information that I circulated with you all. Actually, do you have the elevations on? I sure do. Our printer got absconded as I was making. I think we're all right. Wasn't able to burn earn those. But you'll see that there's some elevations, Marvin windows on the rear, and I'll let the applicant talk about the trim. I think the intent is to not use off-the-shelf brick mold, but replace what's there. But as you all know, the rear elevation's almost all fenestration, so significant amount going on there. I think staff does recommend approval of this. We support, as we said on the front, they are duplicating a sash which needs repair. Got some damage to it. And on the rear elevation, it's matching the glazing lights, and we think that's an appropriate replacement project. So, any questions?
Okay. The applicant is here.
Yeah.
So if you would like to add any information to the staff report, or?
I don't think I need to. Is this Jeff standing next to
This
me?
is.
It's great. He has been a great addition, so he's been incredibly helpful. Thank you very much. I come
Great.
out of Annapolis, so I'm very used to the historic. In fact, we're much tougher in Annapolis than you guys are. So I think the main thing that I would add is this, that on the rear windows, the metal bars that are currently on the windows are intended to be removed only for the purposes of replacing the windows, and then the bars will go back in because they are at a lower level and they obviously provide rear alley security to the building. The second thing on the rear that I would say is that it is correct. The brick mold will be made to match the existing painted. The trims will be made to match the existing. But the goal is that the sashes and the frames themselves actually are currently proposed to be Marvin aluminum clad bronze, and everything will be painted to match that. That cladding is obviously at the request of the current building owner, because in a total replacement, the efficiency obviously of that cladding for future maintenance is a positive for him in the rear. The only other thing that I would add is that, goodness, there was one specific thing. Obviously, we're going to install the exact same configuration, which means the single hung. And I think this is what I would add on the rear. So the thing that you were handed tonight actually has two profiles on it from Marvin. One is the 7/8 inch SDL, and one is the 1 1/8 inch SDL. The existing mutton bars, depending upon how you measure them, where you measure them, based on the multiple coats of paint and et cetera, basically are falling anywhere between an inch and the 16th to an inch and an 1/8. So the decision as to whether or not to go with the inch and an 1/8 SDL or to go with the 7/8 SDL, which gives a little bit more of that slant on that, on the exterior mutton profile, a little thinner profile. Really, I'll leave that decision to you all. When you look at the photos, it looks like they're pretty beefy muttons, but they actually don't measure that way, okay? So I just want to leave that to staff. For us, whether it's a 7/8 or an inch and an 1/8, it's fine either way, okay? And on the front, obviously, it's a total restoration with just one sash that happens to be very warped. You're welcome to go see it, but it's the one that we've circled. I don't think I have any other comments.
Okay,
Okay?
great. We'll start with questions from the public.
None.
And questions from the board?
I'm gonna ask a question.
I know. How did I get the name
Yeah,
Purple Cherry? That's what you wanted to know.
No, well, that's a good question.
One
but
day
we'll
I'll
stick
tell
to
you.
this.
I married a cherry 38 years ago. I was Kathy Purple. There you go.
Well, that's a good way to get it from me.
That stopped him.
The windows on the very big windows on the back.
Yes, the very big ones.
Yeah, I had no idea they were so huge until, I mean,
I
I've seen them every
know.
time I walk in the bookstore.
It's
like,
totally
they're
actually
huge.
hidden from the alley. It's not visible from any public way, but I know that your all's jurisdiction has control over all historical fabric.
Well, it's amazing how big they are, and the glass, at least some of the panes, are definitely, it looks like they're handmade. Like, I mean, they've got all sorts of bubbles and things in them. So I guess my question is, it's obvious that I think 2 of the lower sashes are definitely warped. I can see that, but
Are you talking about in the rear of the building itself?
The,
I think what we would have to do is probably allow you to go out there and see them, because it's not just an issue of them being warped. There's a tremendous amount of rot.
Okay.
So I would, if you need to table that to visit the site, then that's what I would
Well, that's kind of what I'm asking, because from the inside, it's hard to tell, because
Yeah.
obviously they're, you paint them and it's, so if the outside of what you're saying is the outside is completely rotten, that's what my question is.
Right.
Is why everything and not individual sashes
So
that
I-
you did in the front?
So I think my first answer would be that from the inside, it's actually very visible. So it's not just, it's actually more visible from the inside than the outside, because it's hard to jump up in the air, 15, 20 feet and understand what's really going on. So it is accurate that the lower ones that are behind the bars are in horrific condition, obviously. And as you move up, it's very hard to understand some of what's going on the exterior. It's when you go into the interior that you start to see all the warping from all of the frames, you start to see all of the rot, and you start to see the
Yeah.
twisting.
That's where, I guess, the root of my question is,
Yeah.
the window that I looked at was the
Yeah.
big one at the top of the stairs.
Yeah,
big-
that's the one that
yeah.
I'm addressing.
Right,
Yeah.
so that's, it was obvious that some of the sashes were very much warped, but
Yeah.
I guess you're saying they're all shot, and I was wondering if there was a reason that, why you chose on the front, you're replacing one sash, and I'm wondering if that is a possibility on the back window to replace a couple, or is the whole thing definitely?
So I would tell you that I think, so this could be wrong, but from conversations, I would tell you that obviously whenever you're particularly facing a public way that is so significant, I understand that as best as possible to restore in place or replace in kind is applicable. In this particular case, because the back is in the condition that it's in, and because it's not necessarily visible from the public way, then the owner is requesting to eliminate the maintenance piece on this large-scale piece. And have you been able to go there to see the sashes themselves? Did you go into?
From the inside, the ones at the top of the stairs, yes.
Great,
And
you were
there's
able to go
definitely,
there. Good.
I think, definitely one on the bottom left is very much warped.
And I would
think
say
the
bottom right
wrap-
too, and up one on the right-hand
Okay.
side, and so yes.
Okay,
So I have to kind of leave that one to,
I think that answers my
I
question.
don't know if that answers your question.
It does.
What,
Thank you.
do you have a question?
Yes.
What's your plan for the mall caps, in that large window assembly?
So they would all be made to match the existing in wood and then painted out
And then
and trim.
painted
Yep.
So the brick mold so the brick mold on those windows would also be?
All will be milled to match the existing. Mhm. Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Okay, it's okay.
Okay. Other questions? Okay, do we have comments from the public? All right, comments from the board? I can start.
Go.
And I'm not sure if you were here for the last applicant, but either way, I'm gonna just
I was.
read through our guidelines.
I was.
So windows are one of the major character defining features on buildings, and certainly of this building, even though that, mainly
Public way
It's-
versus non-public way.
public way versus non, but, since it's
Historical fact.
often open to the public, that's definitely one thing that makes this building notable, are those large windows in the back.
I understand.
So prior to repair of replacement of windows, a survey of existing windows conditions is recommended. Note the number of windows, whether each window is original or replaced, the material, type, hardware and finish, the condition of the frame, sash, sill, putty, and panes. So this, survey that's included is a lot better than some that we see, but also doesn't meet the guidelines. Retain original windows when possible.
Yeah.
Repair original windows by patching, splicing, consolidating, or otherwise reinforcing. Wood that appears to be in bad condition because of peeling paint or separated joints can often be repaired. Replace historic components of a window that are beyond repair with matching components, and replace entire windows only when they are missing or beyond repair. So I think the guidelines are clear that these windows should be repaired rather than completely replaced, and I think this is a notable building in a prominent location. And I do think if we disagree with the guidelines, we should work to change them and deal with it that way instead of making individual decisions that don't necessarily meet the guidelines. So that's all I have. And thank you. You can take a break and we'll do the discussion
sit
part.
down?
Yeah,
Great,
please.
thank you.
Thanks.
I will say I mean, the warped ones I'm not sure what you could do to fix that. So, and there are a couple that are definitely, they're twisted and it was hard to tell. I mean, it's a giant window to get up next to. It was hard to tell, but it definitely seems like the warped ones could, I can't see how you could fix that. I would like to see, I mean, they're beautiful. I mean, it looked like some of the glass was really old. I could be wrong on that, but it definitely, I know you've got like a film on the upper sashes, so that's hard to tell, but the lower one, like the lower middle one, I swear I saw bubbles and all sorts of fun stuff going on. So whatever we end up saying, if you guys do take those out, please just don't trash them. Got it. Maybe somebody would find some love for that. Oh, okay, yeah. It probably wouldn't be the best thing to live in my basement, but I definitely wouldn't want to see him go to the junkyard. So, yeah.
I think to the points that you guys are trying to make, that where we can repair over replace, that is the most ideal situation. And in the back, totally understand that it's not visible from the street, but the guidelines actually state for rear of buildings. Number 7 says if it's necessary to replace the window, follow the guidelines for windows earlier in the chapter. So to me, like, that makes it pretty clear that we need to follow the same understanding of how we would deal with the windows.
In an ADC district, all 4 sides of the building are reviewed from the exterior. At the end, before we take a vote, you have a 3-minute response.
Right.
I do think, I mean, at some point, some of these sashes at least are definitely gonna have to go. So I don't know, I mean, however we end up deferring this or conditioning this, yeah, I just want to make sure that that's it. I don't think you could repair the whole thing, I guess.
Okay. Yeah. I think it could be treated a little closer to the way the front is, though, where we're identifying specific places where they need to be replaced versus the entire panel, just because that would be easier.
Other comments?
I am going to have another question about the front, the sash that's being replaced. I'd be curious to know if that's, how that's going to match the existing, or if that's, okay, so it's a single glazed?
Well, can I follow up that question with if the intent at the front of the building is to replace in kind, or then is there a reason that you chose not to do that in the rear?
So I think it's first understanding the condition of the roof windows and that. So the very top 3 transoms have been replaced in kind at some point, not in kind, they're brand new. So that top 6 transom. If you actually look at the rear photograph, you can actually see the filmings across all of the windows except for the second section. So I would, if there were any reservation, to me, what I would ask is that the board with Jeff literally go out on site, because the condition and the rot that's in this entire unit is comprehensive through the unit. So either it's gonna have to be a total replacement in kind, which if that opportunity opens up, you'd understand if you saw the condition of all the trim and all of the sashes and all the frames. So where it's different from the front is in better condition than the back. So that's the fact.
So, and do you consider what you're proposing then for the replacement with the Marvin? I know that you talked about the difference between the varying months and sizes and everything like that. But other than that discrepancy that you left to us to make a judgment call on, do you feel that the replacement of these is exactly in kind?
No,
But-
not at all.
Right, and so why, could I ask why you chose not to do
You
that?
absolutely can.
Great.
Because we had the conversation and the request about whether or not when windows were total replacement, whether or not they could actually go back and flag SBL product. And I think it identifies in the guidelines that it's going to do that. For the building owner's request, the request was that it do that on the back because of the maintenance that happens back there. It was that simple. It truly
Okay.
was that simple.
I mean, it makes sense that it would have taken a beating. It's facing due south and it's a dark color.
Right.
And it's huge.
It is huge.
Got a lot of putty, a lot of filler,
So
and
it's
a lot of.
probably gets cleaned about once every 10 years.
I'll say I don't have a big problem with the replacement, but I'd be willing to also go by and take a survey with Jeff at some point if that's helpful.
Well, actually, if any surveys entertained, I think we have to follow the guidelines and the procedures where that's on the applicants to do the survey and present that back, if nothing else, as part of the public record. It's also nice, I mean, we do often go to sites and talk through things with applicants, but
So I would tell
it
you,
wouldn't be staff's job or any of our jobs to actually put together a survey.
The survey. And I spent a lot of time studying that back, looking at it, and it is the weather face, and it's, I mean, you get up close, and it's a tremendous amount of glass, it's taken a beating. When, we've had a lot of window projects tonight, and I've told every single applicant, you've got some heavy lifting to get the approval for this, but I will say I didn't really have a problem on the back, standing there looking at the mass and seeing and knowing what sort of would give that, kind of seal that face up and do it appropriately. So I didn't look at it casually, but I think it'd be worthwhile to go take a look at it. And I said, these are the kind of questions that are going to continue to come, but I think that they look pretty rough back there. But I'd welcome an opportunity to go and just at least look if that would help.
Yeah, I mean, it would have helped when I was there, if I was there with someone who, I mean, I feel like I know what a rotten window looks like, but I guess it was, yeah, I mean, there was also light.
Sorry.
Yeah. You could definitely tell some of them are like the warped ones. I mean, there's no way you can fix that.
I mean, this survey isn't to the letter of the AR law. I understand that, and I know that there's a consistency that we want to go for, but at the same time, I can tell from the photos pretty well that these things are in terrible shape. I would like to go by and take a better look at them, but I can see what you're dealing with.
So we could defer this application and give those who want to make a site visit to better determine status, to give the applicant time to detail exactly which windows would be proposed to be replaced or repaired, and do that, or?
Potentially, I think a part of the problem is that even if we make the assumption that all the windows, or the windows in the rear are completely damaged and cannot be repaired, then the question is whether or not we would approve the proposed Marvin windows, or would we insist that they be replaced in kind? So if we defer saying we'll do a survey, and then once we determine, okay, yeah, they need to be replaced, then the question still remains, all right, will we approve the Marvin as proposed, or would we not approve those because we just think that they, per the guidelines, need to be replaced in kind? So that's the one problem I see with that strategy, is that we still haven't addressed that core issue.
Yeah.
The fraternity is replaced in kind.
Right. Well, the fraternity is replacing in kind as their only way of actually replacing the windows. I mean, we were going to tell them to do a full survey, and so that was kind of their bargaining chip on that one. I mean, we've allowed many replacement windows with aluminum clad wood. That's kind of our standard. So I mean, I personally, if we say the window can go, I would be in favor of the aluminum clad wood for the fact that it'll last longer. It'll last a lot longer. We did that for the window above Virginia National Bank for that same reason, because it was a maintenance nightmare. But yeah, it's just me.
Is anybody in support of voting in favor of the application as it exists before us now?
Well, the proposed treatment for the mall side is just fine, perfectly appropriate. I don't know what kind of time frame the applicant is on, and if having that approval helps them or not. But, you know, that piece feels just fine.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it seems like we need to know more. The survey, basically, you know, something that really tells us exactly what kind of condition that is, but,
Can you hang on a second, please?
so, I guess the thing that I would say is, I understand putting clad there, I mean, just because of the situation. So for me, more it's a question of whether or not, is it reasonable to restore them, or do they simply get replaced lock, stock, and barrel?
That's what we were suggesting, that maybe we defer that part so we can investigate further.
Right.
But I think Justin was just saying that the front window,
Front window's no problem.
Yeah, so-
That's totally within the, you know, they're totally doing what's called for in the guidelines.
Guidelines.
It's the other one that's a judgment call.
So, it seems like there's support then to approve the front and then defer the remainder of the application? Okay,
should the applicant, can they ask to defer half their application?
yeah, we do that. We just did it, with the lady with the vinyl curtain. Okay, if you would like 3 minutes.
Okay, so the first thing I would say, in my 30 years of professional experience, I would tell you that windows are in horrible condition. You'll see it when you're there, and I think the whole unit's going to end up getting replaced. Just so you know my historical background, I live in a 1740 house on the National Register that I took onto the National Register and I restored through all the tax credits. So I have extensive experience in doing historical restoration work. And then last, I think that when you say deferral, I need to understand the timing of deferral. So if deferral can mean that there's Mr. Schwartz and Mr. Ball, and if you want me to meet you out there, I'm happy to, that's great. And if they can make a decision collectively together, and that then leads to it. So
So what a
Greenwood
deferral
Associates
means
is
here
trying to-
is that you have a week to submit any supplemental information,
Okay.
and then it appears on our next agenda if you so choose, or at a meeting of your choice in the future.
When is the next agenda? That's what I don't know.
The next meeting is on the third Tuesday of July.
Another.
So any additional information submitted by June 29th, and then the meeting on the third Tuesday of July at 5:30.
Okay.
And if you request a deferral versus us, then you could say, July doesn't work for me, I wanna do August, or I wanna do next December, or whatever, that's up to you. You have flexibility, which is the advantage of you asking versus us putting it upon you.
Got it. Where you're seeing my hesitation is in the delay. And where you're seeing my hesitation is in the previous applicant, there was something of a deferral to one thing, but contingent upon something, but then allowed to go forward. And so I think what I'm questioning is why that decision can't be made here. So we've determined that in fact, that the recommendations are that it's beyond restoration and needs replacement, and that if replacement in kind supports then the application, then what I'm not understanding is why it can't be handled that way, in my lack of understanding.
I think I can address that. It's that you don't have 4 people here that feel confident that they can't be repaired. And so without a majority of people that are on board to approve your application as submitted, then it can either be denied or it can be deferred by us, or it can be deferred by you. It's
Okay.
your advantage to have it deferred by you.
Okay. So my choice obviously would be to bring it back in as soon as possible to you. So within the next 6 days, whatever it is, that additional, we'll get a little scaffolding and ladder. We'll put nails into it so you can see the extent of rot, take close-up photos of all of the panes so that you can have them within 7 days. And then from that point, then it waits? Is that
Until
what
the
I'm
next meeting. And the reason is because a staff report has to be updated and prepared, and then that's our very next meeting anyway.
Got it, okay. Makes sense, Jeff? I have to rely upon him, he's been helping guide us.
The understanding is the front window sash replacement is good.
Okay,
Makes sense?
okay. So do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion. Part one of the motion, I move to accept the applicant's deferral. Part two of the motion, having considered the standards set forth in the city code, including city design guidelines for rehabilitation, we move to find that the proposed window replacement and rehabilitation satisfies the BAR's criteria and is compatible with this property and the properties in Downtown ADC district, that the BAR approves only the application for replacement of the front window. The rest to be deferred for later action. Front window sash.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. And none opposed. Okay, thanks. Okay. Next up, if anyone is here for 1501 Gordon Avenue, we can, okay. So we'll go for a certificate of appropriateness application for 1501 Gordon Avenue.
I'm gonna just give you guys all the boxes next time. Okay, so this is 1501 Gordon Avenue. It's a structure built in 1915. It is a contributing structure in the Rugby Road, University Circle, Venable, ADC district. It's a two-story house with a gable roof, centered chimney, conforms to the residential forms of federal architecture. The house also features a sunroom addition on the east facade, a two-story addition on the rear. And the request from the applicant is to construct a screen porch at the rear. It will have a porch ceiling light. It will have an interior door that replaces currently a window on the first floor wall. And it will be surrounded by a wood deck that will be stained. And the thing to stress is that this is all matching an identical porch and deck constructed for actually a home that the owner also owns next door. So relying a lot on the photographs of what's existing there. And I've spent a lot of time talking to Mr. Gunther about, and this is Peter Gunther, I think his father might be here this evening, talking about the information that he needed to provide, and I think I can offer you as much input as he could on any details about, or any questions about details. Just a reminder, earlier this year in January, we approved around at 1411 Gordon Ave, we approved the construction of a two-story addition on the rear of the house. And so looking at all the things that we had to consider, we do recommend approval of this. We also recommend in the motion that the window that's to be removed and possibly the bricks below it are some way retained, such that in the future, if someone does wish to restore that those things are available. But again, that would just be a recommendation. And as I said, I know Mr. Gunther Peter Gunther isn't available this evening, and I offer to speak on his behalf as much as I could to answer any questions.
Okay, and the applicant or his representative is here. And if you'd like to come and add anything to the staff report, you may.
Yeah, I'm Edgar Gunter. I have the property at 1503 Gordon Avenue, also 1501. A little point of interest, I came here in 1965 as a professor of mechanical and aerospace engineering. We wanted to live in the city. At that time, realtors said, do not live in that area, it's undesirable. I had been in Philadelphia for 6 years, that's where I got my PhD and worked at Franklin Institute. So we both wanted to be in the city. Mrs. Peak, who built the apartment house across from the Christian Science Church, bought this house because it was turning rapidly into rental property. And so we bought the house because we wanted to be at the near the university. Also, my wife became a professor at the University of Virginia. She was a professor at Curry and the Education Foundation. By the way, she was also in City Council, at the Democratic City Committee. So what we did, because we're in the area, we wanted that deck. Here, let me pass that around if you have the. Since we were both professors at the University of Virginia, we wanted a deck that we could entertain people on and students. And the beauty of living in that area is that students could visit us, and we could have parties on the deck there. So it was a wonderful experience. I might add, this neighborhood would not exist if it was not for Werner Sinsbach. He was a university planner. He gave us the complete drawings, plans, construction for the 1965 arterial road plan. Gordon and Preston would be an I-64 interstate. That's why Preston looks so unusual, because that was part of the interstate. So Kay Peasley and I started the Venable Neighborhood Association. By the way, we are permit parking #1. I got that from Roger Wiley. It took 2 years to do it. So we're very proud that the neighborhood has survived. It is better than ever. We still have a few problems, traffic and trash from some of the areas, but Venable now has become a highly desirable area to live in. So Peter grew up in that house. His daughter went to Venable. He wants to have a porch like Dad. And that's very fitting for that area. So I hope you will approve that. If you notice that the porch goes all the way up to the second floor, I wanted it as high as possible and as roomy as possible. And so we actually had Father's Day there with 12 people on the deck. And we had a wonderful time there. So, by the way, if you look at the picture there, that is no longer applicable because the historic area said you must put in a brick wall like 1503. So that is a brick wall around there, and it looks lovely. So we're very pleased to have been in the neighborhood all these years. The neighborhood is better than ever, so thank you.
Great.
Any questions on the property? Or the developer is Derek Harris. He unfortunately can't make it. He's at a funeral. But any questions on the construction? I will also have my construction person to be there to make sure it's similar to 1503 and we have quality work. So thank you.
Okay, we'll start with questions from the public. All right, questions from the board?
Yeah, I was hoping you could just clarify where the brick wall is that you say is not in this picture.
No, that's old. The brick wall is in there with plants and gorgeous. That's an old picture.
Right, and so where is the brick wall?
Right in front.
Right in front.
Yeah, it's retaining.
It's a retaining wall that goes along grade?
Yes.
Okay, it's not level, but slopes along? Okay.
It's in there, it's bricked in.
Okay, great.
And he came and he wanted to put cinder blocks, but no, it has to be like 1503.
Gotcha.
Mary Joy had done that administratively.
Beautiful piece of workmanship.
Great, thank you. Right, sure.
Okay, any other questions from the board? Okay, do we have comments from the public? All right, comments from the board?
Yeah, I have one comment. I understand that you want to have the deck or the roof at 12 feet. And I think you said you want to get as high as possible. my understanding is you want the roof of the porch to be at 12 feet, and be as high as possible, and, my concern is that I think 12 feet puts it right at the windowsills. My concern is that the roof of your, is this working?
Yeah. It's
Okay, I'm sorry. Sometimes our mics don't work. My concern is that where the roof meets the brick wall is gonna be right at the windowsills. And we've had applications before where people come in and wanna replace their windows because they've rotten because people have put roofs right at the windowsills. So I would want you to lower that at least 8 inches below the bottom of the sill, to allow flashing to get up in there so that you don't get rot. Yeah, that's one concern.
I don't think that'll be a problem.
Okay.
My roof comes directly under the sill, but if that big problem. If there was an overhang on my roof, there's no rain. That can be a problem.
Okay. And actually, I guess this was a question. So you said this is what the deck will look like as far as railing details and,
That I'm not sure.
You're not sure?
Doesn't look like everything.
And that's what was, there's
oh,
a lot.
oh, okay.
There are photographs, color photographs you should have, that Dr. Sun sent me, of the neighboring.
So the deck itself will also look like the neighboring deck with the horizontal,
So what you see, the black and white was what was came in with the
Okay.
building permit, that's when we went back and said, give us some more information. And, they let me borrow your information.
Okay.
I'll share just a couple with you.
So, Tim, confirm for me, because the deck is 2 feet above the ground, they don't have to have pickets, that's right?
30 inches.
Okay, so it's, being 2 feet is okay?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, that's what all right.
Okay. Other comments? This is for staff. Was the supplemental information added to their online application archive? And if not, can it be? Okay, great. Anyone? Lots of thinking going on.
It seems like it's just like the other porch that's in the back of the house, so it's pretty innocuous.
I don't really think it's gonna be very visible, so I'm not too concerned about it, where it is. There aren't a lot of details here, that's a little bit difficult, but it sounds like you're just saying match what's next door. It sounds like what you're saying is just match what's next door. There aren't a lot of details here to go off of.
Yeah, when I spoke with,
I had asked my son if he wanted to put in the glass door, he said, no, Dad, I want a screen like yours.
yeah, the color photos, and when I talked to Peter, the color photographs, again, show I think the side view and another view of the existing porch. The black and white photos that all came in extraneous, but it's the color photos that have the information we're looking at. There is a rough sketch plan there, Tim, you're looking at right now, where we work with Peter to kind of indicate to some scale where the thing would be located.
I mean, it's not even visible from the street, really. So it's really not visible from the street, right?
It's only visible from his own house, it sounds like.
It is a corner
Next
lot.
door.
I mean, certainly might be some visibility of it,
Peek
but
through, yeah.
but that two-story addition is on that that
The
corner
street
side,
side, right,
correct?
right.
And so, Carl, if I can borrow this. I shared with Peter, this is what we looked at 1411, and as indicating the sort of the detail that we'd like to see, and what he did was sort of, given it was an almost identical house with a two-story addition almost already on it, he simply sketched it in context. But this is the elevation from 1411.
But that's not from the street side, that's from the other side.
This would be, yes, from the
From the
1503
neighbor,
side.
right,
But again, this is
neighbor.
not his house, but
Right,
it
understood.
does a good job of representing what they're intending to do. It certainly was better than, well, the drawing that we got initially. So,
You have that plan.
yes, and so this is where I offered this corner showing the footprint of the house and sort of said, can you sketch in roughly where this is going to be? So that's the origin of this, giving us sort of the sizes and dimensions of the footprint. So, and I think the interior door is, you'll see in the photograph of the neighboring house, they intend to put in a French door for that going
To the
in
deck.
into right out. There's an orange-red shade of the stain they plan to use, the railing detail. It really is pretty much if you see it in the photographs of 1503, the intent is to duplicate that in 1501.
I think for, just the record, this, we don't, we try to work with applicants who are doing, small projects as homeowners, but we also have to require, equal standard across applications. And, we don't have the level of detail here, but it seems like we have a comfort level among the board because they're doing a mirror image of something that's on the identical house next door that is allowing us to make an exception without the level of drawings and detail we would receive. But if we could get a cut sheet for whatever door and final information about exact materials, so that we can keep that with the application that's archived, I think that would be really helpful.
And maybe an accurate set of photos of the other porch, you know, like side, front, all that sort of thing, so we can reference that as, this is what's going in exactly, it's a mirroring of it. We just need something that kind of makes it a little more accountable, for lack of a better word. Because, but this is very simple, it's not changing the house, it can come off the house, so in terms of threatening the house's integrity or something like that, it's not. And it's also in the back of the house, which, you know, I think makes it less of an
The
issue.
addition makes it less visible actually on the corner.
Right.
It's sort of tucked inboard of the addition. I think, you know, to Melanie's points, you know, for the record to state, the situation here is pretty unique because the thing is there next door. But yeah, with some more documentation to
But it's
come for the
pushing the
record.
envelope.
And then just kind of a word of caution is if the, you know, as things are happening on site, if it seems like it's gonna deviate, we'd need to get, looped in instead of after the fact it looks different than what's next door and then, you know, then ends up being an issue that nobody really wants.
And I just would make sure or advise in the motion that we make, that the comment about staying below that sill line, I think that's an appropriate statement.
Yes, want me to try?
Looks like it too.
All right. Having considered the standards set forth in the city code, including city design guidelines for new construction and additions, I move to find that the proposed addition satisfies the BRS criteria and is compatible with this property and other properties in the Rugby Road University Circle Venable Neighborhood ADC District. That the BAR approves the application as submitted. We would like to see a cut sheet for the new door. For the record, we'd like an accurate set of photos of the existing porch, which are matching, photos from all sides. We would like the roof wall joint to be lowered 8 inches below the windowsill, and any deviations from the porch that you're matching to be reported back to staff.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And none opposed? Okay, thank you. Thanks for all your information on the history of the Venable neighborhood. Yep,
Yeah, thank you.
thanks. All right, we're going to move on to new construction. We have a certificate of appropriateness application for 230 West Main Street. And we're still ahead of schedule by 20 minutes.
there's nothing for you.
So is that,
There we go.
yeah, these applicants are
I'm really uncomfortable
here already.
telling everyone we're gonna be here till 2 in the morning, and I don't know what's going on right now.
Just enjoy it.
I will, we'll say, yeah, let's keep going. I will say, I'll probably need a break in a minute, so if my trusty assistant wants to come down at any time, I'd love it.
To be honest, I could use a break.
How's that for a euphemism? Okay, this is 230 West Main Street, also known as the Ice Park, also known as the Tech Center, also known as, I think now, the
Ice Park's kind of rubbing it in, isn't it?
my apologies. My apologies. Wow, I do need to just go home now. I believe it's now is it the Code building or the core building? Code building, right? And so, well aware of this. This is a multi-parcel project. 215 West Water Street, 218, 220 West Main Street, 230 West Main Street. All of the structures are located in the downtown ADC, and therefore everything is considered contributing. The applicant was before you all recently, March, and there was a series of requests that you asked about lighting, some clarification on some signage, street trees on Water Street, treatment of the ground plane at the mall entrance to the courtyard and at the parking garage entry off of Water Street, clarification on the bus pullover on Water Street, further development of the roof configuration for the building fronting on Water Street, the need to dematerialize the parapet at the uppermost level. You requested information about the garage door, and in the applicant's submittal is all of that, and there's some additional information about an area of regrading easement, and we discussed that earlier, but that is portion of the construction of the site, so it's a temporary measure, and as we discussed, when this area is put back together, there will be some redesign, hopefully, and everything will come back through you all. So the images showing the where those stairs and walls are coming down on, that's I just wanted to stress you're not approving demolition of the downtown wall. That's it. So there's a series of things in the staff report. Our intern Tim did a really good job of trying to delineate all of the various things and on which pages they were, even down to counting light fixtures. So there's a lot of detail in there, and leave it for you all to discuss with Mr. Wolf any questions you have.
Okay. The applicant is here.
It's not.
Never fails.
It's not that scary. We have some very minor, and there's actually sheets in here you could tear out and throw away because they match exactly what's in there. And I don't know how they got into the supplemental package. But really what we wanted to do is clarify when we talk about what the brick texture is in there, what it is. When we talk about the vine scrim, what it is. When we show what we were putting back as the west wall of Carytown, I think we have added some windows. We've removed brick texture between the second-story windows. In your packet, we have some second-story windows that are double width that match the building. They've gone back to a single width. And we've introduced in your drawing that you have in your package, there's a little notch where the west wall steps in height. We've taken that notch all the way to the ground so that the brick texture has a natural place to end. So it doesn't, when it runs up the stairs to the gallery top at Water Street, it doesn't become a kind of wainscot, which we felt like was slightly residential, and just made a natural place to end that. So there's a couple things in here. We've also tweaked the lighting a little bit. There were some fixtures that we felt like were a little bit big in scale. We've been able to downsize those. So if I can share these, we've also given you a light level rendering, which shows both in foot candles and just as an illustration how the lighting will work within the courtyard. and it also has lighting attached to the entrances of the building and at the food stalls. So while I'm passing these around, let me keep this one that's getting torn as it's, I don't know if this is more than, if that's more than the people at the meeting today. The one clarification I would like to make is we were hoping that part of this package was demonstrating what we're doing in the regrading easement, where the steps and the planters and so forth are going away. I was hoping that that was approval, because I know that that has to go through you all. So what you see in there, in the mall design anyways, is a reworked planter that will come back after construction is done with trees. And because the slopes vary very slightly along the building versus the existing slope that comes from the Omni down to the mall where it meets in front of the Whiskey Jar and other places. Along the side, we've done some sort of stramp, a very long, our landscape architect, a very long series of landings that are 5 feet in length, and that carry a kind of a very deep, gentle brick step down. And those both get us basically back to the same point where the building and the site meets the mall. I will also just point out we're working with, we have a lighting designer working with us, David Tozer. David Tozer used to be with the George Sexton Group, works with Monticello. Very talented lighting designer, is helping us sort of work out both the lighting that we've shown you that's related to the rooftop terraces and also the courtyard. We've got fixtures that basically, I think our max fixture is 776 lumens, well below the dark sky limit. And you know, the range on the site is anywhere between a half-foot candle and 2, and we know that we're going to count on public lighting in the right-of-way that's associated with the street lamps, both at the mall and up on Water Street as well. I think in that packet I just gave you, you could basically throw out sheets 8 and 9 because they match exactly what was in the submittal. And after that, Greg Bleem is here. I don't know if Greg would like to add anything, or we can just wait and take questions so we can be efficient. I've seen your agenda. I do not want to.
Your choice, Greg. Doing it. Carolyn's got the timer on y'all. Y'all still have 5 minutes and 32 seconds.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we're clear on, no, because I asked my boss about that, the area that to be removed, and I said, you know, how should we characterize this? Because this isn't, we're obviously not taking this out and leaving it like that. This is a, so this is, the area of construction regrading easement, right? So we treated that as, I guess my recommendation in the motion was that we treat it as this is part of the construction process. This is, we're not voting to eliminate trees on the mall. We're essentially allowing this to be altered for the construction process, knowing that something is being redesigned for this area. Is that?
Well, and if by this area you're referring to the larger area of the site between us and the Omni from the water down to the mall, we hope so. We have had a great first meeting. We've asked about a second meeting. We haven't had follow-up yet. I would anticipate that that portion of the site would ultimately be part of a bigger redesign. But if for some reason that weren't to happen, there still has to be some redesign of that because that was artificially raised, and all those steps and planters and cheek walls were part and parcel only to be able to access the elevated lobby level of the ice rink, which is not at grade with the mall. It was raised artificially. So if we want to treat this portion as a preliminary discussion and come back for another approval of that grading easement area, perfectly happy to do that. The city council approved that area along with the boundary line adjustment that we talked about that involved busing and everything else. The only thing I would just say and hope is that part of our goal is to make sure that, from a timing standpoint, that we have our approval for the COA, that makes sure that when the site plan reaches its natural conclusion point, that there's, that we've satisfied what we need to in terms of the COA here. If that's a separate thing, that's fine. I just don't, I would hope that it wouldn't hold up that, because I think that there's, right now, the site plan approval is what is the contingent thing for starting to work on demolition, and demolition will involve time. And then there's underpinning and shoring and all these other things that lots of time before, even mobilization, before you can start construction. So our goal was to include this portion of the design of that space, which has been asked about before, so that we would get approval. But however you want to handle it.
Well, and I think, I guess, when I wherever my piece of paper went with the recommendation on how to clarify this, you all can discuss it then. But really, just simply to say that the COA is recognizing that this is being done as we're approving this removal, and that something is going back in its place. We know that, we're acknowledging that, it'll be reviewed, but at this time, just so that it's not viewed as the BAR said this could just all be taken out and with no concern for what's going on. So that's what's stipulated in that condition. So if that's.
You might refer to it as a gray area.
Well, hopefully I, yeah.
The gray area?
Yeah, that's right. The gray area with the red
Literally
dots.
and figuratively.
And I think we're saying the same thing, and it's to make sure that when the community asks what's happening there, and because, and we'll say this is an area that's gotten a lot of attention because of the Vinegar Hill issue. So I want to just clarify that, yeah, this is a lot's going on there, but it's a function of construction. What will go in there next is
TBD.
is right, and we'll come back before the BA.
And so Jeff, what he was asking about a second meeting, the initial meeting was set up, it seems like through the city manager's office. So would you be able to follow up with them so that we don't drop the ball?
Is it right? I hope not. I'm on a plane at 5:30.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. It's yes. It's just, as I said, it's a function of the COA.
And if I understand what you're saying, right, I think it would be perfectly fine as long as we had an understanding that what we're going to be doing is removing this, which allows all the site work and everything else to proceed, and that I mean, we are showing you our proposal for what would happen if we weren't to have a bigger approach to that space, but we figured we had to have something there to go back, if in fact, just on the chance that nothing else were to change. And if nothing else were to change, that piece that's shown in the drawings in the landscape plan now, which is the planter that basically is a close replication of the existing piece that's there without all the other attenuating parts, and lets you get the grade down where you need to so you can enter into the courtyard and the gallery space.
Okay. Okay, we'll have questions from the public. All right. Questions from the board?
A question. So I understand you said that you're working with staff on the driveway on Water Street.
Yeah.
And they do not like the exposed aggregate. But your renderings show, are the ramps definitely going to be there, or is that something else that they're not? Like you're showing, I think you mentioned it somewhere, yeah, ADA accessible ramp, so you will drop down to the driveway and then come back up? So there's definitely gonna be a queue no matter what? Right? Yes. Okay.
And I actually think now, through the civil, that I think we've heard that there might be some openness to the texture there at the apron.
Well, I mean, if it's an ADA ramp, doesn't it have to have the truncated domes?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm not gonna be, blindly walking across the driveway. Okay, that makes sense.
Okay.
And can the truncated domes not be yellow plastic?
God, I hope so. Yes. Can I say yes?
That might be another battle.
Yes.
Okay, great. Other questions?
Yeah. The similar issue with the tapered stairs, isn't there often required some kind of yellow, awful masking of those stairs that render them not nearly as elegant as what's shown here? Or is there a way around that?
Well, I think You want to step up? Because we don't often have those inside a building.
We need to confirm that with the,
Yeah.
with the city.
So that's to
It's
be
our
determined.
intention to not have that. Either they'll be tapered down to zero, or they'll come out and be a square end on the stair, I think, in the detail.
Right. Okay. So then, for example, tonight, then I suppose whatever change the city requires then would come back, right? Right. But for now, we could.
Our goal is to
This is the design intent.
Do
Sure.
what we're
Right.
drawing.
Okay, great. Yeah.
And
Thank
can we get in front of the yellow tape issue with whatever you guys are doing with site planning so that it's not a surprise
Yeah.
at the end?
Like it is now on,
The
I'm not-
rec center.
Yeah, the rec center now has it, and it's, I mean, I'm wondering if maybe there's some way you can just do some contrast, like if it's a light pavement, can you do a black strip or something, not yellow?
Yeah, I think we could, I mean, we're using granite, so there might be a way to finish the granite differently, that's one idea. Or we could, we also have metal, so there'd be another opportunity there, so I think we would think through that from a material standpoint to avoid the yellow
Yeah.
strip.
And if we introduce something, we'll
Right.
Why did the trees move off the steps?
I think we wanted to open up the gallery and make a stronger line and not feel like you were being blocked by the trees, so we thought, and I think there was also a desire, it kind of came through some of our meetings with you all about the courtyard itself and more planting, and we felt like there was a desire for planting. There was a debate with the owner-client about the use of the courtyard and how it was going to be used. It felt like trees there for kind of cafe, dining kind of experience would be great. So, and we thought they would also do better in the courtyard from the standpoint of just growing performance.
How big will those trees get?
They'll probably get 45, 50 feet tall. Honey locust. They're really light and delicate in their form.
What's the, I just trying to remember, what's the program intention for the niche with the wood doors in the Carytown building?
So those are food stalls.
That's what I was thinking.
So
Okay.
those walls basically hinge
Go
and
up.
lift and reveal basically through the window, 4
Mhm.
of them.
Got it.
The intention for the courtyard is under the trees there would be tables and chairs, lunch hour throughout. Good season for dining and events too.
So I see in the Extreme 300 series grill, it says it has opening speeds up to 24 inches per second. Do you know what yours will be? Okay. I'm still a little bit worried about traffic backing up on Water Street, but I mean, 24 inches per second seems pretty good.
So I should clarify. What we're imagining is the grill will be open during the day.
Okay.
And if we have a gate, it'll be lower down the ramp. But more likely, what we're going to have to do is have signage and simply announce it's a private garage, towing enforced, blah, blah, blah. And so during prime hours, there will not be a hang-up with people waiting for the door to come up and down.
Mhm.
After
Okay.
hours, the door will be shut, but there should be different rates of traffic at those hours.
Great.
No matter how fast or good the motor or the door was, the idea of that thing moving every time a car came and left seemed
A lot of movement.
Should we offer up comments from the public? Okay. Now I guess comments from the board if there are no more questions.
I've got a quick one from Breck. So Breck said that he's glad to see the additional trees in the courtyard. He likes the improved visibility up and through the publicly accessible space, though now it seems to be even more dominated by the stair ramp. So he's asking if there's any space for some tree or planting relief there, but otherwise okay.
preferred not putting trees in there, just because of keeping the gallery open. We're expecting quite a few people moving between water and the mall. So that, we did think, I'm pro-tree. I think we did think though, and the client, I think, really preferred that being clear, urban kind of space, and then really focusing on, and that's one reason we brought the vine scrim in too. I think some of the images of the Halpern, we look back at Halpern's original drawings and sketches, and sort of this idea of alleys and passageways, and the idea of being compressed and having a vertical wall of green on the left as you move up, and then coming to the tree grove in the courtyard itself. So that was our thinking on that.
When you arrive at TJ's.
Exactly.
So, am I correct in interpreting the lighting as saying that the underside of the bridge is lit from the ground up, therefore you're not getting any lights pointing
Yeah,
right down that tree?
we tried intentionally, other than at those three spots where the food stalls are, the entry to the main lobby,
avoid
the
any
entrance to the other,
downlights.
to avoid, any downlighting.
Right.
And in fact, the lights that are through the courtyard space and within the sort of sloped walkways and amphitheater space, those were the ones that were downsized to those small bagel lights that, basically have a flange that's about 2.5 inches. Those are more like a constellation of small, just sort of markers, almost stars, yeah. And we tried very hard to keep the light levels low and down here to light the ground plane and not sort of bomb the space, so to speak. Okay.
Just so we can draw a conclusion on the demolition of the gray area with the red dots.
Yeah.
On page 19 of the bound version, is and part of their landscape plan. So, and I think what we want to be clear on is that the removal of those sections that are highlighted, what's shown on 19 is, this is sort of the default, that something will be done. So you probably, the issue with the condition that I talked about isn't necessary, because we would be approving this with this as the default.
That was our idea.
Gotcha. Does that make sense?
That's that thin planter. You see the long, very shallow stepped ramp, and 4 trees go back. The light fixtures that are currently there, the planter would be in the same location that skinny piece is currently there. We're really eliminating the steps and the other pieces that were attended to the front entry access.
Yeah, we were trying to put it back together in a way that was using the other components that were existing, as well as making it work with the grade and the grade changes. So I think obviously there are other ways it could be designed, but that was our input.
And trying to be respectful to the language of the parts that are there until you know whether or not the other parts are changing.
Yeah.
So,
Sure.
yeah.
Greg, are there going to be grills around the trees? It just says trees in paving, but are
We're working on that detail. I think there will be a grade that will be coming in place.
right? Okay.
Which we will bring back.
Right.
Bring that back.
Sure. That's something that we reviewed, that city tried to propose some alternative materials for the grates as opposed to the steel grates. And I doubt that you all would do that, but just something that we looked at. That, how long? Right. Right, exactly, yeah. Oh, because they installed a sample? Right. Yeah, I don't know what the final resolution, they never came back, right?
Those are approved for 6 months,
Okay.
which expired about 2
6
years
months,
ago.
Right, right.
Along with the benches.
Have you explored any kind of, like cantilevering, any kind of pavement because of the problem with the grates, and then the trees grow and they have to be
They do, yeah,
blah, blah,
yes.
blah?
We are looking at that. We're working with Pine and Swallow, soils engineers, and looking at structural soil as a way, and also a way to cantilever and still create, not recreate what happened in the mall, which then brought back the grades, but try to create a good grade that could be expanded, but keep it as small as possible.
Okay.
So that's the intent.
Is that courtyard going to be pervious to stormwater, or is it all going to be running off?
It will be. It's going to be on pedestals, so water will be able, so we can keep it flat.
Right.
So flat
surface.
Okay, great. And then, so you're planning on that and dealing with how that water's gonna,
We're doing a hydrotech system that will be kind of Ermadeck, that'll be all one continuous plate, and then we're gonna, you know, sort of overburden that with built-up stuff that's gonna then have pedestals or insulation that's gonna give us additional height and stepping with forms that are coming through. But all that water's gonna be allowed to go through and get to drainage that's actually quite far below the deck.
right, okay.
There's, I think, a couple of weird places where the granite pavers are actually on.
Gotcha. Right.
That's all part of the water collection for the rainwater harvesting, that's going along with the roofs and the condensate.
Great.
I agree with what Breck was saying via email about the entry. I see what you're saying about not wanting to block the alley and the courtyard with the trees, and I get that. I think that makes sense, but it'd be nice to have something that softens it a little bit, because it's a really wide area of just, you know, hard surface. And it seems like with the amount of step and ramp there, that's kind of superfluous. You'd be able to put something in there to soften it up. And not something I'd fall on my sword over, but something that I think would be really nice to see.
I agree, just like in Halpern's sketch, he'd see how he put the plants there and the stairs right there? Something similar to that. I agree, I think that it is quite a large space. I understand the design intent as proposed, but I would just follow up that comment and say that I agree. I think that all throughout the mall, that there's been a great, as you know, we all love the mall, there's these great moments of open and then closed and softness with the landscaping, and that there is quite a barren hardscape following to the east of that running in, and it, you know, I really appreciate the view shed through, that you're keeping that open, but I think that there's room on the western side of that view shed still within that large expanse that perhaps could be softened up. I think I like the design as you're proposing it, especially if there's not a bunch of yellow tape on it, but I do feel like it could be softened, so I'll just second that comment.
Yeah, getting rid of the trees, I don't think is a bad thing, because it's nice to be able to let the public see all the way through and know that you can actually get through there. It's not a closed-off area. So I don't think that was necessarily a bad move.
Yeah.
Other comments?
I'm gonna comment on the lighting. This may just be me, but I generally have a pretty big problem with uplights, and this seems to have quite a few uplights. And I guess I mean, I know you said that it'd be low lighting, but when you get enough uplights, you get, you know, lots of light going straight up into the sky and not really doing anything. And it just seems like, you know, the whole plaza is, I mean, away from the wall, is lit by lights that are in the pavement. Well, honestly, I've never been in a space like that, but my idea is that if it's gonna be, I feel like it would be disconcerting a little bit and a little hard to actually see where you're going if everything's coming from the ground. Maybe that's just me not knowing any better. But again, I struggle with the amount of uplight that you have in here. Even, I think some of you had uplights even up on the roof, I thought, pointing into the trees. So that's my only concern, basically, with, you know, everything that you presented tonight. Again, I don't know if that's just me or if anyone else shares that.
You're doing the Haley Park or whatever.
Yeah.
I was thinking the same thing, and they're some of the lights seem like they're really low lumen, and they're more of an accent. They're not going to blind you, but some of them are pretty high. It seems like the 48-inch lights are something like 750, 780. Yeah, so that's fairly bright. I mean, for 48 inches, it's not that bright, but you know, there are a lot of them. You can't avoid them.
One of the reasons that we wanted to include the light renderings.
Greg, don't you have a picture of Paley, is it Paley Park? Do you have one that Because you could show,
Previous,
I think it was, I just wondered if you had a picture of it.
because
Did
it's
you know
really
what I'm talking
nice,
about?
yeah.
Paley Parkway? They're just like soft linear white strips.
I was surprised by the amount of lumens on there.
Yeah, I'm sorry, yeah. Liberty
Yeah.
Park, right.
I mean, I guess as a point of reference, I'm still bitter about the church steeple.
They're still bright.
Yeah, it's, I mean, that's a lot of just uplight that, I mean, we've got a dark sky ordinance and it's,
Yeah.
our town's pretty bad about uplighting.
That's less
even though we
uplight, that's
pretend we
actually
don't.
more on the steeple itself.
There's still a lot going up. I don't know.
It's an accent, it's not like streetlights, which throw a ton of uplight all over the place.
Greg, can you join us?
One thought I think David was thinking about is not having the step lights sort of marching up and hitting you in the eye as you move up. So the idea was that we could create a soft glow on the plaza rather than having sort of the step lights marching up, since we do it quite a few stairs moving up through the space. Also, if I could just come back to the planting, I think one reason the trees worked was the fact that we could have those come out of a very tight space in terms of the granite, vertical trunk. But if you start to put in plantings like shrubs or low plantings, then they require planters and more room. And I think that was, one reason I think wanting to keep it as a paved space rather than having some lower plantings in there. And also sort of like the toughness of it in terms of just when the trees were there, they made a lot of sense in terms of making the space, but I think they also then started to privatize it in a way, and we felt that should be more like a public way, so that was our thinking on that.
What's the stormwater control in this plaza? Where does the watershed go in heavy rain? Do you have
We have
grates?
cisterns, so, and there are drains below the pedestal system,
Okay,
and then all of the roof water also is taken down to the cistern.
okay. So in the plaza, it's all permeable?
Well, I'll just make a couple general comments now that we've asked a lot of questions. I think that, generally speaking, I think the design is quite elegant and simple and understated. I think that it is calm and that you've done a really good job of, I mean, there could be a lot more going on, but I think you've restrained and made very good judgment in that restraint. I think it creates a very kind of fertile environment. There's a lot that could happen there. It's very flexible, and it seems to me that's one of the things you're trying to accomplish. And so I think, kind of formally, I think it's quite successful. I think that the moves on the Carytown facade, I think, are in keeping with the proportions and kind of modernity that, or contemporariness, whatever you want to call it, that you're going for. I think that hopefully it's a little bit understated in the renderings, how nice that green screen wall will be. I think that'll be a really nice element, especially when the light hits it at night. And I think that'll be a really, a lot of these were up a little bit higher off that pedestrian level. So I think down at that pedestrian level, that's going to be a really nice softening effect. And perhaps that'll draw a little bit away in reality from that concern that we have about that kind of overbearingness perhaps of the hardscape that might happen at that entrance from the mall. I still think that maybe a little more, some kind of planter or something could be successful there, but I really appreciate the understated simplicity and elegance of what you're proposing. And I think the lighting, I understand Carl's concern, and I think perhaps you've already addressed a little bit, as long as that lighting is a soft lighting that it clearly is your intention, then I think that could be, again, that could add to the elegance of this completely open surface. Whereas I'm sure you had to determine and just, whether or not you're gonna populate it with some kind of downlights or something, and by keeping it completely open, it maintains a kind of serenity that is accentuated. The trees, honey locust trees, it's a great size that I think could be a really nice, elegant addition in the center there to bring people together, offer shade, offer softness, and especially when they're lit up at night too. I think that'll be quite elegant. And then, but you are providing a soft surface to sit on. With that wood right there, did you say what material that wood would be, or have you gotten specific about that? Ipe, beautiful. Yeah, that'll be great. And and then you're adding the fountain in. I didn't see any. Were there any good renderings of what that fountain will look like in the back?
In the last meeting.
And
Yeah.
okay, gotcha.
So, because it was tucked way down, once you get to the top of the amphitheater, it's tucked back down at the.
Gotcha, right. So you don't get it from all those views, right?
You get it, it's a kind of surprise that you find, and we're hoping that you sort of get a sense of it because of the underside of the bridge, giving you a little bit of reflection.
Right. Perhaps, I don't know just a thought that's coming off the top of my head as you say that, is that I'm looking at it only in plan, but if there was a path that went, I think it's just dead ends in the corner, is that right? Or is,
Well,
is
actually, you meander all, is it okay for me to speak?
yeah, please.
You meander all the way up via the amphitheater, and then you work across that back edge where the railing is overlooking that, and you come around to the wall where you can actually come into another level of the building, but that ties you into the top of the gallery level. So if you were doing this from an ADA perspective, you could move up, move around, go out to Water Street.
Right, I see.
So you may not have to go there, but we're kind of hoping people want to go see what's there.
Right, gotcha. Because I was gonna say, if you added, if there was, rather than it going into the corner, if there was hardscape around it, or something that would draw people's eyes up into around it and depth beyond it.
Yeah.
That might be something to consider. Does that make sense?
So when you say around the fountain.
So, because I'm not sure I exactly understood what you're saying, but in that
So,
plan.
so the fountain in that plan is down at the lobby level, and at that point, the top of that amphitheater
Oh, I
is
see it.
11 feet
Oh,
over.
it's 11 feet up
Yeah,
from there, okay.
yeah. So you're actually getting up to there's a glass railing, and then you look down
Got
to
it.
the lobby level. And so
Right,
when
I
you're at
see.
the lobby level, where the part of the building is most embedded in the site, you have this sort of light well with
Excellent.
water bouncing
Oh,
light
okay,
that
great.
you can move around when you're down in the co-working space. So,
Okay, cool.
So, but
that's nice,
you don't
yeah.
access it really from the outdoor space. It's more.
That makes sense. Yeah,
It's
it
kind
makes
of a
sense.
visual surprise.
So will that be just a concrete wall then that you're seeing rising up at that back wall of right here?
No, because underneath that, I'm sorry, so underneath that, there is a crossover inside
Oh, I see.
that is this tunnel piece, and so it's glass all the way around, and you can walk all the way around
Okay, great.
inside the building and look through it. It's, yeah.
Oh, excellent. That sounds nice.
Yeah.
Lovely. Okay.
And the one other thing I just want to say, just to the lighting thing that I don't know if we clarified, but with all the lights that we're showing in the plan, I don't know that the intention is ever that all of those would be on at the same time. Those are an opportunity to set scenes, and so you can imagine moments where you might have the long thin lights on in the paving, or just the wall lights, or just the other lights. So there could be different, and those could be controlled in terms of setting the full intensity or ratcheting it down. So
And will they be dimmable?
yeah,
Yeah,
I
great.
believe so. Yeah.
Joy of LED.
To achieve, like for a safety reason, what do you have to have? Is there a certain amount of light that you have to have on the plaza just for code? Or for
I think only if it's part of our egress path.
So it's only that strip that is along that goes between the mall to.
Well, and only insofar as it's part of an egress path. If that's not part of the way out of the building,
Okay,
then I don't think that falls under that.
okay, so,
And-
it's- all right.
So
these
to that
lights,
end-
you don't have to have a certain light level throughout, okay, that's, I've never been able to.
And the more
fully grasp
important
that.
things also have a really even light, right?
Oh, so there's not height and light. Yeah.
I mean, I also, guess I'd also just remind that we're, at the plaza level, we're 4 feet above already the mall level, which is, so those things that we're talking about are gonna, unless you're, 7 feet or,
Yeah.
you'll get a sense of it, but I don't think you're gonna be looking at it in the way that you're gonna see dots of light unless you're physically already in the space, and then I think, that's it's a different situation than being out on the mall. And I guess you'll see it a little bit more from water going by, but that's a tighter window.
I like the lights. I think it'll be really interesting and nice. And then, this rendering was left in there from an older package, but new with it. And maybe this was previously approved or something. I think it's just talking about the signage.
I think it was about signage. There was a
But-
question about that. Oh,
So-
right, sorry.
Good, which is fine, but I was just thinking, wonder if this one tree, there seems to be consistent comments, and it would line up with your, you've got a series of 3 and then 2 behind it, like in plan view, it's kind of goes in a line if you put that one back. Make sense? I don't know if that's a compromisable position.
Should we, so the request to clear that out was came directly from our client. But I would be more than happy for us to go back and revisit that and ask about it. I think that we understood and appreciated the idea of trying to keep that clear visual connection between them all. And I think the introduction of the vine scrim, which gave some softness and greenness to the wall of Carytown and helped us take the sort of the scale of the base of the storefronts and carry it and turn it around and into the courtyard. That lessened, I think, the need for that bosque of trees right there, because we felt like the vine scrim plus the bosque in the plaza worked as counterpoints to one another. And so it changed the relationship of the grouping that was down where you were trying to enter. And I think, we did not want to set that up as any type of barrier or sending a message that, it was
Yeah.
privatizing. We want to encourage people to flow through
And I do think it's way more successful as drawn this time with it coming in the courtyard, because last time it was the reverse was true, where there was this big chunk of interior, no green, no, all hard surface. But I didn't know if maybe just one somehow.
If we could study that.
Yeah.
Exploring.
That seems-
And explore that.
We're a long time from when any plants are going in, so.
I mean, I think your suggestion, if we were to add additional trees, that would be probably where we could the others.
I think it's kind of nice too, like the way it looks with the entrance kind of helps you orient to. Other than that, I think everything looks great. It's another nice packet. Appreciate it.
I'm fully supportive of the packet, the revisions. I think you've addressed everything. I have confidence in the lighting designer that you're working with.
Wish I could understand these drawings.
You what?
I said I wish I could understand these, like the,
Lighting?
yeah. I mean, I have confidence that it's gonna be beautiful, but steeple on the Methodist Church is beautiful. So, again,
From quite a distance.
Yeah.
Can enjoy its beauty from far away.
But it's also, that's also a totally different thing, because that's an accent. That's not, this is an area lighting, so this is a totally different.
this is or isn't area lighting?
This
It
is area lighting,
yeah.
this is not an accent lighting.
Yeah, I don't.
So steeple's just a completely different animal. And I bet you the actual lumens on that are surprisingly low. It's just because of the way it's hitting the surface and grazing the surface. We can query Mark on it.
He said there would be a dimmer.
Yeah, the thing is, he hasn't, that one piece is still way too hot, that one ring.
Yeah.
I mean, there's everything about this is a fantastic project. It's just that incrementally you add uplight here, uplight here, uplight here throughout the city, you get nighttime glow. And it just, that's,
Right, no,
Yeah,
I don't disagree
that's
with you
my
about that.
concern.
But I also think that you also, if, I don't know what they're, at least judging by their lighting model right now, and also the fact that it's completely dimmable, you can play with that, whereas with all the street lighting and stuff that we have right now, which has really harsh, really heavy, I mean, like the street lamps going down the mall are way too bright, and besides the fact their color rendering is horrible.
they're two different color renderings. of the
Yeah,
same
yeah, well, yeah,
fixture.
yeah,
Can't
yeah,
let
that
it be
too.
mentioned in any way without bringing up.
They're two very different things.
They are, some are orange, and some are blue.
Well, those are
I guess
orange.
it's the UVA colors.
different things,
I don't
too.
know.
Wouldn't be surprised.
So, what are we supposed to do here?
Yep. I'll have it, oh, here. So we're, I don't know my application page yet.
I mean, there are a number of bullets that we haven't gone over, the adjustments to the bus pullover on Water Street. I think that we didn't discuss really the street trees along Water Street, but it seems like they're fairly simple. I guess no one had an issue with them. Perhaps that's why.
I think they added them in per our,
Right.
And they also straightened out that curb, which obviously was a pretty necessary thing to do.
Right. Signage. Garage door cut sheet, landscaping, air regrading at mall. I mean, we've gone at least loosely over pretty much everything.
Also, I think, just to say, I think the roof development on top of the Carytown building is actually kind of cool.
Oh, yeah.
That's improved. See one of the 3D drawings. So, is that now still part of the whole complex, or is it a separate tenant most likely?
It's part of the whole complex. It doesn't physically connect the interior to the other buildings, but still part of the.
I just mean, like, is it a separate tenant, or is it? No.
Well,
Could be.
There's lots of tenants.
Right, right,
It's
right.
not independent of the building, so it'll be one of several.
Right.
Here's the application. So the narrative on page 3, signage on page 4, roof line on, 2 pages, garage door cut sheets, bus lane modification, area of regrading easement, current landscape plan and lighting.
And something we start making clear on our staff reports, particularly for new construction, the checklist for new construction. So you can see where we stand when we get all the sides of the Rubik's Cube complete. So this is my understanding that this will complete these last 3 bullets at the bottom: the site landscape design, the lighting, and the signage. Again, with the understanding that signage still requires a separate permit. So sort of, and I realize that the motion doesn't quite say that, but I think it might be appropriate to refer to those.
That's helpful, Jeff. It is, and Cammie, I'm sure you had a hand in that. Very helpful.
And Tim.
And Tim. Kudos. When in
You
Rome.
wanna do a motion?
Okay, so, having considered the standards set forth within the city code, including city design guidelines for the site design and elements and new construction and public design, Move to find the proposed revisions satisfy the BAR's criteria and are compatible with this property and other properties in downtown ADC district. And the BAR approves the application as submitted with the suggestion that landscape design looks a little into adding some more trees to the mall end of it, or at least research that as under advisement. And anything else? Anybody else want to add?
Any changes like the tree grills or grates?
Changes or definition? We need. I mean, I guess that's not really resolved yet, right? The tree grades. So we'd like to see what the resolution of that is.
Steps, what's happening with the tapered steps?
And also we'd like to confirm that you've addressed the visibility issues or whatever at the steps and any edges so that we don't find bright yellow, beautiful things all over the place. And then, do you want to say about lighting, Carl, or?
I think you guys all disagree with me, so yeah, no.
Well, we'll see.
You did get Melanie's tree, right?
Yeah, I did.
Yep,
Yeah, I
sorry.
got Melanie's tree.
I,
Emma, you've been very quiet. What do you want to say?
Don't put me on the spot. Por favor.
Do you want to say
I
anything?
think that
do you want a second?
I would love
Okay.
to second.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. All right.
Okay. And so Emma has seconded?
Yeah, I will second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And all opposed?
Aye. It's gonna be beautiful.
Okay. Thanks, guys. All right, I don't think when we take a 5-minute break that ever really works out. So maybe we could be more realistic and everybody really be back in 10 minutes.
You're finally learning to deal with this. I love that comment. Welcome to my world.
Doing something with just, being in the chair. Lisa was doing that on the planning commission. It's kind of funny.
Like voting against
It was like, it didn't even act like she was against something. And then, like, at the end of it, it's like, nope.
Nope. Well, there used to be more of the guys, and then everybody kind of migrated off, so then I had to. Yeah. It's not my personality.
We're actually only 2 minutes behind.
That's pretty amazing.
It's great.
Everybody, being concise and involved. Everybody needs advice. Not. Yeah. Yes. The details.
just made it like guys standing on Africa, and it like just blew her mind. It like totally blew her mind. So it's like, yes, I was like,
See, this is why I didn't review my packet 2 weeks ago. Like every weekend, I just been. I got through the entire Game of Thrones, all 7 series in like 2 weeks. It's so bad.
I'm sure that was a good 2 weeks.
Yeah, it was.
That's a good show.
Oh man, that was the best gift for my parents.
What was it like? So, did they give you the package or just do it?
All right. Next up, we have a certificate of appropriateness application for 200 2nd Street Southwest.
You kind of have to binge it to actually understand it.
Oh, boy, you asked me to do technology. Peter, come back from Italy for this. That's how we say it, Rob. Yeah. Italy. Going down a little Italy. Thought Sasha wanted to shake my hand. He just wanted to hand me his technology.
We can, yeah, get started with the staff report.
All right, it's fine with me. All right, this is 200 2nd Street Southwest, otherwise known as West 2nd, bless you. New construction and properties in the downtown ADC district, and coming for you tonight requesting a certificate, bless you, certificate of appropriateness for massing, elevation, site design and elements. Specifically in the drawings, the things that we'll be looking at are there's 3 proposed Market Plaza designs, some elements there with the pedestrian stairs, including setback, perspectives of the Market Plaza on various weekdays and market day, perspectives of the proposed preliminary corner sculpture is what we're calling it. It is not a sign, and that's at that one corner of the building. Drawings have the elevations, landscaping plans, some planting details, and Tim was once again did a good job of kind of pulling things apart, and in your staff report you'll see by page number some of the things that he's pointing out. This is Tim, the intern, things to take a look at. There's a couple of items in here that specifically we want to look at. Like I said, it's the benches at that stair. I think some questions about railings, some, whether or not something needs to be addressed there. The architect can address, there's some tree or plant species that appear to not be on the list. I don't know whether that's problematic or not. And again, at the very end, you see the checklist again of where we're starting with this one to work through. And tonight's request is for the COA on elements, site and design elements, massing, and the elevations. Any questions? Killing time.
this replace what we have here?
Most of these are just, it's more documentation from previous submissions. So, based on Jeff's staff report that we're going for a certificate of appropriateness, there was more I think you should be making a decision on than what was submitted for this particular month,
Okay.
right? Because we submitted for 3 months in a row. Thank you.
91, thanks.
Do you want us to move?
I'm not quite sure. This is such a strange room and such a strange format for how an applicant is supposed to present visual information to a board and to talk together about what we're looking at.
Is there anything different in the slideshow from our packet?
There's not. It's the
So we
same.
could follow along.
That's fine. And the other thing, I'm trying to, I guess it's in the nature of the complexity of a project like this, that what we're trying to do is get, an approval that allows us to make sure we can design the building and go to construction, right? So we need a certificate of appropriateness. And yet, there are many aspects of this project that I'm willing to come back to you for the next year, should you care to hear me over and over again about these things or about new details about those things. But, we have a project that we are trying to get financed and under construction this fall. And, this, obviously getting a certificate of appropriateness is critical to an entire timeline of trying to get this project done. So, I'm trying to understand and ask you all to tell me, what, how do we phase the discussions of this project so that the project can move forward and yet you can all feel comfortable that every aspect of the project in which you are interested can be reviewed in due time, right? So, as I was working on that, I was thinking about several things as we came to this hearing. One is that there have been, I think, a lot of support and a lot of praise for the technical details of certainly the base of the building, the masonry, kind of the overall design. I think there was an understanding that the project footprint, the overall design of the project was very consistent with what was previously designed. There's been a lot of questions about the Market Plaza and about our outreach to the vendors and our collaboration with Parks and Rec. And, I thought there was a lot of support for that. That was moving in the right direction, and it was as large as the previous design, and everything was going well. But then there were some questions on the plaza itself, the details, the colors, and some of the technical aspects. So I really kind of focused on those. That's going to be the meat of what I present tonight. But also we spent some time trying to see, trying to address there was a concern that the building is too tall, right? The building is 1 story and a few feet taller than what was previously designed, previously approved by this board. And in the 2 previous meetings, you had asked for additional information about sort of how the building sits in the context, and we have those images that I like to look at all the time because I think they're really appropriate, but it's the views, the progression kind of down Water Street. And I presented it last time, and there was really no commentary on that, but there were some questions about what is it that we could do to kind of make the building seem smaller. And the reality is there's really nothing we can do to make it seem smaller. It's the size that it is. I think that we've got setbacks in certain places. We've got a certain building height. We've got a base, middle, and top. We've got a lot of technical details that I think you all really like. And I tried to see if there's different ways we could carve back different corners or something. Do things towards the top of the building that would make the building seem smaller. And you know, the more and more I looked at it, I like it and I think it's proportional. I think the building works. And no, there's no like tricks that you can do to just say, well, this part is going to disappear. So, so I didn't, there was even some questions to say, well, if the building was 15% larger than in volume than it was before, what can you do? Can you make it less than 15% larger than it was? And, the reality is, we have a building that we want to build. We've come up with a building now that will be able to offset the costs of all the public amenities that we're providing and the interesting details on the building. And there's, I really looked at different parts of the building to say, what could we carve back? What could we do less with? And the reality is, I can't find anything else to cut back on. I don't think there's anything that we can do to sort of, I think the stepping and the proportioning and the character of the building sitting in the landscape, as shown in pages 8 through 11, is really pretty appropriate in my mind. But I invite you, if you have specific questions on that, please let me know if you have ideas on that. Personally, I think the building works and is beautiful and is contextual with several of the other new buildings in the neighborhood. But anyway, what you all had specifically asked me to do coming into this meeting is to look at the plaza. So on page 2 of the presentation, I wanted to show that kind of on a flat plane using colors and blocks of color, there's quite a bit that you can do. These are some artists that I've been interested in for quite some time, and I wanted the public plaza to have a character like this. It's beautiful when you're looking down on it, or you're in that space when it's empty, but then also is a very functional kind of flat space that would really accommodate the market. And I like the orthogonal character of a lot of these because I thought that would kind of go well with the orthogonal character of the market as it has been laid out by Parks and Rec. In addition to just being just aesthetically similar, it would also help sort of regulate movement and the overall layout of the market stalls. So those are our design inspirations, and then the next 3 images are just different takes. They're kind of options. So I wanted to throw those out to you all and see what your thoughts were. The first one, option 1, page 3, is not just purely orthogonal, but also has some curves and some visual interest that has I think will be beautiful from the apartments that are above and the offices that are above the space, but then also I think gives a high level of interest as you're walking through the space, whether it's full or it's not. And then options 2 and 3 are more orthogonal, rectilinear. I think these are fun spaces too. Again, it's kind of working with the base grid that Parks and Rec has worked with us on to decide sort of how the market would be laid out, where the main pedestrian paths would be. We started with that as our organizing principle. And then page 3 kind of broke away from that a little bit and just added a little bit more visual interest so that some of the spaces get broken down into smaller areas. And again, all of these colors and textures would be in a stamp pattern concrete. They'll be very durable, easy to clean after the markets, and would stand up for quite a long time. On page 6, there were some concerns that we got a little too finicky on the public stair in First Street. So we've simplified that quite a bit. There have been concerns raised by this board about seating and an umbrella there, so we took those out. We've just put a bench in. And then if you turn to page 19, actually, you can kind of see a perspective view of how the stair is coming down. I think that could be a really dynamic public space, very usable, both on market days and not. You see the access to the public elevator that would be there is very nice and convenient, both for the vendors and for patrons. And our goal also was to really facilitate kind of the final build out of this space, such that if and when the site between the subject property and the Water Street Garage is developed, that this kind of final design of this doesn't have to be redone, and that moves forward. On page 7, I just want to show you two, we reached out to you all, we reached out to Parks and Rec and to the market vendors, and so we've settled on a plan that has these sort of 4 trees on the right side in that First Street right of way, and then 5 trees down the bottom right, and then of course we've got lots of trees on Water Street and Second as well. And then the smaller ones on the stairs as they're going down towards Water Street. So I think between those and we've now reintroduced 2 trellis elements kind of in the middle of the plaza there, and there's some more detail on successive pages. Between that and all the paving and all the brick detailing on the building, I think it's starting to become very visually rich outdoor public space. Jeff emailed me that there was a question about the relationship of the trees on South Street to the existing aged gas line, and in the that there'd been an extensive coordination process with the utility about how to get those 2 things in the right place, and what had come out of that conversation is that typically street trees are placed on the outer edge of the curb, right, closer to the street, but that conflicted with the gas lines. And so in the previously approved design, the street trees have been placed kind of in the middle of the sidewalk. And my thought was, well, that just kind of breaks up the pedestrian circulation on the sidewalk. So we just moved the trees all the way inboard to the inside edge of the sidewalk. And so that actually is even further from the existing gas line.
Second Street.
I'm sorry?
Second Street.
Well, the trees are in almost exactly the same place in Second Street. We haven't changed those. Because we added the curb cut for the loading area. We've moved a couple of the trees north and south, planned north and south. But in terms of the alignment of the trees, they're in exactly the same place. Sorry. Okay. So then I mentioned the views on page 8 to 11. And the rest of this documentation, I'm not going to go through it again, but I wanted to bring it to your attention and show that, because if we are going to have a conversation about certificate of appropriateness for building height and facades, I wanted to make sure that we actually had those to talk about here. I guess I will turn your attention to the pages of following page 24, because here's various perspective views that we have of the plaza that we've updated with the final locations or the currently proposed locations of the trees on South Street and those in the plaza and the trellises kind of in the middle. So you can see it's going to be quite a dynamic, exciting space on market days on page 24, but then also on page 25, I think you'll see there was some concern here that it would feel like an empty plaza when the market wasn't there. We really tried to spend a lot of time making sure that doesn't happen. Then also on page 26, again, you can see, these trees I really do think are critical. We've gone back and forth. Originally, the market vendor said they didn't want any trees, and so we were trying to make that work, and I think hearing a lot of the various stakeholders on this, it's probably a really good idea to have trees, and I think whether you have the market stalls there or not, this is going to be critical to creating an outdoor, exciting outdoor public space. Same with page 27. Again, these are perspectives taken from, eye level, so this is what it should actually feel like. Page 28 shows the relationship between the pergola structures and the main building. We had those against the building, and then we moved them back out. So
making a final wrap-up.
Again, specifically, you asked me to look at the detailing on the plaza. That was important. We need to move that forward. And in fact, we're currently, we just received site plan comments from initial site plan submission. And so this is a good opportunity. We're planning to respond to those comments a week from Friday. So this is an appropriate time to have this discussion. So if we'll have comments about this, we'll try to work those into that resubmission process.
Okay. Okay, we'll start with questions from the public. Okay, questions from the board?
Sorry, I'll complete my question. I didn't mean to, I apologize for interrupting your presentation. The gas line that I think is more concerning is the one that's on 2nd Street, which is nearly right up against the tree trunks. And I'm just curious how, has that been approved through the site plan process? It looks like you show a root barrier, and what's the resulting soil volume that's left over?
My landscape architect is here, so we can probably answer that question. But what I'll say just procedurally is that those trees really haven't moved in terms of their relationship.
Well, I understand that.
It was previously approved in the site plan.
Right, but you've, they were a problem at one point, and so this board had approved century ginkgos along there at a much greater spacing, which was actually, in my opinion, a pretty inferior option. So I'm just trying to make sure that what you're showing here is actually going to be, because it would be fantastic to have these trees. And I just want to make sure they really will be there, and it's not going to be, a year from now, the building's out of the ground, and we have to have one of those, oh crap, we can't do this moments, and by then it's a little too late for anything.
My name is Frank Hancock. I'm the landscape architect on the project. You are correct. We do have a root barrier along that edge, and we are pretty close to the gas line there. The other thing we're exploring is a suspended slab, so we can increase that soil volume really between the tree and the building, kind of away from that gas line. So that would be something that we work out in the details to give us enough volume to support the maples.
Was this, so you said you got site plan comments back on Friday?
Yes, and this was actually a detail that was previously worked out with public utilities. There's actually the gas line in both streets, and that was the solution for addressing it in 1 second.
Okay, I just don't remember it being addressed so nicely. It seemed to be Public Works was a little more, if you're telling me, I mean, yes, okay, so if this is, this is what it is, this is fantastic. Okay.
But like I said, it's been in review. That the landscape plan that's in the packet is what went in with the site plan amendment. So.
I think what you've done with the plaza is really nice. Filling it in, not making it feel like an empty parking lot is great. Can you remind me the square footage that this allows to market vendors versus what they have now?
So what they have now, sorry, it's been a few weeks since I looked at this. I think right now they have around 28,000 square feet or so, and this is a little over 25,000 square feet. Now, what they have now is actually more than what they had when they were actually on the subject site. And so when we started the project and the utility work started and they moved to where they are now, on the site that's currently leased by the applicant, they actually expanded from about 25,000 to like 30,000 square feet, and that was reduced a little bit. So this is getting actually, it's like halfway between what they have now and what they had before the project even started.
So does that mean some vendors aren't going to be able to transfer over?
No, right now, so we've been working very closely with Parks and Rec since last fall. There's 98 current vendors, and we found spaces for all of them. In fact, the previously approved design and the RFP and the SUP you know, all had various numbers of stalls, but they were all based on 10 by 10 stalls with 10-foot walkways between them. And so through all this coordination with not only Parks and Rec, but also now I think 3 meetings with the vendors themselves, we have walkways that are 16 feet and better, and one that's like 20 some odd feet. And then the stalls range from 10 by 10 to up to 10 by 30. And so the stalls are much more in keeping with the size of the stalls that they enjoy now. And so not every vendor is going to get the exact same size stall that they have today, but it's pretty close. But yes, there's a place for every vendor.
Other questions? We can always come back. Are there comments from the public? Okay, comments from the board?
Do you want me to read Breck's comment?
Oh, sure.
All right, so Breck Gastinger couldn't be here tonight. This is what he emailed to the board. I cannot support this project as submitted, especially with the added height. This building is so much larger than the surrounding scale that it will stick out and loom over our streets for decades. There's nothing in our guidelines to suggest this is in any way compatible with the existing fabric or scale. The reason that this building has gotten so tall, we're told, is that the market takes up too much of the footprint, in essence squeezing the building up in elevation. It might be one thing if the trade-off were a really remarkable public space that supported a thriving public market. However, this plaza is banal, empty, uninspiring, and hardly fits the market program. The function of the planned market seems dubious at best. Around 25% of the outdoor stalls included in the plan are provided by the public surrendering a public street. Another 20-plus stalls are included in an extremely tight interior court that would function very differently than our current market and leaves vendors with a lot of unknowns and risk. Even city staff acknowledges that the market is likely to spill into adjacent streets. I believe this will happen on day one, or that the market won't even move into tighter quarters until development on its current block forces it. So what is the public left with this proposal? The public sacrifices an important downtown street. It allows for a building so out of scale with its surroundings. It has worse pedestrian connectivity and accessibility, not better, and it gets a market space that is only questionably viable. I can't see this as a project that improves the public interest, certainly not in the measure for that it is only, for which they are asking to exceed our standards. I know I'll not be there to vote, but I do not approve. As I mentioned before, the building and its materiality has its merits. I would hope there would be a better recognition from the city about the implications of its market program. This project and the market in the city would be better off without this forced marriage. Don't shoot the messenger, but that's from Breck.
Thank you for reading his comments on this application and others tonight. Other comments?
Like I said, I think you've done a lot of great things with the plaza. I think it's a much nicer space than it was previously. A lot of great details. The built-in benches, I think, are nice on the walkway. But I agree with Breck about the size. I've made no secret of that. It's just a massive building, and I mean, I think the 101-foot height restriction is there for a reason, and we're just so far past it here. I mean, they're at its highest, we're at something like 146 feet. If you go from the northeast corner up to the top of the appurtenance, and that's just enormous. And even at the, just going on the northwest corner up to the base of the 10th floor before it steps back again, it's 107 feet 2 inches. So it's just well past what is supposedly allowed by code, and I know that City Council has made some special accommodations, but I just can't agree with them.
Other comments?
So I remember praising your, the way that you were detailing the brick on the base, the first time you showed it to us as a little detail. And then subsequently, I've been telling you that I'm a little confused by what, I feel like what I saw in that little detail, that snippet that you presented to us, hadn't really, I'm not seeing it in these renderings, and it may be just the renderings themselves, but my concern is that, you know, we've got the flats, which actually have a surprisingly large amount of detailing for a really awful building that you can't tell the detailing's there because it's very two-dimensional. And I know you're stuck with that 3/4 inch reveal that you can use for brick masonry, but I'm just worried that it's going to disappear and the building is still going to read as very flat. So for me to feel comfortable with the height, I need to feel comfortable that the base is actually rich and engaging, and the landscaping you're providing is, I think, rich and engaging. I'm really concerned that the building is going to read as the base of it's going to read as just a monolithic block that goes for an entire block. So that's a concern of mine. And maybe, I know you presented a brick to us at one point that doesn't look anything like what you have in the renderings, and had some variation to it, and maybe that's part of it, but I still think that it's going to read very monolithic without having any more than a 3/4 inch reveal every once in a while, or 3/4 inch extrusion. I do agree. I mean, the plaza, I think, has come a long ways. I think the shade structure, I kind of wish it were the shade structure still conceptual, correct? Or is that exactly what it looks like?
No, it's getting closer.
Okay. I mean, I wish it could take up a little more space, maybe. I don't, but it helps. The trees are on the plaza are a fantastic contribution. And if we're here to, you want us to pick a paving pattern, I think the first one was actually my favorite, but I mean, I think this is your discretion, but that seemed the strongest to me, the one with the curves. And I'll shut up for now.
There we go.
Yeah.
So where did we end up with on the railings? So the railings glass, or are they?
It's a combination of glass and perforated metal panels.
Perforated metal panels, okay. I'm just wondering, and this is sort of, again, I'm just kind of thinking about some of the things Carl's saying about scale of the brick. And I mean, one thing about the flats is they have patterns, but I don't think there's any reveal in the brick, is there? Isn't it flat, truly?
I think
Did they have
they're
any?
framed with,
But that was sort of like in a panel.
yeah.
It wasn't this sort of, sort of these herringbone punches and things like that.
I think that's right.
Yeah, no, that's true.
It's like, I mean, I can think of some buildings that, where it's really not that much, but you start doing that that shadow line starts to pop.
Over
But-
200 and some odd feet.
No, I know. There's a lot of building there. The other thing I'm just thinking, going back to the railings, thinking about, for instance, the sort of it's like the parapet railing on top. I almost wonder if that actually should be sort of more of a solid, on top of the brick, where it doesn't sort of track around like that. I'm just thinking out loud. But the other thing I was wondering about was with the trellises down in the courtyard, if something like that made its way up into the terracing section of the building, where it would start to play a little bit with extending the horizontal lines, but also taking that trellis language and bringing it into the building. But also just wondering if like some shade and that sort of thing up on that end of the building, the sort of the ziggurat end of the building, would kind of break up its rhythm a little bit, but also tie it into the trellis you have down below. And then, so is the railing on top of the brick, is that probably perforated and not glass? Because that might make a big difference in terms of how
So
it
if you
reads.
look at, say,
Let's say I'm on page 29, for instance.
29, yes. So,
Just because it's continuous, so it's a different animal than all the other railings?
right, so you can see where it shows as darker gray.
Right.
That's perforated metal. And then right above the main residential entrance that has the most brick patterning there,
Mhm.
that's glass. And then it's more metal panel, and then there's more glass as you come around to Water Street.
So page 20, Water Street, is that glass all the way across on the brick?
Yes, we're proposing glass all the way across Highland. Because that's on the north side, and, you know, the concern that you expressed last time was sort of glare and reflectivity off of that. That's just
Right.
not a concern on the north side.
Right, right.
So, you know, in my mind, actually, it's more elegant and I think cleaner. And on the north side, it's gonna be, you know, pretty transparent, having glass over there. So,
Right. I was just thinking more that it kind of looks like it wants to be part of the brick or somehow relate to the brick, and I was just wondering about how it feels sort of from the horizontal standpoint, whether it wants to be bolder somehow. But,
my goal there was to not make it look like the brick so that the brick looks shorter.
Right.
So the glass is actually held back a little bit, so you
So
see
it'll
less of
be-
it
it'll-
too when you're on the street and you're looking up.
That
you
you'll
know,
pick up the brick line primarily, or
Right.
pick up the brick and not the railing.
Mm-hmm.
And also from down low, you probably just read the top of the railing anyway.
Right, that's right.
I mean, it's just, line weight sort of does that too, kind of makes it hard.
It's, you know, rendering is hard, you have to imagine, and,
Yep.
you know, how we render glass is tricky.
Very.
Yeah. I think, you know, we're sort of in a funny place because some of I think the height and mass sometimes will get resolved earlier on. So we're getting into details but don't quite have that resolved. So overall, I think this is, you know, better than the first building that was approved. I think that you've done a lot of things that have made it stronger overall. Like the color, the brick details, the entryways. But overall on this, agree with some of the others in that the extra height, I don't think works. So it would keep me from voting in support of that. But, you know, it just depends on how many people are here and who it is. Cause it seems like you're close on the numbers for getting that approved. I think any of the plaza designs are nice. I like the first one as well, but any of them would be appropriate. I wonder about stamped concrete though, like achieve that, same design and idea with a different material. The trees on the grand stair, I think helps break that up. And I don't know if they could be more significant than a crepe myrtle. I know it's in a tough place to make a tree actually grow, so maybe crepe myrtle's more realistic. And I like your selection of white versus the pink that's rendered. You know, the rendering program might not have pink or white as an option. The brick that we looked at last time, I still think a contrast in the mortar might help differentiate, you know, that they're individual pieces and help with some of what they're talking about. And then the trellis / shade structure, I like the idea of having it, and I think the overall size is basically okay, but the vocabulary seems a little bit off in scale, like we associate that kind of thing with a much smaller residential thing, so I wonder if a different form might work better. But at the end of the day, none of those things really matter unless, you know, there's enough consensus on the building height and mass.
I'm just gonna take a different, just for fun.
Yeah.
Take a different view. We've been looking at this site for years now. And for some of our newer members on the board, the sort of the history with the SUP and basically like the stipulations that City Council laid out for the site were pretty
Definitive.
pretty definitive, and in many cases rather divergent from our guidelines. And we've been working within that for several years now with this site. I'm sort of at a point where I don't think the height bothers me. I'm sort of, I'd like to put a moratorium on conversations about how the market is used. I'd like to trust that the applicant has been working with Parks and Rec and all of those people. I feel like it's sort of beside the point for what we are charged with here. I don't know. We were given quite a number of stipulations years ago for this site, and we've always sort of been talking around them, and perhaps it's time to kind of move this thing on. There's my there's my point of view.
I don't see the added height as having any up or down effect. I don't see it materially affecting the overall mass of the building. The mass is there. The mass has been there since day one. So I don't see that extra 10 or 15 feet or whatever it is being material.
28.
28. Even well, I guess is that how much it is now? 28 more.
And what was approved previously?
So basically, it's the top 2 floors. But I still think in terms of, I mean, where the building really for me is more that it has so much street front as opposed to height. Height's not the be all and end all. It's really more that it's got so much street front on both sides. And in that regard, given that parameter, I think what has been done with the punch for the residential section and the way this Second Street elevations have been worked out has vastly improved over what was originally there.
I agree.
My only thing still is sort of, I still think looking at the trellis and the sort of the ziggurat form, just wondering if there's some interplay there with trellises both on the plaza and on the end of the building, which also I just think from a functional standpoint might be nice to have some shade up there, but also do just sort of take that dematerialized edge and accentuate it a little bit more. I think you're right about the railing. I just was trying to get my head around it, but I think incorporating the trellis language in the building somewhat would also talk to it there down on the plaza too. But I also think that something like that sort of talks to the habitable space along that upper edge of the building might be a nice thing to do. And it would also just sort of soften that and create some more sense of like when you look at it, kind of occupiable in your mind.
Right, it looks like
but
it's
also help it a
lived
little bit
in.
with the scale. Like I think the front entrance area is a lot better than what we had before. So, I think there are a lot of really big improvements.
Which front entrance area do you mean?
Meaning down on the corner
The
there.
stair.
I mean, the whole parking area and all that is, this is much less of a gaping maw than it was originally. I mean, I still object to parking coming onto on a major street, but that seems to be something we're wrestling with all up and down the major streets. And that boat is sailed.
We have knockout panels, remember?
Right. But I think, plaza-wise, I think I like the first one. I kind of like the organic interpretation of it. I agree with Melanie. Maybe there's something a little bit better than stamped concrete. But I think the impulses, I kind of find that a little bit whimsical and nice. The swoops, God, reading glasses and me just don't kill. Anyway, so that's my 2 cents.
That's a quick question. Page 20, the garage entry. Is that a modeling error?
Yes, that was something we were fighting about, where it does the, 20, kind of, you're saying sort of there's a gray box of the opening that eats into the columns.
Yeah.
Yeah, when we were putting this together, I think a few hours before that, we were told by our civil engineer that the driveway didn't meet the requirements. And so this was a half-baked idea, but I think there's a better rendering, let me see if I can find that, of how it's actually, we've been fighting to resolve that because it was driving me crazy. Let me see which page there's.
I mean, I guess one thing that'd be nice to know is what's, you can tell there's a little bit of work
17.
going on as all these evolve.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of curious, is there any of these that are, this is it? This is what
It's,
we're,
for us, it's like never it.
Never it.
Because it can always get better. Well, you can, look, if you look at 17, you see we've, we've gotten rid of the problem. 17 is after 20. So, we've resolved it there, but even here, like, that's just not a perfect, the way the openings.
Condition right there at the corner.
And the reason for that is that, well, the actual reason is that we're trying to buy the elevator that's inside there, and as soon as we know how big the elevator is, then we can figure out sort of where the opening is going to go and how to resolve it. And so, what I can tell you is that, this is evolving because we're, discovering the realities of these things. We are coordinating these things, and, your question is perfect. Well, you're saying you're going to put the trees there. Are you sure that's coordinated with the gas line? And as this is, we're trying to push the project forward so we can definitively answer those questions, yes. And if we come to a point where we have to say, oh, this isn't what we told the BAR we were going to do, we'll be able to come back and say, well, we found this issue that we couldn't resolve that way, and so here's our proposed solution.
another question is, if zoning gets on your case for the Market Plaza sign, do you have any idea what you want to put there?
Because I don't think that's as flexible as what this kind of review is. Isn't it more, can't be above the second story, period?
I mean, it becomes part of the architecture in this case. I'm just kind of curious what your
So the
thoughts are.
genesis of this idea was our meeting with the market vendors, where they said, we want to be honored as the civic institution that everybody knows we are. And, could we do that? And I said, absolutely. And, to me, this is the primary corner. You can see it from the mall. And I'd like to do something there that honors in perpetuity the market, right? So whether it has lettering in it or, carvings of pumpkins, we don't have to decide today. But I think this is the right place. I think, it has to be lit the right way. It has to be the right materials. It has to be the right colors. And, maybe it's an artist that designs it.
Okay.
Maybe, we're going to take that sort of, specific approach to that as an artifact, right? But the reason for it is to honor the market and the vendors and the patrons.
So you do have if the lettering can't be there, you have a plan for it to keep it
We
as part of
will
the.
work with everyone who cares about what this is, including you guys, to make it beautiful. But buildings, I'm a believer in ornament, and, ornament is like the jewelry on a building, and building can have great bones and can be beautiful and even have nice skin, but you still need some jewelry, and this is a critical part of that.
And I think it works.
So actually talking about sort of working around different corners of the project as you go. The west second canopy, does that relate to the trellises in terms of detail? It's right on the front.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good
That
question.
would work better.
It doesn't. I guess,
I'm
Or
trying
could
to
it?
force the issue. I'm just trying to think of ways to sort of start knitting it, so the trellises don't seem like they're kind of just not part of the complex.
Sure. No, it's a really good question. I could see how it could, actually. It's got a grid-like quality that ties into it. And in fact, we had a meeting earlier that for other reasons, there was a suggestion, maybe there's a trellis towards the top of the building. So I think that coordinates with something we've already been talking about. And I think there could be a family or a language of that sort of ornament.
Right, it
that
doesn't have to
is
be literal, but
scattered
if they
around.
talk to one another.
Yeah,
Just
that makes
seems.
sense. I don't know, I guess I was sort of chasing down kind of more of a rustic character for the trellises in the courtyard. It doesn't have to be that. It can, it can have a similar language, but but doesn't have to be, you know.
Yeah,
would
I don't think it has to be
something.
literal, but the sort of the sense of scale and relationship of parts and
Sure,
things like that.
yeah, no, I think that makes a lot of sense.
But, because then I think you could also then take that up to the upper levels and get some shade and get some, just sort of soften sort of the relentlessness of that kind of the ziggurat shape.
Sure,
maybe.
that makes sense.
Other comments?
I have a question. The site plan on page 7 on West Second Street shows, I think these are the trees Carl was talking about, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 trees.
Right.
And then on the rendering on page 13, looking at West Second, shows that one on the corner and then maybe a couple others smaller.
You know, my
trees.
renderer took the trees out so you could see the building.
Okay, so the intent for sure is to have, what, would those be kind of street-sized trees, kind
Correct.
of taller?
Right.
Okay. Great, just want to clarify, because of course, I haven't commented at all yet, but I'm thinking about, mitigating the scale and impact of the building.
And I think that helps a lot, and again, I keep talking about these views, but like the view on, where is that? Yeah, on page, 8 and 9. I mean, having the trees, and particularly 10, your experience as you're walking down a new streetscape with beautiful new street trees is the trees, right? And you have a building here. But I think we've worked really hard, and that was actually something that we sort of inherited from the previous design. I think they got the sidewalk widths right, and the overall designs right. So I don't take credit for that, but I think it was right, and I think we had a site plan approval already reflecting that, and we're just making minor changes to that.
Sure.
I think the strong base is going to work well too, actually, from the standpoint of emphasizing street scale.
Yep.
And also working with the small houses on the other side of Second Street. I think when you're on the street, the sense of it looming isn't going to be as great as it always looks in elevation. I mean, I think the street that will have the buildings that have the most effect on is really Water Street, just because it's to the south of it.
Well, we actually spent a lot of time working on comment that Carl had made in the first or second meeting that we had, which was that Second Street elevation, so that's on page 21, was too insistent and repetitive. If you remember, they had the larger, like the triple windows was like in every bay.
Right.
And if you look now, we've broken that up. Some are triple, some are doubles, and then and then every bay is now different, right? And we've never. I keep talking to my guys. I thought it would be an interesting presentation, and we haven't been quite able to do it. But if you look at this image and you look, I want to do a slideshow of each bay, and each bay is different. And I think that's what you're noticing. Sorry, the other project that you just referenced, the flats.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Every bay is the same, and the window proportion is terrible, and the details are not that great, and the brick color is not so good. But
And you experience it totally from the north side.
that's right, and it's always in shadow.
So it's always in shadow.
Yep. Right. Yep. And it's actually too tall because the brick goes up too high. It should have changed the materiality like we're doing here. Because brick becomes oppressive when it gets, like those old New York buildings. I mean, that's a lot of brick. It's massive. It kind of, the metal is much lighter. But it's really important for me, and that came from a comment you had made, Carl. Every bay is going to be different. And as you go by, you're not going to get a sense of that repetition because you're going to get a sense of texture and quality.
I'm just, when I look at the elevation, it looks like what you're describing, and I'm seeing bays, and they're the nice right proportion for a pedestrian walking down the street. It's just the bay is made up by a control joint, and I feel like when you're on that street, you're not going to recognize that this is a bay, and this is a bay, and this is a bay. I think you're going to recognize that this is one continuous wall. And that's my fear about, how this is going to read from the street. That's why I don't know if you have some other method of rendering this that gives us a better feeling, because, I am right in saying the renderings you have do not show the brick as you, it's not the actual color that you're.
It's impossible to really
Yeah.
show it.
Right,
But,
but it-
but I will, like, if you turn, I mean, I guess the quality that I want and that I'll work for until it's done, if you look at page 15, like, that's what I want. Right? When you walk by that, you're gonna know it, and it's going to be beautiful, right? And there's a, you know, there's a reason why entrances are more detailed and things that aren't entrances are slightly less detailed, right? Things should be different, and the contrast is what makes it really read, right? It's you know, we see, I mean, there's a whole history of aesthetics and theory, but why is this so memorable is because it's not the, you know, the field, right?
Right.
And so, I mean, maybe we need another moment, maybe the entrance to the indoor market space also needs to be slightly more, you know, decorative, but, you know, I think you're gonna read that as you're walking down. The character's gonna be different, and, you know, and I think the canopy there has a critical impact on it too. And it's just, I mean, the human mind cannot perceive this elevation like on page 14.
Right.
You can't see that. This is a representation. This is, you never experience things. You experience things in a 30-degree cone of vision, and you never actually see this. This is a fallacy. This is how you actually experience reality, you know, and it can be boring reality or it can be exciting reality, but this is actually how, this is the amount of building that you see at any given time. To perceive the whole building, you actually have to, like, move around with your head.
I'm not saying that I think you should cover the building with all this sort of level of detail. I think it's just finding some way to actually make the 24-foot module or 30-foot module, whatever it is, kind of read as be able to somehow perceive that as opposed to, where is that elevation? I mean, you've got, I think, 3.5 modules on one side and 2.5 on the other of that entryway, and my concern is I think they're just going to blur into one, which, I mean, it ends up just being a building that's broken by that ornate entryway.
Although the windows, I mean, the windows do create groups.
They do, but you're not going to, the black vertical lines you're seeing there, you're not going to see those.
You're talking about in the brick.
Yeah, it's just a control joint.
It is, but they're really important.
They are important.
And not just
Yeah.
functionally, but I think visually, I think, again, this is my own theory about how we see and how we perceive, but I think the human mind looks for patterns and looks for, you know, these kinds of breaks, and those lines, when you take them out, it makes everything looks really horrible. When you put them in, it's meaningful. But again, you're right, they're represented by a black line, and they're not a black line. I mean, there's a little bit of a shadow to it, but it's not. So I hear you. I mean, you know, one thing that we could look at changing the brick color slightly, or actually my old mentor did a building, had a lot more brick than this, but, you know, alternating bays had black flashed headers. So all the detailing was the same, but in alternating ones that had the flashed header. So even from a distance, you might not perceive the flashed header, but you perceive it as a slightly different color. We did a building, 82 I Street, in DC, where we actually, it was a 13-story brick wall, but we changed it's the same color brick, but one had like a scratch texture, and one had, you know, it was like 4 different textures of the same brick. And so, and the top one was the smoothest and the most reflective, so it looks lighter in the sunshine. So, I mean, we could do something like that, just kind of changing the character, the quality of the brick. So it doesn't look like a zoo, right?
Yeah.
But just, you know, subtle changes.
Well, that's where I'm trying to get to is so that we have that rhythm that you get from the traditional storefronts, which we seem to apply to almost every building that we see. And this one, I just want to make sure that it actually reads that way, as opposed to being just a entire
Actually, this
block's
one
length,
rendering
correct?
shows 2 lines, so there's not like an, I'm on page 16.
Yeah. Those are, they do have 2 lines. If you look at 20, there's like a, I don't know if that's a
So I mean,
recess
is
or a
that,
pilaster.
that's not an indent,
Oh, that's what you're seeing. I don't know what that is.
That is,
or is
I
that
don't know
just
what
a,
happened
is
to
that a,
that.
just a moire?
That's a rendering
Is that
problem.
just a moire and,
Yeah.
yeah.
It's not different on, Market Street than it is on Second? That's
Yeah,
what I
'cause I
finally
was-
decided was it was done differently on those two.
I assume so too on 14, the rendering on 14, you see that it looks like almost a pilaster coming out on
Yeah,
the brick facade.
Right, and, you know, I'm sorry, we went through like a zillion options on this. So we looked at like, the pilasters being projected, and then we looked at just doing the brick joint. And then we ended up with one where it's a pilaster, but it's just texture, right? And it's the texture that defines the pilaster, and that's where we are today.
So that's what's, is that only on Water Street, or is that?
That was only on Water Street, because,
Got it.
again, another thing that is really important to me is that, you know, at some point you have to define a principal facade, right? And then the other sides can be interesting, and sometimes you have a sub-principal facade, but you can't do the same thing on all sides of the building, because then it's boring. And so I really want to add the most ornament onto Water Street, because I feel like that faces the mall. It's the most, you know, sort of ceremonial of the entrances. Then Second Street has, it's still important, but it has a little bit more of an intimate character. And then the back side of the building faces the warehouse district and is the simplest. That's kind of the theoretical.
Sure. 'Cause it seems like this is more successful along the lines of what you're hoping to achieve on Second Street.
Right, but I understand why Second Street can't be this. I mean, I get that. But yes, this seems to, and it's also got the, I mean, you have the planters every, you know, so often, so
And
it's
the
got
rhythm
the,
of the openings.
yeah, the rhythm almost kind of beats you over the head on this one, but
Right.
it works in that sense.
Right.
And remember also that the retail storefronts will be varied in themselves too. I mean, we'll control that, so it's not gonna be crazy, but there'll be different, you know, uses on the inside, different lighting, different, you know, signage.
I think the corner, I think the 3 sort of major openings along that facade on the South Street work well. In terms of, you've got the corner, you got this, and then you have this one. So canopy, 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 right? I'm looking at 13.
There we go, yeah.
Yeah, for me, I think we still have a little bit of work to do on the canopies, because I want to differentiate the residential canopy from the corner canopy, from the office, from the other retail canopies, right?
Right,
So we
right.
have-
But I was just thinking like element-wise, right now, those are the way that sort of interplay of those 3 punches in that wall, kind of right off define it as a different kind of organization than the wall going down Water Street.
I'll throw in some general comments. Generally speaking, I'd say that of the 3 options for the Market Plaza, I agree with everyone else, I guess. I like option 1. I think there's something, there's a lot of orthogonality going on, so I think a little playfulness, you know, to kind of break that up and do something a little sweeping and elegant will be perceived slightly and be appreciated. So I definitely root for option 1 on that. The trellis, I agree with a few things that have been said about the trellis, which I think that they punctuate the space in a way that's helpful. I appreciate the market day black and white renderings versus the non-market day black and white renderings. Those are helpful to see the scale. I think that they accomplish what you're hoping to accomplish with the form and mass of them. But I do agree that I think that the kind of the typology being different and unique, while some may appreciate, I think that it could be nice if it borrows and coordinates and kind of creates a synergy with the building that could be more successful, potentially. I think, you know, perhaps borrowing from those canopies could be one way to do it. Perhaps there's another way. generally speaking, I think the plaza, the first option is quite nice. I like the way that you did the planters on the kind of grand staircase there as well. No, again, of course, I'd love to have more trees. I know that that's been a long struggle. And I will just reiterate Justin's comment too, that I really appreciate Breck and Mike's concern about the functionality of the market. Of course, I'm concerned about that, but I know that you've met with him many times, and it sounds like, from everything he told us, that you're fulfilling the requirements that have been asked of you to do for that. The fact that we're not seeing anyone here from the market and haven't seen anyone come from the market to these public meetings to express concern about this not being sufficient, I think even, that silence says a lot, because I haven't heard anyone that is a part of that come to express any concern about that, which I imagine if this was shockingly insufficient, we would have heard about it at these public meetings somehow. And the fact that we haven't, I think, is encouraging.
And we did hear a handful of comments back during the original building, but not.
Right. So I'm just pointing that out, that I think that if it were more problematic, or, because I'm worried about it too, and I'm glad that we should be considered and worried about that. But I think that's another thing that what you've presented tonight that is helpful for me to see is the scale of that market, again, on market, the plaza market, page 24, market aerial view. I think that scale, is a bit convincing on, wow, that will be a packed but vibrant space that, is fulfilling the requirements of what you've been asked to achieve. I appreciate that perspective and rendering to at least understand the scale of it and what's happening. Perhaps somehow that typology of the pergola there could be dealt with another way. Back to the elephant in the room, the massing. I think that generally speaking, I think that the added, this is a big building, there's no doubt, but like I've said before, I think this is the perfect space for a big building in Charlottesville. And I think that you've calibrated, going back to the beginning, you've calibrated the south side, you've calibrated the market to get that southeastern sun. Well, I know that this is beyond you inherited this form and footprint, but going back to the beginning of it, that's got that southeast exposure. You've got the ziggurat, if you will, and tapered down on the south side to allow more light coming into that plaza as the sun gets into the afternoon. I do feel like there is a strong connection. You've made even a stronger connection to the plaza, to the mall side. I think that the pedestrian walk on Water Street is quite successful, as you just mentioned. That what you inherited as well as the width and setback. But I think that's helpful, and then the trees are really going to help mitigate the scale. The fact that you've broken down that heavier brick base to those 3 to 4 floors, I think will really impact the pedestrian experience of it. And from a driving experience, I mean, this is going to be,
From a driving experience, you're not gonna see the top.
you're not going to
anyway.
see, right, and you're going to be this is a packed area downtown, you're just focused on the lights and the pedestrians, and you just really don't experience that building nearly as much, but just for a moment that you can perceive it. So I think it's far more important from a pedestrian scale when you're up the building and away from the building, but of course, as you get away from the building and pedestrian scale, it's mitigated by that distance, by the trees in the way, by other things that are happening, by whatever building is going to come up next to it in the future, by the buildings, the technology center and the other building on the corner that's coming up in the future. So I feel confident that the height and the massing of the building is going to be mitigated by the future surrounding context that's yet to be built and that we even know about already. Because that technology center, as we all know, is a tall building as well, and it's just right, almost catty corner, a block away. And so I think that's going to help. And then we do know there's one directly catty corner coming. What is that, a 7-story building that's coming up catty corner? The small one above the
Clod shop, where
Right.
was the clod shop?
Exactly, yeah. Right, and that 7-story building going?
I'll have to ask
I think
Jimmy.
it's deferred. Yeah,
Six doors.
Yeah, he knows.
Right. So,
But it's a way smaller
sure,
footprint.
right, true. but as far as, but that height is gonna be a part of the context, the surrounding context, and so, and that, you know, again, you know, whether or not what you're perceiving, I know, it's a big building, I know, there's no doubt about it, but it's a matter of how we're gonna perceive it. I think that it had been approved before at a certain height, and the 28 feet, a lot of it, I believe, is that, in that smaller appurtenance, though, it's gonna be really inboard and barely experienced at a pedestrian level. And at a certain point, that, you know, I know, and you presented it as such, you know, there's a certain degree angle, but I feel like the architects have done a good job of mitigating the scale and impact of the height of this building. And I think that the detail around the base, combined with the walkways, with the trees, and the different materiality, I think it's coming together quite nicely. And I feel like it's getting, and it's gotten to a point where I feel that it is and will be appropriate for this location.
Sasha, it's not in this packet, but it was in one of the other preliminary packets. In addition to the height, what, I calculated it last time, what's this overall square footage now versus the approved building, or the percentage increase?
I don't remember the hard numbers, but I do remember calculating 15% larger in terms of volume.
Does anybody have the old submissions? I was thinking it was quite a bit more than that, but we don't have it.
What was
I don't- There was a big, like the overall square footage between the old building, so it's not just the 28 feet, but there's also a huge increase in
Right.
overall square footage.
Right.
Because the old building was still a big building that was taking up an entire block.
Sure.
Well, if you think we've added one floor, essentially. That's like, you know, on a 10-story building, that's like 10%, right?
And if didn't some of the terraces go out? Any of that?
The terrace setbacks are approximately the same size. The perimeter is almost exactly the same. The footprint's almost exactly the same as the previous building. So we took that because we no idea that the process we'd be going through, but we thought it would make the site plan a whole lot easier if we just took the basic building footprint, right? So the garage is slightly underground, it's slightly larger but shallower, but the building itself, footprint-wise, is almost exactly the same. The size of the terraces, setbacks on what we call the wedding cake on the south side, is almost exactly the same.
Something like that. So I mean, it was those uppermost stories.
One thing just sort of as an aside, and I don't know whether, the one thing that, actually when I saw this the first plaza plan, it actually looks like terrazzo. Which actually I think would be quite nice to kind of have kind of that granite-like thing, just work the color in, and, you know, I think that would be nicer than stamped concrete, actually.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Well, that way you get really rich colors and everything, too.
Okay, look at that.
That's gonna be
Hmm?
big difference in cost.
It'll be slick too, isn't it?
Yeah, you'd have to,
You can texturize it.
I mean, I think you can take care of that, though.
But I know the look that you're talking about, and maybe there are sort of accent strips too. that
Right,
help
so it just
set
has
those
a nice
apart.
graininess to it.
Right.
Which you wouldn't get from a stamped concrete.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
There's also like sandblasted concrete too, and
Right.
different, you know, different surface textures that can be done. Yeah, there's like a gooey quality to stamped concrete that's
It
not
just
what we're
looks
looking
sort of
for.
plastic.
Yeah, I hear you.
Technically, it's plastic, but that's the wrong word.
Okay, so they're here tonight seeking a COA for massing elevations in the landscaping plan. I can't count it up for sure, but, you know, typically we address massing first, so that I think Carl was somewhat unresolved, and Emma, I don't know how you feel about that.
I'm gonna make Carl's life really hard.
I knew this was coming.
It usually happens to Justin, though. He
Yeah,
gets right down
so
to-
I do not agree with the overall height of the building, in short. I think it's always been a little bit too big for my liking, but it's not about my liking. The addition of the height in abstract, I think actually kind of helps the building build up, but we're not talking about a building in abstract. It's in this historic context, one of the most important historic contexts of Charlottesville. And when I'm looking at like page 10 in the packet, you're definitely, as you stated, going to be able to see this from the mall. You are going to, there are certainly buildings along Water Street that are going to change and grow over the coming decades. These ones right in front of it, iffy. You've done a lot of great work with the details to bring it down on the pedestrian scale while you're on Water Street. I worry a lot more about when you're on the mall and when you're further down Water Street, not in this view. What that height really does, and I can't get behind it, sorry. So, Carl.
So I've said before, I mean, I think the height is achievable and is doable, but to make up for it, the ground plan's gotta be fantastic. And, I'm just feeling like I'm not convinced yet of the, I mean, I really do appreciate, I know you put a lot of attention into the brick detailing, I know you're really precise about it. I appreciate the, I mean, you've got every single louver showing up on this building. I mean, there's a lot of stuff on here that I know you're being an anal retentive architect, and it's fantastic, but it's, I'm not sure I'm buying the subtlety. And I'm just concerned that it's going to read as a 200 some odd foot long, just brick mass, as opposed to having the modulation in it that it needs. And So I'm not necessarily saying no to the height, so you might actually be okay with that, but the height is dependent on getting those elevations right for me. So I'm not sure I can say yes to it tonight.
And then the landscaping plan, that seems completely appropriate, and in the staff report, it did talk about some of the plant material isn't necessarily on the city list, but I think that's not due to the plant material, but more just that there are 8 bazillion plants, and you can only put so many shrubs on the city list. They're all perfectly appropriate, but it just seems weird to approve a landscaping plan and not the mass and elevations. You know, but I don't see any issues with it. It looks like a nice plan and good selections and all that.
Those who are leaning towards yes, am I being nuts?
Well, no, I completely understand what you're saying about, I think what you said is true, that the vertical control joints aren't nearly as readable as one. Theoretically, from my point of view, you've got your theory. I think that they won't be that readable either. So I do think the fenestration and those 3 canopies will create kind of at least, you know, there's that, what is that theory that you need something to walk towards, and you're gonna be more, from that vantage point, you're gonna be more concerned about what you're walking towards than what you're walking by. You know, and so I think the fenestration combined with those 3 canopies might mitigate a bit of what you're talking about. But I think that, I don't think that you're wrong about the fact that the vertical control joints create that strong of delineation.
Do we keep the old packets in the office, or not really? It's all online? Well, it seems like if we're having a discussion about massing, we should know the square footage that we're potentially approving, and, you know, because it was all for a preliminary discussion. Yeah, he's put it in, you put it in right before, that was what was previously approved and what was being proposed, which is essentially the same as now.
Right, yeah.
Right, like,
that's
there's no shaving back that's really happened that would fundamentally change those numbers.
correct. That's correct.
There was a square footage analysis on there, on the last packet.
And that's also in the.
I also don't think I don't think square footage has anything to do with your sense of massing.
It just kind of,
To me, it's more to do with, I think, you know, once the fundamental big L got accepted, that's where we are. I don't find 28 feet, 30 feet there to make a hill of beans. So, you know, basically we have this large L-shaped building, and then I think he's done a lot of really good work with the base to really give it a street level presence that I think it took it a long time to get. So, I feel like it's kind of going seriously backwards to question the massing at this point. I just don't think it's.
well, and this is
really
our
kind of-
first review meeting, because every time before, it's just been.
Right, but I'm going
Yeah.
back to the previous scheme.
Oh,
I'm going back to the previous scheme. So I just think that, it sort of gets to be kind of double jeopardy somewhere in there. I just don't feel like the square footage is the issue. The issue is, okay, within the context of the massing of this L-shaped building, does it work? And I think at that level it works. You know, it seems like a rather large building for Charlottesville.
The previous
but-
design was a little over, it was like 102 feet 10 inches, and this one is 130 feet plus.
Right.
So it's 27% increase.
Right, well, it's.
Significant. I mean, it's the equivalent of adding 3 of the residential
House
levels.
stories, right, right.
And it's not a whole lot of that, unless, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think much of that is in the apartments.
We had one floor and about 5 feet. So the total building is about 17 feet tall. So.
You're talking about at the corner, yes?
I'm talking at.
I was going off of what you had in the last packet, from what was approved versus what you're going for now.
Right.
That was what you gave as the dimensional heights.
Wouldn't that have been average?
No, it wasn't the averages. Well, the averages
Or the
didn't
mean, I
make
should
sense
say, or the
because
mean,
you were using the 42 feet or whatever that little 6-foot step back was one of the points of the average, so I kind of threw that out.
Was it an average or a mean?
Well, that was when they were doing,
Right, right, it was-
they're not even using that calculation anymore because it
Right.
didn't make sense.
Right.
We're taking advantage of it. And I think this is a case where it was taken advantage of, because it was a 6-foot step back that they were using as an average. So getting to the dimensional height makes a lot more sense.
Right. I still think perceptively, I don't see a big difference between the earlier building and this building, I guess. Just because of the amount of mass there already is. And the extra height is all sort of concentrated up in the center.
It has the same step back up top. I mean, where you're adding it is on the face, correct? It's not stepped back. You're not adding
Well-
another step back anywhere.
Well, yeah, our top floor, which used to be called appurtenance, it's just the mechanical space, is actually stepped back further than it was before.
But it
So-
hasn't,
but
it
it's
hasn't
higher.
grown.
What's that?
It hasn't grown. It's just stepped back farther.
It has stepped back farther, and and so we have the enclosed space is about the same size. Actually, it's smaller because you used to have mechanical space and there were 2 dwelling units in there. We've moved it up. It's actually smaller because we don't have any dwelling units in there. And the amenity space is about the same size. But then we also have enclosed the mechanical equipment on the roof. So in the previous design, I don't believe that all the mechanical equipment was actually enclosed. And there was going to be mechanical equipment on top of the appurtenance level, and with only had like a 1.5 or 2 foot parapet. So we've actually increased that parapet up to like 6 feet, so that it's 5 or 6, I can't remember, I'm sorry. That all that equipment will be housed within that. And then we have a couple larger pieces of equipment, and they're in an enclosed yard. So the total aggregate of all that roof structure, I think, is slightly larger than what we had, that was previously approved, but I'm more confident that it has everything enclosed inside.
I do think we have a fundamental issue of approving height and massing during a meeting without that all detailed in the packet. You know,
Well,
like, don't you kind of need that to,
the comparison?
well, just the fundamental details, like we're looking at a package of renderings and drawings, like there's not any height notations in this packet. Well, there is on 12.
I feel like we need to, in a sense, we can look at the, you know, the last thing that was approved and kind of compare it, but at the same time, I mean, this is its own thing, and I think we
Right.
need to approve it on its merits. I mean, the last one was, you know, had the same footprint. It was a lot fussier, for sure. Had a lot more going on, for better or worse. So they're
Things didn't line up.
they're
as I
different.
recall.
They're different buildings. And I'm not sure, you know, comparing square footage of one to another. I mean, square footage it's such a abstract thing when we're
Right, I
considering
think
the
this is
outside
a
of the building,
visceral
but-
issue. Does it feel that much bigger than the other building? And to me, it doesn't, even if the height's quite a bit more. It's just not where, to me, it's more about the overall bulk of the building, not the height. It always has been.
I think the fact that the height doesn't feel that much different is a testament to how
Big it is.
massively large the building is.
Actually, a
Yeah.
good point.
Yeah.
Any
That's
other
fair.
building, we would have said, wow, that's a lot of height we're adding.
Right.
And this, the fact that we're not, I think, goes to show that it's
Big.
a very sheer wall.
All right, we're gonna talk about this forever, so, you know what, I think, oh God, I'm gonna regret this, but, I mean, I could go along with the massing approval with just the understanding that, you know, maybe this is the best facade treatment, but at least this, you know, can we see some exploration? Yeah, so
Like a
I'll
mock-up
give you
of
some time to convince me that this is the best facade treatment for this massing.
I'd agree to that, and I think a useful tool, I'd like your approval today, but, for a hamburger on Tuesday, but, you know, we could actually build, and I'm surprised I haven't thought of this, but I can actually build this facade, you know, in a model that's like half-inch scale, which is about the size that you need to see, it'll be about this big. And you could actually see the detail, and determine whether we need to change the brick texture, the brick color, or some other demarcation. Maybe it is, you know, a slightly more expressive thing than just a expansion joint between those two. I mean, I agree with you. I think we're really, really close. But I'm perfectly happy to continue to explore some of those technical details.
What about just doing like a chunk of wall, like 10 by 10 or something like that?
I'll let you decide what's gonna be the best to illustrate.
Because models, to me, it's still kind of, cute's the wrong word, but it's still not giving you the relationship of
Yeah.
the brick to the
I mean,
joint.
to be honest, I forgot what the brick looked like. I mean, that's not helping at all, but, I have definitely forgotten what the brick sample looked like. I remember, I don't remember it looking so monolithic. I mean, you did want to match the joints of the brick, I thought, but I also thought there was some more to the color variation and, yeah. But I mean, I could vote yes for the massing tonight with the understanding that, you know, I need some more convincing on the elevations, at least the base. Does that at least keep you guys going?
Yes.
So then the only thing to note is, like, once we give this implicit approval for the massing, we're kind of, nothing is a takeaway until there's a final COA. But we're agreeing, like, okay, we're not gonna hound him on that, but you still have to have enough votes to get the whole thing passed in total. And so it's just kind of a heads up since one person would have actually split the vote, but they're not here, so, you know, so it sounds like the approval will happen for the massing for tonight, but just throwing it out
And then maybe we'll have our planning commissioner next month.
there. Right. Well, and you never know who's absent out of what group or whatever, but.
Well, so I just think like if you're really gonna go after the massing, you'd be doing a completely different building, right? So to me, it's like, this is kind of where this process has gotten us now for however many years Keith has been sitting in that seat. So, it just seems to me like, you know, that's pretty much where we are. So I think it's a question of, I think Carl's concerns about, you know, getting the base and getting the detail of the base, confirming that what's being discussed is really gonna work the way we think it does. I think that's a valid way to pursue it. But I don't think we can go start taking chop saws to the size of the building.
Carl, do you think that you'd be satisfied if you, would you be willing to approve all elevations except the Second Street base elevation? Do you think that's the only one that's, because I'm seeing you look at that one a lot, is that?
I look at it a lot,
I mean, is that?
love to see a little more, get a better understanding of the Water Street one too.
I mean,
Well,
couldn't you
not
say that you
consistent
agree to
either.
it? Couldn't you
No,
say you
not
agree to the
consistent.
elevations in concept, but you just want to see more detail, right? Not quite the way it's said?
Not quite.
And the
'Cause-
packet's not consistent.
Th-
Like,
that's
which
another-
elevations are you talking about?
No, I'm just stuck on the base of the building, the elevations on the base. I'm not gonna touch the plaza side, because that's kind of, I'm not sure that really matters. Well, I mean, it matters, but second and water are my concerns. And I guess just somehow convince me that I'm gonna feel a sense of modulation as I'm walking by there, and that it's not gonna feel like a 200-foot, 200. How long is Water Street's facade? 230 feet or 200? Whatever it is, the big, super long, flat facade.
And I think it's, you know, I want to be comfortable with that too, and I know you all want to be comfortable with that, so I'm happy with that qualification.
How do we make a motion?
So what are you planning to approve? Because it's really up to you.
It's up to me.
I mean,
God, so
unless
I
you
even have to make the
fundamentally
motion.
depart from
Yeah.
something the rest of them are willing to, right?
All right, are we picking we're just leaving it to the, to them to do
Massing.
the plaza design? Or we-
Plaza design, I like the first one, but.
Yeah, but don't we need more details about?
Yeah, but I mean, that's a
Concept.
direction, that's just a
In concept,
direction.
But then we need specifics on material.
Are we gonna be happy with stamped concrete?
No.
No.
That's why we need more details.
Okay. Okay, but we're content with the landscape plans, minus the
Yes, it's-
paving on the plaza.
But
And we'd
does
like
that
to see
seem like
further
a
development of the trellis.
little weird to approve that when we're still trying to get some of these other things ironed out? Like in
Well,
that,
If some of these other things end up changing that,
right,
then I think they have to.
That's just evolution.
They get changed, and we have to approve the change. I mean, I'm comfortable with that.
What do you think is gonna change?
I don't know. Like if the trellis changes and then
Right.
that affects where trees are planted, I don't know.
But I mean, I think in terms of concept, we like where they're going with the, you know, and so details change and things evolve. One detail will cause other details to change and then. we have to
Then
see
it
that
comes
again.
back, yep.
Okay, so I have, we want some more details about the plaza and the paving, and the trellis, and then,
I'd like to consider some trellis work on the upper floors. At least look at it.
oh, add it to the upper floors?
Yeah, like on where the ziggurat is, like something that might carry some of the lines of the building out, give it a little more horizontality up there, but also give it some shading and tie it into the other trellises.
Okay. Did you mention that before?
I did.
Sorry.
That's what I started out with.
Okay, I would be willing to see that.
And that's more an a thought, not a directive.
Okay, so, all right. Anything else?
And we certainly haven't talked about lighting, but that's not on our list right now.
No lighting, no signage yet. You always have them in here, and I feel like I'm missing them. Are they, oh, there they
Yeah.
go. Okay, so,
Massing elevations, that's good.
elevations on materials, okay.
Summary of things that the intern picked up on, and then there's a list of checklists.
Where's your checklist for new construction on this?
Oh, here it is. Massing, dimensioned elevations for all sides and renders.
Oh, there, why is my, okay, I'm losing my mind. Yep.
Well, this is all out of order.
Okay, so dimension elevations for all sides and renders, we still want that, we still want details, lighting signage. I think we're gonna be okay on mechanical units, I would think.
Yeah, because they're well hidden.
Okay. So we're approving the massing, or I'm gonna move that we're gonna approve the massing, we're gonna approve the site and landscape design with some caveats. We're kind of by default approving the mechanical units. So, yeah, we'll get dimensioned elevations, and lighting and signage to come back to us. Let me give this a try.
Do you want to specify elevations of the base?
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna try to do. Why is where's our, okay, having considered the standards set forth in the city code, including city design guidelines for site design elements, new construction additions, and public design, I move to find that the proposed massing in, site design and elements satisfies the BRS criteria and are compatible with this property and other properties in the downtown ADC district. That the BAR approves the application as submitted for massing, and for site and landscape design. Although we still want to see, more details on the plaza, and an understanding of the plaza paving. And we'd like to see that at the next BAR meeting, or submit it to a BAR meeting. We'd like to see, further investigation of the elevations, to prove, sufficient, modulation at a pedestrian scale. We'd like to see more development on the shade structure. We would, like you to investigate, some sort of, shade structure, on the, stepped portion on South Street. That's it.
Did you want to specify the base elevation?
Why didn't I, yeah, I did. Is it that, it's not even that late. No, that's what I said, yeah, I said investigation of the elevations, specifically the base, to prove, modulation at pedestrian scale. Sorry, did that make sense? Thought I said that.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Aye. Okay, thanks, Ash. All right. Next up, we have a certificate of appropriateness application for 843 West Main Street.
I should keep this. Oop, sorry. Let's go.
Oh, God, poor Bruce. I
What?
can't believe this will come back.
I think
Tim.
I do.
You want mine?
Yeah.
There we are. You're gonna hate this. How are your eyes?
Oh, they're fine. They're fine. I got my super glasses on. I went up to 2.0. Okay, this is a certificate of appropriateness request for a proposed new 3-story office building on West Main Street, address 843 West Main. This is essentially a vacant parcel within the West Main Street ADC district. Earlier this year, you all reviewed a design, and the applicant requested deferral. You all accepted it. And so what's again here tonight, it's the construction of a 3-story commercial office building. Will be served by existing ground level parking. The primary entrance faces West Main Street with setback between 10 and 20 feet. The proposed facade consists of a combination of white precast concrete and blue-green glass metallic accents and windows. And staff suggests the BAR review and discuss the massing, the building setback, the elevations, including all sides, at the rear of the building, whether the building acts as appropriate commercial infill, the site design on the drawings, the pertinence at the top and the hiding of the mechanical units, the overall appropriateness of the structure within the ADC. And again, there's the checklist. So we would be starting at the beginning of working our way through that.
Thank you.
Not much more I can tell you than what
Okay.
you see.
Jimmy's here.
Good evening, I'm Jim Brigg. I'm the architect representing Kim Dabney, the property owner. We submitted a building several months ago that was deemed to be inappropriate for this location, a precast building with horizontal banding and green glass. Since then, we've worked with the owner to revise the scheme to try to keep the features that are important to her, which is the precast concrete and the glass, but create a sort of a scale and massing that would be more in keeping with what the guidelines ask for in this district. So this concept, we're not here seeking final approval of anything tonight. It's the first time you guys have seen it. What we're trying to do is come up with an approach that works for the city and also works for the owner. So we have a building that has 3 pavilions, a 3-bay pavilion, a 7-bay pavilion, and a 3-bay pavilion. And the front of the building has 3 different planes. ways, and there's been two small planters that are important to the owner. We haven't really thought much about the street trees and landscaping at this point. Again, the reason we're here is to see if this general approach is, you guys can bless it as being acceptable in this district. I think that as I read the guidelines, it meets all the goals with the exception of perhaps that we have a lot of glass on the upper two floors. I happen to think that it would be, I think it would be very attractive and it would be light and transparent, and I think that that will be a good thing in the context that you have over there right now. So again, we're sort of looking at it from a conceptual schematic basis, and don't want to move forward unless we have an assurance from you all that this approach is acceptable.
Okay.
Okay?
All right. Any questions for the applicant from the public? All right. Questions from the board? All right. Comments from the public? And comments from the board?
I can go since I think I'm partially responsible for this. I think you've done what I've asked for, which is you've got, the ground floor, the doors coming directly off the street. There's a modulation to this that breaks it down to the pedestrian scale. You've given us the transparent glass. The green glass that was mentioned in the staff report, I think, was an error. Where I'm concerned is I understand that, I think I understand that you want the materiality to be white and precast concrete, and I'm a little concerned that, I thought the reasoning had to do with staining and dirt and not liking dirt on the brick. If this were to be a brick building, my concern is that white on West Main Street, especially as a concrete material, is going to get really dingy. So I would just ask you to please reconsider what that material is. If it's concrete, great, but I would steer clear from white concrete if at all possible. I guess the street trees, yeah, you said that's not what you're dealing with tonight. So I'll leave that for later. But I think that, with the three-dimensionality that you have in the storefront, and you have a lot going on in this building. It is modern, but I remember you showed us an elevation that matched this in the traditional format, and the massing is about the same of that traditional building. I could see this working. I'll leave it at that.
What's the street setback? 10 feet. And is it 0 to 10, or I was just wondering what? 10 minimum, okay. So the two punch outs are at 10 feet?
They're at 10.
Okay, got it. Well, since I was with Carl, I'll step in there too. I think that, the basic massing and all that stuff works way better than what you had earlier and makes a lot of sense to me. I'm still a little unsure, and maybe this is something you're still planning to work on, Jimmy, but I'm just a little unsure about sort of the wedges of the floor plates and kind of that language. The language still seems a little, I guess, unresolved. I'm not quite sure what to say, but I think the basic massing, it's a much more urban building than what was before. I mean, it's got some verticality to it, and I think I'd just like to see more of the implied detail that Jimmy's sketches had.
And I wanted to apologize because I committed to meeting with you all and then ended up having to go out of town for work unexpectedly. So apologies for saying I would do that and then not doing it. And thanks to Tim for coming at the last minute and being the second BAR member at the meeting. I mean, I think it definitely achieves a number of things in the guidelines, like the parking. The parking lot is located behind the building, and this building reinforces the street wall, which is not the case with just being a giant parking lot up near the street now. And it's urban infill, which the guidelines encourage. There are some guidelines about the directional expression of the majority of surrounding buildings should be respected. In commercial areas, respect the expression of any adjacent historic buildings, which generally have a more vertical expression. The caveat is right around this site,
There are no buildings.
Yeah, there aren't any historic buildings, even though there are certainly on West Main. The windows and doors, it says the rhythm, pattern, and ratio of solids and voids, or also known as walls to windows and doors of new buildings, should relate to and be compatible with adjacent historic facades. This is definitely a huge improvement over last time, and but it still is, you know, much more glass than what would be. And then I lost it, but it also talks about kind of the vertical expression of windows, which is detailed, but they also, you know, stretch horizontally across the bulk of the facade. And I agree about the white might be what you're going for on day one, but I don't know that it's gonna stay attractive and nobody wants a building they have to worry about washing or it looking bad. And then I assume the glass is now proposed clear, yeah, which is great. But I definitely like the improve the shape with it, kind of relating to the kind of width of historic buildings and other comments?
I'll echo your comments about the windows and the doors. I like where you've gone with the bays. I think that, you know, that brings in kind of a historic piece to the building, but with the amount of glass, it kind of takes away from the historicity of the building. And I don't know, maybe it's just the way it's presented here. Maybe if it was, you know, a model that was a little more realistic, then I would see it better. It is, yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. And thinking about, you know, the street level design, facades of all building types, whether commercial, office, or institutional, should not have blank walls. They should provide visual interest to the passing pedestrian. I don't feel like there's a lot of visual interest here. I mean, it feels like blank wall to me. And again, maybe that's the drawing. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is.
And you see right through it.
I think that there's actually a tremendous amount of back and forth, and this will be active 110 feet as you can have anywhere else.
But the uncommon is, there's a relation to what's going on inside in the street, and you pretty specifically said here you don't want any relation to what's going on in the street. So that's why I worry about what it's going to feel like. You know.
Well, in this iteration, this one certainly doesn't quite as forcefully turn its back on the sidewalk on the street. I mean, I think, wasn't the main entrance even on the?
Up.
Okay. But, you know, you've got 3 doorways at least, and, you know, sort of suggestion of the planters. It's engaging more certainly than the previous iteration did. I guess.
The only precedent I can think of on West Main for white is the building where there was a Pizza Hut was the white metal panels when it was a garage type building, but other than that, I can't. think of-
Hospital.
Oh, yeah, the hospital, which is
Big
not in
white.
the district, but certainly can be viewed from it. You can see that. Clear Mountain.
I do think, I mean, one of the precedents for this was, I believe, the Battle Building, which was, I mean, that's, I guess it has a more solid base, but once you get above that, it is almost all glass. And,
But there's a sense of materiality, because there's brick and concrete and natural colors.
yeah.
And it doesn't have the white concrete.
I don't mind the horizontal aspect of it. I think that's not bad there. I mean, it's nice to mix it up a little bit. I don't feel like everything in that corridor needs to suddenly be huge. So I think that's kind of nice.
No, I think the scale's actually this scale relates much more to what's down the street than the buildings that are up the street from it, actually.
Yeah.
I just think, well, you know, it's very schematic, I guess, and to me, this building's gonna be all about how it's detailed and sort of how the parapets work and how the banding and the spandrels, and whether this is actually the, you know, where the glass gets some more, development in terms of its patterning and that kind of stuff.
It will be interesting to see what this looks like with the spandrel glass and how that changes it. I'm not sure how you're gonna represent that to us, but it will make a difference.
Because this has a lot of that jewel box, character that you were working with.
Yeah, I'll say a few things. I appreciate the modulation and the three entrances on the street. I think that's a great thing to have. I understand the strategy of breaking down the massing, the symmetry. I actually think that this building would benefit from being taller in this location. So it's funny, we were just dealing with a really tall building that people wanted to be shorter, and I think this one would be better if it was taller in the context of West Main where it is. I'm a little concerned. I think it is probably because it's so schematic at this level that it looks quite, again, to me like a suburban generic office building, and I know that that's just probably because it's schematic right now. I know that formally it's got the makings of something that could be good, but I feel like right now it just seems suburban and it's lacking in quite a bit, but that could be taken care of in the detailing. I think it would be, I know, you know, functionally, it's my understanding that the bottom floor will not be retail, is that correct?
Now, the two corners probably be retail because there are different levels in the middle of the building. So they would, the only way you can get in and out is from the front door.
Right. See, because, I mean, I think that would be great, and I think if it was gonna be retail, it'd be great if the ceiling height on the first floor was higher.
It is.
Okay. What is the intention for that ceiling height to be?
The highest one is about
16 feet? Oh, that's good.
It's 5 feet of cross slope across the building.
Right, gotcha.
So we've got about 13 in one end, maybe 12 in one end, 16.
Right, yeah, that's good. That's good, especially for because that's not a very wide space. That sounds good. That sounds very appropriate, but for retail especially. So that's great to hear. Yeah, I guess, you know, I know you're looking for preliminary feedback. I guess I'd just say that, yeah, I don't find anything remarkably off-putting or incompatible necessarily with the guidelines. I would just hope that, I would hope that as it develops that it would offer more intrigue and more a better compatibility, a more urban, contextual, unique feel. It just feels like it's not unique at all to Charlottesville. It's not unique at all to West Main. It's not unique to the context in any way. It just seems quite, to me, quite suburban, industrial park, business park, I should say, business park, suburban.
I think that largely just a result of the glazing.
Well, I think the precast concrete choice is also a big part of that as well. And so, and the way that it's, you know, it's following this formal structure of the, you know, almost tripartite structure, which I understand. So that's it. I agree that I think that white would be more than likely from a maintenance standpoint regrettable. So, you know, whether or not you want to consider a different color or a different materiality combined with some other detailing efforts, that it could be good. What's that? Say again?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this is? Oh, sorry.
I think you're misunderstanding. I mean, this is the first time the board has seen it. Maybe we screwed up on how we made our application. All I'm looking for is an agreement that this tripartite approach is appropriate in the historic district. That's it. And with the general schematic design approach, we obviously, we haven't developed the design because how could we without knowing whether or not you all would see it as something that you could live with? Because it's not, you know, doesn't have punched windows on the second and third floor, for example.
Right.
That's a big, you know, the owner wants all glass on the second and third floor. Most of the historic buildings have punched windows on the upper floor. So can we agree that a fuel box, a glass box approach to the upper floor that is an office building is okay in this context? Like the Valley Building, for example, albeit a very different building. I agree the building still has a sort of suburban lineage to it, but it doesn't mean it can't become more articulate as it's developed. But you can't develop it until you know that you're going down a path that's acceptable.
Developable.
Yeah, that means that you're not going down a dead end road.
Sure.
That's it.
Sure.
Just curiosity, does it bust your program to go up one more floor?
It's an economic issue for the owners, it's a certain sort of amount of capital and debt, so that makes sense for the owners.
To go 3 stories?
Yeah, and bearing in mind that there's a big project coming behind this someday. Don't know what it might be, but 90% or 80% of the site is left for something else, whether it's a standalone project or it's in partnership with the parcel next door. So, the owner's goal is to make their property more attractive and to build a commercial building that frankly will honor her father-in-law. Because that's father-in-law, born and raised on this site. There was a house here in 1925.
So it seems like there's support in general for the concept-ish. But I think one thing that might help the architect is to be crystal clear on if white precast concrete is something that would be approvable or not eventually. Like, we might as well, but that, it sounds like there's not support for that as a material, or is that undetermined?
I'm not necessarily against the material. I think the white precast with the glazing amount here kind of dictates what the style is. And I think the two of them together, I'm gonna have a hard time with, but one or the other may be passable.
Yeah, I would not be okay with the white, after thinking about it. And I mean, I'm not sure if it would, I think I could see this as all being, you know, like a buff color precast maybe, but, I mean, it would be so much more interesting if there was, you know, some other material in there. I just know that that may not be the desire. But, yeah, the white precast on West Main is gonna look really gross really fast.
I think when I'm thinking about it, I guess I'm envisioning more like an old bank building or something like that, but maybe I'm envisioning it wrong. A sample would probably help at some point, just to see what it would really look like.
Yeah. Any other things that you could see as potential red flags that are helpful to let them know now?
Well, I mean, I understand that the desire is for all glass, but I wonder, you know, a little exploration with just a little bit more wall to window, you know, what would that do?
So then what's probably helpful is to, if that is a sticking point that we can't get past, then now's probably the time to tell them while the owner's here to hear it.
Would it be worth a kind of straw poll between us as to see how we're all feeling? I mean, personally, I'm okay with the glass, so I'll start with that. I don't know, is anyone else?
Yeah, I think that for me, the glass is not necessarily the issue, or the ratio of glass to solid. I guess, I guess Mike said it. I agree. It's the combination of the precast and the glass, and the symmetry, and the, you know, symmetry is fine too. It could be fine. You know, it's such a early level, it's tough to say. But I think I've more problem with the precast than I do with the glass.
Yeah. Funny.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so, and I think, or, you know, or we could have a 5-bay and a 9-bay, but anything to make it feel like it's a little bit additive rather than, I would like to do that, but I don't know that I can.
Right.
I mean, I know I can, but I don't know that it's legal.
Sure.
There's a certain severity in the symmetry, and you know, I wonder if breaking that up somehow might, what did you say, sort of like an additive, make it feel more like an additive kind of thing. That could, I don't know, because it is, I mean, it's rigid, and it, you know, it does feel kind of, you know, dropped here.
Plus, it's complicated, because then you make it 5 boxes. You make it 1, 2, 3, 4, I mean, that's just the way it is. And, but as soon as you're not punching the upper floors, it's not gonna look like a traditional building, just won't. And so, then, okay, so accept that it's this other thing, and then to your point, how do you detail it and develop it as richly as you possibly can? I mean, I would much prefer to give it an asymmetrical kick, but, you know, it's only 110 feet long, the whole thing.
Well, the one thing, you had some earlier that where you had the sort of the base kind of the way it is now, and then you had more of glass cubes on top, which,
That's anyway,
right.
non-starter. The sort of general language is really important.
One of the things I really appreciate about this is that it, something about the way that you've broken it down, the proportions are really, I find them really nice because they're classic. I mean, it feels like you could clad this thing with marble and put some columns on it and it would look, and for me, I mean, just, I don't know, for some odd reason, my eye just kind of feels like that feels really comfortable to me. But again, and I also really, these little recessed doors at the end, I think think that's awesome. Like, I think that would be a really neat little, whatever happens in those corners, I think it'd be really interesting.
The spandrel, the mid spandrel is a given for the floor. Right.
That's actually gonna help.
If there, you were to have marble
I mean, I don't think you have to go that far, but maybe some flexibility in the materials and that kind of thing might, I think, go a long way to.
I think it's more the materiality. The problem is the white concrete just sort of is sort of dematerializing when you already have, means it doesn't feel substantial and you already have the glass, which isn't. So if you have, like, if you look at the Battle Building, it's like brick and concrete, and so it's made of things that have weight than carry glass. So it's got more texture and kind of life to it. And I think if you were to bring in concrete more like that, not necessarily brick, but concrete and stone, to work with the glass, then I think it changes the sort of the sense of it, and it feels more constructed and has some weight to it. If that makes any sense? I mean, it makes sense to Jimmy, but does that make sense to you? So you don't need marble columns, but one of the reasons we, can relate to marble columns is because they're made out of something that's visibly been worked and it's got weight to it, and it's something we're all very used to. Whereas the white concrete, it's not like we aren't used to it, but it just, it feels very plastic, I guess, for lack of a better word, even though it's not plastic, obviously. And also because all the older buildings in town are made of things that are either mined or, sort of more hand-formed and that kind of stuff.
I think another problem that I'm seeing with it is that it doesn't, as a building, doesn't seem to offer much to the pedestrian. A lot of the projects we've been seeing have really been doing a pretty good job of trying to offer some amenity for the pedestrians. As far as either, the Battle Building has that extra wide sidewalk, and then to all kinds of things we've seen, from planters and trees, and I know you haven't detailed that. You have the planters and trees coming, so that'll be great. So I encourage that. But I feel like, for example, if this building did embrace that asymmetry that you talked about, and then perhaps just pushed back 10 feet or something and provided some kind of more arena for the public, for the pedestrian, that would be something that would be in keeping with what's taking place on West Main, that would be more suitable for its context. Right now, taking this building and plopping it down right on the 10-foot line and creating the rhythm is good, and creating a couple planters for trees is good. But I feel like if it's lacking in an engagement to what is a lot of other architects and buildings are trying to engage the pedestrian by offering some space for them, in addition to programmatic, retail spaces, museums that, a couple museums are coming up in buildings that are proposed, but a way to offer some kind of something to West Main, the pedestrian, the people, the community, I think could be a way that could make this building engage its context more successfully.
Okay, so do we know that we necessarily, I guess if we needed to vote on something to give them a sense that the project could move forward, we could approve the mass or the, Jimmy even asked for the general, shape of the building and the way it's broken apart into threes.
So, meaning the approach with lazy, meaning how the Muntins are currently
Not as much as just that it would be
primarily glass.
primarily glass. I wouldn't want the company to say, well, we're gonna explore punching windows on the upper floor.
Right, you're doing a glass, like you're doing, right.
This approach to the glass building. That's important.
But for instance, I could see doing the asymmetrical concept. I could also see taking what Steven said a little bit further and just taking the front piece, pushing that back more so it actually makes a courtyard. At which point it really does create a space on the street, which could be pretty nice, actually.
I think if you look at the site plan,
It's already headed that way, yeah.
5 feet you can go without blowing up the bay of parking. So why not
guess it's just me, but I'm gonna disagree with the idea of pulling the building further away from the
Well,
street.
no, I wouldn't I'd pull the center back. I'd leave the other
Yeah,
two
I'd
end
say the
pieces
portion
right where
of
they
the
are.
building.
I wouldn't pull the whole building back, I'd just
Yeah.
pull the center back.
That could actually really help it.
Cause that kinda creates kind of an old school sort of grand building in a way.
Yeah, like forecourt.
Right, right.
That could be good.
And that'd be really sunny and, you know, be nice in the winter and and then you could easily get some street trees in there, at which point it'd be okay in the summer. Yeah, I think, I have no problem with the glass, I just think from my point of view, it'd be a question of really playing with the, sort of how how the glass breaks are, and whether you've got budded glass and glass with spandrels and that kind of stuff. Right, right. You know, and then whether, you know, is the parapet flush with the glass or popped, you know, is there something different at the parapet? But, I mean, so I just think there's a whole level of detail, but glass per se, I'm fine with glass.
Should we try a motion and see if enough people are, that's it?
What does a motion generally get at?
I mean, I would say, if I were to make a motion, I would say, you know, we approve this massing concept and this approach to glazing with a recommendation that, you consider, pulling back the center portion and expanding upon the public space in front of the building.
Or a portion.
Oh, yeah, and definitely, yeah, explore different materials. But that's, so Stephen or anyone else, if you want asymmetry to it, I'm not sure, I wouldn't vote yes on that if we're voting on the massing.
My concern about the asymmetry is that you might start getting back into like a really horizontal language because of the, I mean, that's where I think we end up kind of back where we started.
Right, asymmetry works in general, but maybe a bad idea for this project in particular, given.
Just because of the height restriction, you can't get it to the point where it's just gonna be horizontal if you got like a head building and a tail.
Right. Well, I mean, I think there could be ways to.
There could, I'm
I-
just saying,
yeah.
it just seems a little more fraught relative to the language that's afoot.
And
I agree with that, definitely.
And I just wanna make sure that, like, if anyone votes for the massing, they're not, like, they're okay with the shape, and that it's not, next time, you know, after, you know, Jim
Right,
has
right, we
further
can't shoot
developed
him
the
down
thing,
if we
we say,
don't
no,
like the
but no,
massing."
you gotta make it asymmetrical this time, so, just, yeah.
If the building was a four-story building, was the concerns about any of the concerns changed?
It might help if you were gonna go with an asymmetrical thing, it might actually help that, because you could play a little bit more than with the proportions.
What's the street wall on West Main? Can you do 4 stories, or do you have to step back?
Then
I
that
think it's
doesn't
gonna be,
work.
I mean, they've said that the lot next door to this is gonna be probably a tall building. I
Right.
think it's actually kinda nice to have, you know, a tall building, and then this will be a little break, and then you got the standard that goes forever, and then.
Right, but I was just thinking if you had an asymmetrical building, you could have a tall piece and a low piece, you know, so 4 and 3 or something.
Maybe we're doing the project a service to give them approval.
Well, I think they can run with this massing from my point of view. It's just all in the details.
So,
I like the idea of stepping back the center portion. And it's starting to get, it's not classical, but it's, you know, kind of has those classical proportions. And maybe the guidelines are saying to, you know, in some cases, accentuate the main entry, the center entry in this case. And maybe nice to bring in some kind of a portico entry, something to make that door a little different if it is going more in classical proportions.
Also just think, it's one of the things that doesn't happen very often along the street, except just by accident, are any buildings that do create any space on the sidewalk. If they do, it's just because they're set back, but they're not actually doing, I mean, was it the Marriott? Sort of does it, but, you know, it doesn't relate to anything. It's gratuitous, whereas this would actually relate to an entrance.
All right, let me give this
I was gonna say real quick that, for example, I think that if the right bay, if that were to go back 10 feet, the center's already going back, what, 5 feet from the, you know, and if that was to go back another 10 feet, then you create, you know, you still got from the front facade, orthogonally, you've got that symmetry, but then you're creating some depth, you're offering something to pedestrian, you're offering patio, like a front patio or sidewalk seating area as well. You know, and that could accomplish the symmetry and the massing basically that you're going for, but then create a more dynamic, generous gift to the pedestrian, as well as an amenity of some sidewalk space or you know, something like that, for example. Right. Just so, basically, sorry, I'm saying that this stays as it is, that stays as it is, and that pops back 10 feet, for example, is a way that you could maintain that symmetry in the massing, the general massing. Right, it gets a little more playful, and then offer something more to the pedestrian. And it, you know, that becomes, whichever one's popped back, if this one's staying, that's back, and that's back, then that. I don't think there's a rule. Right. Well, didn't you say it was a minimum, right, because there's all those stipulations, right. But if it's a minimum of 10 feet, then perhaps you could go back, you know, back to 15 to 20. You know, some people might not agree with that, but because some people think it's really important to maintain a certain compression at that pedestrian level. But I think that, I mean, clearly, we just saw one tonight, you know, people putting more seating outside. Clearly, that's something that we love in Charlottesville. Exactly. Yeah, there you go, exactly, right. So that's a way to maintain a certain level of the symmetry, but getting some asymmetry as well. Right.
The tunnel.
Yeah, it's the same
Yeah,
thing.
right. The tunnel, yeah.
You could have like an angled edge along 100 and some feet. That
Right.
would be different, better. I like that.
Well, let me see if this works, and if it doesn't, we'll just change it, but, having considered the standards set forth in the city code, including city design guidelines for new construction and additions, I move to find the proposed office building satisfies the BAR's criteria and guidelines and is compatible with this property and other properties in the West Main Street ADC district. And the BAR approves, this massing to the building, although we ask you to investigate pulling some of the masses back to create more public space on the street. We approve this approach to the glazing. And we, in concept, and we strongly recommend, if not mandate, that you, investigate the materiality or change the materiality.
Okay. Any discussion of the motion, or do we have a second? Okay. All in favor? Aye. And all opposed? And one abstention?
Oh, sorry, it was a late aye.
Oh, okay,
I
okay.
approved.
Okay.
Yeah.
Was it half-hearted?
Did that make sense?
Okay. All right. We're getting ready for our grand finale. Bruce is back.
What'd you do
10
with all
till
your free
midnight?
time?
People let me into the building.
Oh, no.
All the doors are locked.
All right.
No.
So we this is a preliminary
I
discussion
think I left
for
my window open. That's
Zero
all.
Rugby Road.
Yeah, this is Zero Rugby Road. It's a vacant parcel that's located between 513 Rugby Road, which is the Pi Kappa Alpha fraternity we reviewed earlier, and 1515 Rugby Road on the north side, which is another fraternity. It's a third of an acre site. Frontage on Rugby Road is approximately 100 feet. It is within the Rugby Road University Circle Venable Neighborhood ADC District, and the applicant has requested a preliminary discussion of a proposed three-story multi-residential infill building on the vacant lot. The applicant seeks input on his proposal, including comments related to the proposed design elements, scale, setback, and the proposal's consistency with ADC guidelines. We need to get going, so I won't belabor these extra points, and turn it over.
All right, and the applicant is back?
Yes, my name is Bruce Fordell. I'm the applicant for Zero Rugby Road. And with every increasing minute, my respect for you all increases.
Are you sure?
It's not the latest one. I had been at the county when I got called up at 1:45. And hopefully we'll all be able to remember what we talked about tonight. I think what I'd like to do is I'd like to make it a fairly easy discussion because, as you can tell from the proposal, these are more diagrammatic and conceptual ideas than they are in specific detail. What we're looking at is an apartment building on this property that will have 12 units in it, and the property drops about 20 feet from Rugby Road to the rear of the site. And so what you're looking at is you're looking at 2 levels. If you look at page 3, okay, the 4 photographs on the top of page 3 are all at the same scale, and they are all at the proper elevation relative to each other. So in other words, you can see the scale of Kappa, Kappa, Gamma all the way over to ZBT, and you can see that ZBT's road is a little bit higher than the Zero Rugby Road. So we did those 4 photographs in order to show you the kind of relative scale of the building. One of the things that we were struggling with, why you see these kind of odd sort of bookends on the building, was the scale of how do you take a building that is significantly wider than the other buildings on this portion of the street and reduce the scale of it. And so the thought, and again, some of this direction was coming from the owner, who has a predisposition towards sort of traditional classical buildings, was to sort of take the dimension of the sort of traditional buildings in the neighborhood and set that thing in the center, and then actually sort of significantly change the style of the edges of the building that go back and wrap around the back of the building, so that the distinction in styles and the hyphen that you get between those sort of changes, sort of allows the scale of the middle building to sort of be the prominent piece, and then the edges. And I wouldn't look too closely at what the materials are. The materials of that kind of contemporary piece could be anything from a kind of wood rain screen to a stucco, or I think our thought was that it would not be brick. That again, if we brought brick out on those wings, that it would just begin to increase the scale of the building. We don't have the opportunity, in order to get the 12 units in, we don't have the opportunity of doing the side porches like the fraternity next door. We couldn't do kind of an open porch just because of the volume of what the units are. So we have this kind of solid volume, and so how do we break that scale down? So that's the one question. And then I think the other issue to look at is the overall site plan that is on the second to last page, in which we're showing, as you may know or may be aware, that the access to all three of these buildings, ZBT, Zero Rugby, and 513, happen through one shared easement between ZBT and the Zero Rugby Road. And so our plan is to pave and formalize that, what is an informal shared access, and then bring the parking around to the back side on the bottom. And there will be some cross-property agreements between 513 Rugby Road, the fraternity, and Zero Rugby Road. They are currently owned by the same entity, but there'll be some cross easement agreements for, I think, 4 parking spaces that we need to have for the fraternity that you just can't fit on the site. Right now, they have that whole gravel strip that goes along the whole back. So, and parking will be underneath this building, and in fact, the site plan will probably show underground parking all the way up to the line that's 25 feet from the property line, which is the formal setback. But you won't be able to see that because there'll be grade on top of it.
So the city never would relent on the, sorry, I can ask that later.
And you can, so from the site plan, you can see a kind of front lawn. We also are grading down so that we get daylight into the story that is below the grade level. We get, you can see that a little bit on the perspective. You can get daylight on the floor below, and then there's parking actually below that. So you're actually getting a relatively large-scale building on this site with a presence that is really only 2 stories from the street. So I'd just like to hear sort of general comments. Again, as you can see, the details are sort of schematic at best, but I think they indicate the intention of kind of traditional building in the center, some kind of contemporary edges around it. So that's what our thoughts are.
Okay. We can do joint questions from the public and the DAR. So I have a question.
Yes.
So the city never relented on, to me, it seems ridiculous to enforce a setback if it's underground anyway. Like, why not let him bring his parking lot all the way up? And, you know,
The city, the staff was willing to interpret the front yard as that we could bring parking up to the line that's 25 feet from it's the kind of official setback line. It's not something we could build to because all those buildings are further back.
Yeah.
But underground, they would let us come up to that 25-foot line. What they wouldn't do is they wouldn't let us get the 4 more spaces coming up to the 10-foot line that would go to the property line. And they made an argument that yards are both vertical up and vertical down. So, so we're making a rather kind of circuitous argument about that's based on the allowance to have decks and accessory, anything that isn't within 3 feet of the ground, you can put in your front yard. So we're using that to get our underground parking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I would be happy to write a note in support of.
Okay, that would be great.
Just caution, I mean, we've had one
We're-
conversation, and I don't know the extent of whether that was something Lisa Robertson had written opinion on, I don't.
My understanding is that the line up to 25 feet was not in question. It's the 25 to 10 feet that was in question.
The other thing I was thinking is, if it's underground, we don't see it, so,
That's
what I think.
Yeah.
Equal up to the, middle underneath the road.
Right. Probably can't do that, but it would get us 4 extra spaces.
Put a
Right.
back on top of it.
Yeah. And the theory behind that is to make the cars as difficult to get to, so that they get used less. If you can trap them back in under there in that thing, then, you know, to rev up their Camaro is gonna be a little bit more difficult.
And I'll take a step back. Actually, what we discussed, it's an interesting concept, but apparently there are some zoning issues, whether how they're determined, that remains to be seen, but conceptually, no, design-wise, I thought, didn't want to sound like it was
So is there a limit on how far down you can go?
When you pass the core,
Yeah.
you're in China's property.
They did ask us to see if we could get another level of parking, and they wanted to get the actually what they wanted to do is they wanted to get an intermediate level of parking where we've got units, and then try and get a third story on here. But we sort of made the argument that there's a kind of consistent cornice and scale going up this street from Fairweather Hall up to the Unitarian Church, basically, other than the big buildings, that is pretty consistent, so we talked them out of that.
I mean, I see what you're doing with the chunks on the side, but it seems like that could at least get pushed back further off the front.
It sits back now about, I think, a foot, maybe 18 inches.
Yeah. Like, is this representative of the
Yeah.
footprint, the white block on the?
Yeah, right, right. Yeah, you can see it on the plan, right?
Set back further, or maybe,
The house,
maybe
the
even
house come forward or
asymmetrically.
no?
House can't really move forward
Because of where everything else is on
because
the
of
street.
the consistent line of all the other buildings that have staff, that supersedes the actual setback.
Can you weight it to one side, maybe?
So if we got Pez dispenser?
Yes, that would be great.
I don't think-
Anything that
Could you-
accumulates-
could
No, I don't think that's where I was going.
This is the midnight discussion when we start talking about Pez dispensers.
Yeah.
Well, but it just strikes me, I mean, the symmetry here, so you've got, sort of like the house and then,
Yeah, right.
this addition behind, and it's, because it's so regular, like, I wonder if it just came off one side and, say it was more weighted to the left
Uh-huh.
and, went back a little further, or just wasn't so symmetrical from the street.
I mean, we could do that by treating it differently. We have used about every square inch of our building. If you look at the site plan and you imagine a line 10 feet in from either side property line, that's our side yard setback. If you imagine a line 25 feet, we should have drawn it on here, 25 feet off of the rear yard property line, that's our rear yard setback, and we've actually angled the building to sort of fill that. And then the front, we're literally bringing it at the line of the face of the building, and we're gonna sort of take the same little piece that the front stoop of the 513 gives us, where you've got the kind of little kind of shallow portico. We're even gonna kind of steal that for that center area, so.
It might actually read lighter if the slots were developed more as like spandrels.
Yeah,
And
more
then,
consistent.
and then that was treated more like a wall where it was just like a plane.
Yeah.
That might,
Yeah, we started off thinking that we were gonna use some kind of rain screen, and the more I thought about that, the more I thought, those things over time sort of, they're not as nice 10 years from now as they
Right.
were when they're brand new. And I'm starting to think that maybe we do a kind of stucco or
so like you have that spandrel piece, make that much
Yeah.
wider, and then it just reads like a plane.
yeah, maybe those shoulders get thinner. Yeah,
and
a
then they
little
won't
lighter
compete
that
with the
way.
house so
Yeah,
much.
I think you might be right in that they feel a little heavy right now.
And then they might actually relate to that central glass section.
Yeah,
or something.
right. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Maybe it's because
They're kind of
so
hefty.
built up, yeah, that they're just a little too prominent.
Yeah, I think you might be right.
Whenever you bring landscaping plans back, it could be some large sized trees that are oval shaped that
Yeah.
could maybe hide some of those
Right,
A bunch
flanks.
of Tuscan,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get some cedar.
Lombardy poplars
Yeah.
or arbor vitae that are just like right lined up with it.
In a general principle, I mean, what's your feeling about the kind of mixture of styles?
I think it works, and actually, as far as context on the street, I think it's kind of important to have the more traditional piece, but I think if you're gonna do this, the traditional piece needs to be done all the way traditional, and the contemporary piece all the way contemporary. Just not have any middle ground.
In fact, the owner saw, if you go down University Circle and you come back around, there's an apartment building on the back side past the International House. It's on their left side. It has a 2-story columned entrance, but it has this kind of split pediment underneath it with a light fixture. He saw that and he said he wanted to bring the detailing up to that level. So we were actually right in the middle of sort of redoing this whole centerpiece with a little bit more detail and more kind of authentic.
Yeah, because it's sort of
Detail.
caught in some funny world right now.
Yeah, it's a little cartoony now. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna, that was one of the things I was gonna say, is it would be good to look at the other entryways on that area,
Yeah,
and it sounds like you
right.
just
Yeah,
did that, so.
yeah.
Awesome.
Well, that's where we started. We literally took the dimensions of 513 and plopped them over on that building, and then we started to push it and pull it. And what we didn't want to do is we didn't want to sort of mimic that.
The challenge is you've got 2 houses over, or 1 house over that modern 517 that's in its own quirky way.
That's got about a 7 to, we're working with that client, and that's got about a 7 to 10 year lifespan. They're doing some cleanup on it now. I think you
Great,
guys
yeah.
approved a front door and some painting, I think. And they're just getting it so that it can be habitable again, and then somewhere between 5 and 10 years, they're probably gonna take that down and put a bona fide building there.
Which would be great, because I think
It's
it
the whole-
seems sort of almost like a joke to mimic the historic form, but on the other hand, a bigger version of the building next door would be way worse, so.
Yeah, right, yeah. Yeah, right.
I mean, it's really kind of like you
Go on,
could
think
do,
about that.
you could do some like late Lutyens kind of facade that would
Yeah,
be a little wild, a little funky, but,
yeah.
kind of fun.
Yeah, I mean, we're a little nervous about introducing a kind of modern piece in this whole environment. Just, I mean, if you think around the entire neighborhood,
Right.
There's kind of one contemporary building over off of Gordon Avenue that's kind of pretty terrible. It's just a cinder block thing. And then there's the addition we did to the Hillel. And I'm not aware of anything else in the neighborhood that's visible that's really modern. So we were a little nervous. So I think the idea of sort of thinning it up and making it less present, I think, is probably a good idea.
Yeah, that's kind of where.
Because that way you could play with the same glasses in the house or some
Yeah,
relationship
right.
to the house glass and.
Yeah,
Treating it like, like an addition.
yeah, right, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I kind of liked where Justin was going earlier about maybe shift the house over towards the property line on one side or the other, and
Oh, that'd be
kind of
interesting.
make it asymmetrical addition off the back.
So it
that-
really does feel like an
Yeah.
addition.
Yeah, make it
Huh.
more of an addition rather than keeping that symmetry with what's new.
That's an interesting idea. I mean, we could take that form. I mean, that form literally could slide anywhere
Yeah.
along that front piece.
That's
Um,
exactly what I was trying to get at.
Yeah, right.
You know, to
Be
make
nice.
make it really seem like so
Yeah.
it's not this static symmetry, kind of like done at one time.
Right.
But it feels more like an
Yeah,
addition off
maybe
the
we
back.
pull this thing over towards
Yeah.
513
Yeah.
and let the contemporary side be over
Yeah.
next to ZBT.
Well, right now, it feels like a very traditional form where it has like robot legs that popped out the sides.
Yeah, it feels like it has little clamps on it or something.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Transformer-ish.
Yeah.
I don't know, I feel differently about it. I think it feels more like, especially the view from Rugby Northeast, it feels more like a modern building with just more of the colonial classical facade. So it seems to me like what you're doing is introducing, I understand this is what your client wants, and so this is what you're charged with, and I know that you're gonna design it in detail and do it well, because I know that you're capable of doing that. But to me, it seems a little unfortunate that it's gonna be a modern box building with a completely fake facade.
Yeah.
Like a historical facade that's fabricated in the modern day.
Mm-hmm.
So if that's what your client wants, like I say, I understand what you're going for. To me, it seems like it would be, just because we're having a discussion about it, it'd be more interesting, because it is gonna be a modern building. I'm sure from the inside, it's gonna
Yeah.
feel more like one. It's not gonna feel like an old building.
Yeah.
It would be more interesting, if it's something kind of like when Frank Lloyd Wright did Victorian at the beginning of his career. Like, he
Right,
did
yeah.
Victorian, but in a really unique, abstracted way.
Mhm.
Like, I feel like this could be a really cool opportunity to do this kind of neoclassical building, but in a really abstracted way
Yeah.
that could be really unique and beautiful.
Right.
Whereas the fact that it's just gonna be a fake front facade, like literally it's what, 1.5 inches or 18 inches deep, and that's it. And then it's just a modern box behind it.
Right.
To me, from a theoretical standpoint, is a little unfortunate.
Yeah.
So I think that could be this unique opportunity to do something that's quite more interesting. But
What I'm thinking of maybe is you mentioned Lutchens. Who's the Irish architect?
Macintosh.
Macintosh. Something more kind of Macintosh-ish. In the kind
Because
of-
he has sort of a combination of, he kind of cross straddles both.
Well, and that
eras.
kind of white stucco versions
Yeah.
of his
You
buildings.
have like Hill
yeah.
House or something like
Yeah.
that. Yeah. Or Voisey's stuff is sort of like that.
Yeah, or Boise, right. That's a nice idea, right. And what that would do is that would allow us to sort of give the owner a kind of piece in that has a kind of real detailing. But if the rest of the building were more consistently detailed in a kind of light stucco or something like that, that could be, that's a nice idea.
Is there, I don't know, this might be ridiculous, but if they're excavating parking lot anyway, could some of that asphalt on-ground parking go under and then have that return to nicer
Well,
space?
we've got 100% of the footprint of Zero Rugby Road has
Yeah.
parking under it.
Yep,
Other than a stairway and an elevator, yeah.
because I'm just saying, could some of that underground parking get expanded so that you can reclaim some of the space that's just blacktop?
Yeah, I mean,
I know it's
in the
expensive.
side yards, I don't know whether we can do it in the side yards. And that wouldn't actually give us extra parking.
Right, right. It
What
would
we've
just
got
take
is,
it.
we've got a building that gives us a center aisle and 62 feet, basically. And that's what we've got underneath this building. So widening it wouldn't give us extra parking. The extra parking, I mean, we could get 4 extra spaces if we get the ruling from zoning that we can go that extra 16 feet.
I was just thinking if there's any way to kind of grade the whole property down so that you could pack in more units low where they're not really visible from Rugby Road. Might not work.
Yeah, we're at our maximum unit count.
Okay, so,
Yeah.
or yes,
Without
but maybe,
without a special use permit.
okay, but like, could that, I don't know if any of the mass from what's in the front now could then shift back
You
and
know,
down? I don't know.
initially when we were thinking we were gonna go higher, we were thinking that we would do something 2 stories on the street, and then the kind of units back might go an extra story in the back. That created some formal problems in terms of kind of how this kind of big thing in the back fits in, you
Yeah.
know, and with a smaller thing in the front, but,
Can't have that with a tree.
yeah. Okay.
social engineering?
Well, yeah, we tried that in the eighties with the other fraternities, and that didn't work.
No, but in a way that, zoning's kind of going, gee, what do we do with this? Because it's somewhat of a different definition than the question I asked. Well, if this is something going in a different way, let's really evaluate that. This can't be the first one. So, but, and that had to do with how many beds is a unit, what is a unit?
Yeah.
If you put a mini fridge in it, does it become a kitchen type of thing? But that's away from what this, I mean, I don't know, to the extent to what the zoning says was something, how much does that affect this architecture?
I will tell you that the apartments in this building will be entirely independent from the fraternity. This is not a kind of additional housing for the fraternity. This is open market housing, so it will be.
Just owned by the same.
It's owned by the same entity, right. And in the future, they may sell it, you know, they wanted that flexibility, but it's not additional housing. The neighborhood was very worried about that because, you know, as much as the university can control what happens in the fraternities, what happens is the brothers go and rent other houses in the neighborhood that are completely
Off campus, basically.
yeah.
Unsupervised.
And they were afraid that that was gonna happen here, but this is not gonna be rented to fraternity brothers. It's gonna be rented in the open market.
Okay. Do you need anything else from us?
No, I think we've got direction. I think we've got, you know, what I've heard is that, I think, maybe sort of pulling the styles a little together, you know, making the traditional a little less, having a more consistent style between them, and then maybe lightening up those shoulders, or we'll look at whether we can kind of push and pull it, and then we can go from there. And our plan, I think, and we've got to get some direction from the owners, but our plan would be to bring this back, I think, in either July or August, so.
Okay.
Thank you very much, and thank you for sticking around. Glad the police officer let you.
It's not the concert, it's just the late hour of keeping people from coming in here.
Well, you think that there's some kind of rule about having a public hearing and having a building
Yes.
open.
Well, there should be.
Yeah.
We're learning all kinds of things about late meetings.
Yeah.
After last Tuesday,
Yeah, when I saw the agenda, I didn't envy you guys at all, actually. Thank you for staying alert this late.
Ish.
Thank you. Yeah. Have a good night.
Alert-ish, you meant?
Yeah.
Seabird. No place report, meeting got canceled.
That's, this is 1824 University Circle. They made another change to the site plan, and since I had you all here tonight, I printed them out, and we can talk about them later, but now it's in your hands, and it's a drawing. That's just for 1820, the Brody Center.
Oh, you're passing something out, okay.
Oh, wait. Oops.
And, I know, and I just, like I said, it's a drawing, I can get it in your hands now. Linda sent it to me right before our meeting. So, the other thing, and, we had a very long planning commission meeting last week. Tarleton Oaks was going pretty well when the applicant, then said, and we're also requesting that we use 62 VLT glass. And I said, you know, do you want to get an approval tonight or what? And then it just, the conversation literally just broke down, and then people started saying, well, what about this and that, and
Oh, no, oh, no.
the applicant ended up requesting deferral, and so there were some design issues. The planning commission, it was a rough night. However, in its motion to accept the deferral, the planning commission requested that the BAR discuss, and I'm not suggesting we do it tonight, and I made it clear to them we would not, but they want an opinion from the BAR on using different glass in the Tarleton Oaks building.
What was the reason for that?
Well, the applicant told me before the meeting they were gonna ask for 60. I was like, don't do that. And they came in and they brought a little sample and said, well, this is 62. It's almost the same, don't you see? And the applicant said that I can reduce my energy consumption by 30%, something like that. And then all I could do was stand on, this is what we've said. I said, I realize 70 VLT is not in our guidelines per se, but it has been what we've put forward for as far back as I can identify in our plans. So I'm just gonna have to put something. Tim has done an amazing amount of research on glass. Surprisingly, what was it? The guy from
Cardinal?
Yeah.
Jersey.
Lee Quill said, hey, I'm on the Alexandria ARB, and we only do 70. Alexandria has no requirements. They just simply say clear glass like we do. And in fact, even going back into Mary Joy's old notes, the consultant that came and spoke said anything above 60 is clear. It seems to be what we generally see, but still, we've gone with 70. And what I asked the planning commission is, please don't just change this. I said, we have so many projects that have gone through and that are in the process where we've stood firm on 70. We
And
can't
it
just.
is in the guidelines for the historic preservation district. It's said clear glass, no less than 70.
But this is an entrance corridor, not a historic district, so why did it have to be a?
Because it was done by the entrance corridor review board.
Yeah, and we've used the
Oh,
70
so
in
they use
there.
that too? Okay.
Yeah, and so I just said it just puts us in a very difficult position. I said, we can examine it, look at it, talk about it, but, and certainly given what they've told us about Dairy Central and some of the issues related to availability of glass, I don't know. But, so on Tarleton Oaks, Planning Commission has asked us to discuss it, so we'll discuss it in July.
Maybe they should plant more
What
trees
did,
and shade the building.
what did Violet Crown have, 50?
I don't know what that
Theirs
was.
was
It was
dark.
definitely not clear.
It was more than just dark, I think it had a mirror thing on, I don't know.
It was bad.
And
Yeah, they initially said it was clear and then they backed off that.
And what
said
did we
it's okay.
approve on Blue Moon? We
gave
approved
them-
something, if that
Oh,
was.
on
the
the
south
back, on the
side.
back.
On the south side, we approved something less than 70, like 65 maybe?
I thought it was lower than that.
Was it?
Might have been 60.
I don't know. I didn't
I think it
vote
was
for
60 something. Yeah, but it wasn't too far off, but it was close.
Yet another, yet another.
We'll put together a report on it, but it's just, it is.
So, no place report, there was no place meeting this month.
Thankfully.
Oh, perfect.
So we don't have to stay any
Don't have
longer.
to listen to me talk.
Melanie, do you need to officially adjourn?
Oh, sure. Let's adjourn at 12:25.
Yeah.
If that clock is right, which it's not
12:25.
always.
It's 12:25.
Okay, great.
All right, so, again, my experiment of giving you all the drawings like 3 weeks prior to that.
I think that's a bad idea. Because in the staff report is lost from its pieces and
My goal was to get everything to you so that we could figure out.
maybe you have us come to you and so that the drawings don't leave your office till the staff report's ready. and then-
either.
I don't have time to go. Or I might even be in town.
A couple of us offered, you just didn't follow up on.
Yeah, I said, come on by.
You didn't
And,
tell me
well,
that.
Melody and I guess I have to do something with my phone machine.
I mean, digitally is fine with me, actually.
I don't mind, I actually liked getting the drawings, I would've looked at them 2 weeks ago, but I haven't been able to sit for a month, so I wasn't gonna review them on my floor.
Did you get a basket work that comes up?
No, I've had that, that's the only reason I've been able to work for,
What you're saying is we need a BAR room that's out, that we go.
The BAR reading room?
Yeah, the
an MDS deck.